Chapter 5:11. For the sake of that Jiang Chen, Tan Lang didn't hesitate to endure the torture and didn't tell us anything about Jiang Chen. This proves that his relationship with Jiang Chen isn't ordinary. Therefore, I suggest we use Tan Lang to lure Jiang Chen out. Ling Yi said. That's right. Since that Jiang Chen likes to fight for justice, he can't just watch Tan Lang die. In my opinion, we should release the news and give him 3 days. If that Jiang Chen doesn't show up, we will kill Tan Lang. Someone said, agreeing with Ling Yi's suggestion. No, I object to it. The white-haired old man who had a cultivation base similar to Xiao Nanfeng, a 9th-grade combat king, immediately rejected the suggestion. He looked around and said, Tan Lang is after all a disciple of our Shura temple. If we use our own disciple as a hostage, our Shura temple can't afford to lose face. Elder Lu, what should we do then? Someone asked. Elder Lu was a man of virtue and prestige. Although his position was second only to the great tycoon Xiao Nanfeng, his words still carried a lot of weight. The other tycoons had no choice but to listen to him. There isn't any good solution. Let's continue searching for Jiang Chen and that monk. I believe the other 3 major powers are looking for them as well. They have offended 4 major powers in the Liang province at the same time. I would like to see how long they can hide. As for Tan Lang, this disciple is already crippled. I can see the resentment toward the Shura temple in his eyes. If that's the case, we can use him as a bait. Throw him into the freezing hell jail and let him perish on his own. Elder Lu said. His words had decided Tan Lang's fate. Upon hearing the name freezing hell jail, even the tycoons on the scene couldn't help but shiver. The freezing hell jail, just from the name itself, one could tell how terrifying it was. It was the place where the Azura Palace locked up felons. The environment inside was extremely harsh, and anyone who was imprisoned in there would only have one ending: death, without exception. Rather than locking Tan Lang up in the freezing hell jail to fend for himself, it would be better to just kill him. Elder Lu, in my opinion, although Tan Lang is in the wrong, I don't think he should be subjected to such torture. If he really holds a grudge against the Azura Palace, we can just kill him and give him a quick death. Why torture him like this? No matter what, he is still a disciple of the Azura Palace. The 3rd Tai Bao was a fat man, and his cultivation base was very strong. However, the weight of his words in this place was not enough to be mentioned in the same breath as Xiao Nanfeng and Elder Lu. However, the 3rd Tai Bao felt that it was indeed a little cruel to imprison a core disciple in the freezing hell jails. 3rd brother, since when did you become so merciful? This matter has been decided. We can also use Tan Lang as a bait and spread the news that Tan Lang has been imprisoned in the freezing hell jail. If that Jiang Chen knows about this, he might not be able to sit still. The first Tai Bao, Xiao Nanfeng, said. He had made the decision immediately. Someone wanted to say something, but Xiao Nanfeng had already stood up and left. On the next day, when the 4 major powers were still searching for Jiang Chen and Tyrant, a piece of news came out from the Shura temple. A core disciple of the Shura temple had colluded with the enemy, causing the death of many genius disciples of the Shura temple, causing an immeasurable loss to the Shura temple. Hence, Tan Lang had been imprisoned in the freezing hell jail as punishment. The news immediately caused a wave of sigh. A genius of a generation had met his end just like that. Tan Lang could be considered as one of the disciples who had recently risen to fame among the core disciples. He had a bright future ahead of him. If everything went smoothly in the future, he would be able to live a good life even in the Shura temple. But now, he had encountered such a situation. The freezing hell jail of the Shura temple was as famous as the 13 Tai Bao of the Shura temple. Even if one wasn't a disciple of the Shura temple, he would still be very familiar with the freezing hell jail. Whenever the name of the jail was mentioned, it would send shivers down one's spine. The freezing hell jail of the Shura temple was built specifically for those who had committed grave mistakes. However, this freezing hell jail was rarely used for disciples of the Shura temple. Most of the time, it was used for the enemies of the Shura temple. All the ferocious demon beasts and the enemies that the Shura temple wanted to kill would be thrown into the freezing hell jail to fend for themselves. It could be said that the freezing hell jail was a symbol of death, and it wasn't a quick death, but a death of torture. Sigh, it's such a pity for Tan Lang. However, the Shura temple has gone too far this time. No matter what, Tan Lang is still a core disciple of the Shura temple. Even if he has committed a grave mistake, he shouldn't be sentenced to death, let alone being thrown into the freezing hell jail. That's right. The punishment is indeed too severe. Tan Lang is completely done for this time. He will definitely be tortured to death in the freezing hell jail. It's highly possible that the Shura Temple is doing this to lure Jiang Chen out. However, I don't think it's realistic. Jiang Chen is a ruthless person, and he doesn't seem to have a close relationship with Tan Lang. There's no way he will show himself for Tan Lang. After all, the Liang province is currently surrounded by an inescapable net. The four major forces are looking for Jiang Chen and the monk everywhere. As long as they show themselves, they will definitely die. Many people were talking about how Jiang Chen was the reason why Tan Lang was in such a predicament today. There was no doubt about it. On Heaven Hawk Island, De Huang Dog had just returned from his investigation. He brought back news about Tan Lang. After hearing the news, Jiang Chen's face was instantly filled with endless anger. I have to save him, Jiang Chen said without any hesitation. Young Master Jiang, the freezing hell jail is located inside the Shura Temple. Tan Lang will definitely die if he is thrown into the freezing hell jail. There's no way to save him. Zhuang Fan shook his head and said, if there's no other way, then think of another way. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He and Tan Lang had only met twice, so there was no friendship between them. However, Jiang Chen was very fond of Tan Lang, because Tan Lang's character suited him very well. Moreover, Tan Lang was thrown into the freezing hell jail because of Jiang Chen. It could be said that Jiang Chen was the one who caused it. If Jiang Chen had helped Tan Lang kill Zhuang Fan and brought his head back, Tan Lang might have become one of the 13 gangsters by now. As for the fact that Jiang Chen had defeated Ling Yi and chopped off his arm, it had nothing to do with Tan Lang. However, everyone knew that Jiang Chen was the helper Tan Lang had invited. Therefore, Tan Lang still couldn't escape from the calamity. Jiang Chen didn't like owing favors, and he hated it even more when his friends suffered because of him. Tan Lang couldn't be considered as his brother, at least, he couldn't be compared to Nangong Wentian and Han Yen. However, he was still the first friend he had made after arriving in the Divine Continent. If Tan Lang was tortured and killed because of Jiang Chen wouldn't feel good about it. Brother Jiang, as far as I know, the Shura Temple is filled with powerful warriors. There are countless combat kings, and there are even powerful combat emperors. With our abilities, if we try to break into the Shura Temple, we'll be throwing our lives away. Tyrant said. Now that Tan Lang was locked up in the freezing hell jail, it was like a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames. They wouldn't be able to break into the freezing hell jail no matter what. Jiang Chen knitted his brows, but he didn't say anything. Tyrant and Jiang Chen knew that Jiang Chen was deep in thought, so they didn't dare to say anything to disturb him. Psychologically, they supported Jiang Chen, and they knew that regardless of whether they supported him or not, Jiang Chen would still do it. From a certain point of view, both of their lives were saved by Jiang Chen, and since Jiang Chen was able to save a complete stranger like them, it was only natural that he would want to save his friend, Tan Lang. From Jiang Chen, they could sense the unyielding and heroic spirit of a man, and it was a kind of magic that only men possessed. Being by Jiang Chen's side, they couldn't help but be attracted to him. After a long while, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and he said, then we'll find a way to sneak into the Shura Temple, and sneak into the freezing hell jail. What? Tyrant and Zhuang Fan cried out in surprise at the same time. They looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment, thinking that Jiang Chen must have gone mad for saying such a thing. Putting aside how difficult it was to sneak into the Shura Temple, even if they managed to sneak in, how could they sneak into the freezing hell jail? Even if they managed to sneak into the freezing hell jail, rescuing Tan Lang from there would be an impossible task. Jiang Chen, don't you think that's a little ridiculous? Tyrant was a little speechless. Monk, don't tell me you have a better idea? Jiang Chen looked at Tyrant with a smile. Tyrant shook his head. When he saw Jiang Chen's firm attitude, he changed the topic and asked, what's your plan? I'll go with you. Although Tyrant's methods were cruel and brutal, he was definitely a good guy. At the very least, the fact that he dared to ask Jiang Chen to go with him on this nearly impossible task showed that he was not an ordinary person. No need, I'll go by myself. It'll be a problem if there are too many people. I'll disguise myself as a disciple of the Shura Temple and sneak into the Shura Temple. After that, I'll think of a way to sneak into the freezing hell jail. Jiang Chen said, Young Master Jiang, I'm afraid it won't be an easy task to sneak into the Shura Temple. Zhuang Fan frowned. I've mastered a bone transfiguration technique, which allows me to change my appearance and look like someone else. After I get out of here, I'll hide outside the Shura temple and wait for an opportunity. I'll kill an ordinary disciple. Then I'll change my appearance and sneak into the Shura temple. Jiang Chen said. As the greatest saint under the heavens, he knew a lot of secret techniques, so it was very easy for him to change his appearance. However, the conditions for using the bone transfiguration technique were extremely harsh, as it required an enormous amount of spatial energy to support it. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had broken through to the Combat King realm, which was more than enough for him to use the bone transfiguration technique. What the fuck? Is it really that amazing? De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Why don't you change into this master dog's appearance first? Get lost. Jiang Chen angrily glared at De Huang Dog. He had spent so much effort to use the bone transfiguration technique, only to end up looking like a dog. He was not that stupid. We Buddhists also have the bone transfiguration technique. It says that once you change your appearance, not only will your appearance change, even your aura will undergo a true transformation. However, this secret technique is extremely harmful to the soul, and each time you use it, it will consume your blood essence. Furthermore, it can only last for 3 days at most. Tyrant said. That's right. The bone transfiguration technique can only last for 3 days, so I only have 3 days to save Tan Lang. Chapter 5:12. But, Brother Jiang, I really don't understand. With your first-grade Combat King cultivation base, even if you can enter the freezing hell jail, how are you going to rescue Tan Lang? Tyrant asked with a frown. His words were filled with worry. Zhuang Fan was even more nervous. The freezing hell jail was the most important place in the Shura temple, and it was extremely difficult for anyone to get close to it. If they wanted to rescue someone from there, they would definitely alarm the entire Shura temple. At that point of time, even a 9th-grade Combat King wouldn't be able to do it, let alone Jiang Chen. I have my own way. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He would never fight a battle that he had no confidence in. Furthermore, the thought of breaking into the Shura temple and rescuing someone from the freezing hell jail made his blood boil. Tyrant and Zhuang Fan looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Although they had only known Jiang Chen for a few days, they had a certain understanding of Jiang Chen. This man didn't look like a 17 or 18-year-old teenager, but more like a cunning old fox. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, and they were as deep as a tunnel, giving him an astute look. Furthermore, they could sense a confidence and calmness from Jiang Chen. No matter what kind of situation he was in, his face would always be filled with confidence and calmness. Don't worry, since he said it, I'm sure he'll be able to do it. De Huang Dog said with a smile on his face. It seemed like there was nothing that Jiang Chen couldn't do. This guy had created countless miracles throughout his journey, and this time, he would definitely be able to sneak into the Shura temple. The longer Tan Lang stays in the freezing hell jail, the more danger he will face. I'll leave now, and you guys will stay in Heaven Hawk Island for the next 3 days. Jiang Chen said. If that's the case, you have to be careful. Tyrant patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Sneaking into the Shura temple was tantamount to infiltrating the enemy's territory, entering the tiger's den. How dangerous would the process be? One could imagine it even with their toes. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen disappeared from the Heaven Hawk Island. With his ability, it was extremely easy for him to leave the chaotic ocean without being discovered. Young Master Zhang's courage is truly admirable. Zhuang Fan could not help but sigh. What Jiang Chen had done was not something an ordinary person could do. Wherever he goes, he can poke a hole in the sky. De Huang Dog grinned. The Shura temple was located in the northwestern region of Liang province. It dominated a large mountain range. The mountain range was thousands of miles wide. Fog lingered in the sky all day long, and the chi of heaven and earth was dense. It was like a paradise. Within the Shura temple, there were many palaces. There were even some ancient buildings floating above the clouds. They were surrounded by colorful lights, and it was like a paradise. Right at this moment, at the outermost area of the mountain range, a white-clothed figure appeared like a ghost. His speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Why does it seem like something is going on? Outside the Shura temple, four disciples who were guarding the mountain were teasing each other. One of them suddenly turned his head towards Jiang Chen, but he couldn't see anything. Zhang Yang, you're just being paranoid, what's going on? That's right, This is the Shura temple. Who dares to stay here for no reason? Isn't that just looking for trouble for themselves? The other two disciples teased. All four of them were divine core warriors, and they were outer circle disciples of the Shura temple. Today, it was their turn to guard the mountain. Damn it, tomorrow is the outer circle competition, but we're here guarding the mountain. This is so depressing. The young man called Zhang Yang cursed. Zhang Yang, you're just a mid-divine core warrior. What does the outer circle competition have to do with you? Another disciple mocked. Why wouldn't it have anything to do with me? Anyone can participate in the outer circle competition, and every year, the champion of the outer circle competition will have a chance to receive an enlightenment from the palace chief himself, allowing him to break through to the combat soul realm and become an inner circle disciple. Zhang Yang said. From his words, it was obvious that he wasn't satisfied with his current position. The four men were chatting casually, but most of them were talking about tomorrow's outer circle competition. A few minutes later, Zhang Yang inadvertently saw a bright light appear at the foot of the mountain. It seemed like a human figure was moving about. There really is something going on. Zhang Yang said. I say, can you not be so surprised? Someone was dissatisfied. Zhang Yang murmured to himself and didn't say anything else. When he recalled the bright light he saw just now, he started wondering if there was some kind of treasure, and he immediately felt happy. If he could find some kind of treasure, it would be his great fortune, and perhaps it was an opportunity given by the heavens. If he could seize this opportunity, he might be able to shine brightly in tomorrow's outer circle competitions. You guys stay here and watch, I'll go take a look, Zhang Yang said as he flew down the mountain. The other three continued to talk, not paying any attention to Zhang Yang. Soon, Zhang Yang excitedly arrived at the place where Jiang Chen was. To his surprise, he didn't find any treasure, but he found a young man in white. Zhang Yang opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Jiang Chen grabbed his neck, and he couldn't say a word. I'm Jiang Chen. You better not shout, or I'll let you die a horrible death, Jiang Chen said coldly. Zhang Yang felt the strong king's aura from Jiang Chen's body, and was immediately scared out of his wits. He didn't dare to resist at all. Right now, Zhang Yang was filled with regret. Although he was just an outer circle disciple of the Shura temple, he still knew what had happened in the past few days. Most people in the Liang province knew the name Jiang Chen, and he thought he had found some kind of treasure or fortune. Little did he know, his doomsday had arrived, and he had bumped into a jinx. Tell me, what's your name? What's your status in the Shura temple? Jiang Chen asked. My name is Zhang Yang. I'm just an ordinary outer circle disciple of the Shura temple, Zhang Yang answered honestly. What's that blonde-haired young man's name? Jiang Chen asked again. That's Wang Zhan. He's also an outer circle disciple. He's the same as me, a mid-divine core warrior, Zhang Yang said. Is the Shura temple going to hold the outer circle competition tomorrow? Jiang Chen asked again. Yes. Zhang Yang didn't know why Jiang Chen asked him these questions, but he didn't dare show any hesitation. This jinx had even chopped off the arm of the 8th tycoon, Ling Yi. It wasn't hard to imagine how ferocious this jinx was. After that, Jiang Chen asked Zhang Yang a few more questions he needed to know. After that, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Let me ask you, do you want to die? Jiang Chen asked with a grin on his face. No, I don't want to die. Zhang Yang shook his head. What a joke. Who would want to die for no reason? Fine, since you answered my questions well, I won't kill you. After saying that, Jiang Chen pointed his finger at Zhang Yang's forehead. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and fainted. After that, Jiang Chen placed Zhang Yang's body into his storage ring. Then he placed the storage ring into his qi. Zhang Yang was a divine core warrior, so he wouldn't die after being placed in the storage ring for 3 days. Jiang Chen didn't have any grudges with Zhang Yang, and Zhang Yang wasn't a threat to him. Therefore, Jiang Chen wasn't interested in killing an outer circle disciple with a divine core cultivation base. He would release Zhang Yang in 3 days when the competition was over. Damn it, what the hell is Zhang Yang doing? Wang Zhan couldn't help but curse. Let's go and have a look. What is this guy doing? Another man said. After that, the 3 men immediately flew down the mountain. Right now, Jiang Chen's bones were cracking, his facial muscles were twisting, and his body was transforming. The entire process was extremely frightening. When Wang Zhan and the other 2 arrived, Jiang Chen had completely transformed into Zhang Yang. "Hey, Zhang Yang, what are you doing here?" Wang Zhan asked. "Haha, I suddenly comprehended the profound meaning of cultivation here. That's why I was immersed in it." Jiang Chen burst into laughter. Even his voice was the same as Zhang Yang's. "Comprehending the profound meaning of cultivation? Fuck you, with your talent. There's no way you can comprehend it." Wang Zhan looked down upon Zhang Yang. "Humph. Wang Zhan, how dare you talk to me like this? Believe it or not, I'll slap you to death." Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. Then, an energy wave suddenly burst out from his body. Wang Zhan and the other two men wanted to mock Jiang Chen again, but when they sensed the energy wave, their expressions changed dramatically. "Late Divine Core Realm? You've broken through?" Wang Zhan was startled. "Of course, I told you, I've comprehended the profound meaning of cultivation. That's why I broke through to the Late Divine Core Realm. Tomorrow, I'll participate in the Outer Circle competition and take first place." With an arrogant expression, Jiang Chen said, "The three of you better show me some respect when you talk to me, or else, I'll teach you a lesson." This was the scene that Zhang Yang had been fantasizing about, and Jiang Chen had perfectly acted it out. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to get close to the freezing hell jail, and tomorrow's Outer Circle competition had given him a great opportunity. Jiang Chen waved his hand and walked up the mountain, leaving behind Wang Zhan and the other two men who were dumbfounded. Anger could be seen on all three men's faces, but none of them dared say anything. They knew that Zhang Yang, who had broken through to the Late Divine Core Realm, was no longer at the same level as them. He was now qualified to participate in the Outer Circle competition. Damn it, look at how arrogant he is. Didn't he just break through to the Late Divine Core Realm? It's as if he has taken first place in the Outer Circle competition. That's right. Daddy will wait for him to embarrass himself in the Outer Circle competition tomorrow. Despicable. Despicable. What a joke. These three men were whispering, but none of them could escape from Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen turned around and walked in front of these three men. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and slapped each of them in the face. "You three bastards, how dare you speak ill of Daddy behind my back? You're courting death." Jiang Chen was extremely arrogant, and he had to show off his arrogant attitude. Firstly, he didn't have a good impression of those from the Shura Temple, and secondly, this was one of the methods he could use to enter the freezing hell jail. "We dare not, senior disciple Zhang Yang. We won't do it again." One of the men immediately bowed to Jiang Chen. As the saying goes, when a man is under a low roof, he has no choice but to lower his head. Chapter 5:13. Wang Zhan and the other disciple were also trembling with fear. Jiang Chen's slap had caused them to feel a burning pain on their faces. The three of them looked at Zhang Yang, and they felt as if he had suddenly become a different person. He was not the Zhang Yang they knew. Jiang Chen turned around and walked up the mountain without looking back. Soon after, he disappeared from their sight. Following the directions he asked Zhang Yang, Jiang Chen soon found the courtyard where Zhang Yang lived. There were a total of 6 rooms in the courtyard, and 6 disciples lived in each room. Outer Circle disciples who hadn't broken through to the Combat Soul Realm were not qualified to have their own courtyard. It was evening, and some disciples who had gone out had returned. There were 3 men in the courtyard, and they were sitting around a stone table, talking excitedly. Obviously, they were talking about the Outer Circle competition tomorrow. When the 3 men suddenly saw Zhang Yang return, one of them immediately asked, "Zhang Yang, isn't it your turn to guard the mountain today? Why are you back so early?" Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the disciple with a lang-lang expression. With a rude tone, he said, "Daddy came back early because I'm in a bad mood. What does that have to do with you?" "The fuck? Did this guy eat gunpowder?" The 3 of them were dumbfounded, and then they were infuriated. Although they lived in the same monastery, there was always open strife and veiled strife between them, each wanting to suppress the other. In truth, Zhang Yang's position in the monastery wasn't very high. Even amongst the Outer Circle disciples of the Shura Temple, Zhang Yang was just an ordinary man. Plus, he was a coward, and he had been bullied many times. "Fuck you, Zhang Yang. Did you eat gunpowder? I'm talking to you nicely, but don't be so shameless. Who do you think you are?" The disciple who asked Jiang Chen just now was furious. He suddenly stood up from his seat and walked toward Jiang Chen. Then he pointed his finger at Jiang Chen's nose and scolded him. Slap. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen raised his hand and slapped the disciple. The disciple didn't even have the chance to react, and was instantly sent flying away by Jiang Chen's slap. This was the reason why Jiang Chen showed mercy. If he hadn't, the slap would have killed the disciple. Thump! The disciple landed right on the stone table in the distance, smashing it into pieces. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. What? The other two men immediately cried out in shock. They stared at Jiang Chen with their eyes wide open, and their faces were filled with shock. This Zhang Yang, who looked like an ordinary man, had actually hit someone today, and with just a single slap, he had sent a mid-divine core warrior flying away. If they didn't witness this with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Humph! Jiang Chen let out a cold snort and purposely unleashed his aura. Both men immediately sensed the aura of a late divine core warrior, and their expressions changed dramatically. Right at this moment, the man who was sent flying stood up from the ground. He wanted to curse out loud, but when he sensed the change in Jiang Chen's aura, his face immediately turned pale, and he didn't dare say anything. Strength reigned supreme. This was an unchanging principle, no matter where one went. The bigger the sect, the more intense the internal conflicts. If you were strong, you would be respected. On the contrary, if you were weak, you would be bullied. You've broken through to the late divine core realm? One of the men asked with a trembling voice. He was extremely shocked. When Zhang Yang left the sect this morning, he was still a mid-divine core warrior, but after staying in the sect for just one day, he had broken through. This was unbelievable. More importantly, even if Zhang Yang had broken through to the late divine core realm, how could a man have such a huge change? This Zhang Yang in front of them was a stranger. It was as if he was a completely different person. Good that you know. Jiang Chen glared at the three men. Then he walked over to a chair beside the broken stone table. He crossed his legs, then he said to the three men, "You three, go spread the news for Daddy right now. Tell him that I, Jiang Chen, am going to fight for first place in the outer circle competition. Tell those men to surrender as soon as possible when they meet me on the fighting stage tomorrow. If not, I'll kill them." What? Fight for first place in the outer circle competition? The three men were startled once again. For a moment, they couldn't understand what Jiang Chen meant. What are you waiting for? Are you looking for a beating? Jiang Chen shouted out coldly. The three men shuddered, and without hesitation, they immediately turned around and left the courtyard. Looking at the three men leaving, an eerie smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. This was just the first step to saving Tan Lang. The next step was to find a way to enter the freezing hell jail. This outer circle competition was his chance to enter the freezing hell jail. Damn it, how did this Zhang Yang become so strong all of a sudden? He's too arrogant. I really didn't expect him to be so arrogant. This bastard is usually a yes man, and he's as timid as a mouse. Now that he has broken through to the late divine core realm, he's really arrogant, and he wants to fight for first place in the outer circle competition? What a joke. A guy who has just broken through to the divine core realm wants to fight for first place in the outer circle competition? I'm afraid he won't even know how he died. He asked us to spread the news for him, so we'll just promise him. We'll spread the news everywhere. In the outer circle, even those top 10 geniuses wouldn't dare say something like this. Those real geniuses will definitely teach him a lesson tomorrow. After the three men left, they couldn't help but gnash their teeth in anger. Today was really depressing for them. They had never been humiliated like this before, and it was all because of Zhang Yang. In just an hour, the news about Zhang Yang breaking through to the late divine core realm, and how he said he would fight for first place in tomorrow's outer circle competition had spread across the entire outer circle. The outer circle competition was a big event in the Shura temple, and since it was just around the corner, many disciples who had gone out for training had returned, especially those real geniuses who were preparing to fight for first place in the outer circle competition. Not only did the three men follow Jiang Chen's instructions, they even added details to the story, saying how arrogant Zhang Yang was, and how he didn't take those real geniuses seriously. They even said that whoever bumped into him tomorrow would have to kneel down and kowtow to him. If not, they wouldn't even have a chance to leave the stage. What Zhang Yang said really infuriated all the real geniuses, especially those who were half a step into the combat soul realm. Those who had just broken through to the late divine core realm couldn't compare with them, let alone a disciple like Zhang Yang who had always been a nobody. Those real geniuses didn't take him seriously at all. Damn it, who is this Zhang Yang? How come Daddy has never heard of him? How dare he speak such arrogant words? Daddy is going to teach him a lesson right now. I'll make sure he doesn't even have the chance to participate in the outer circle competition. A hot-tempered outer circle disciple was the first one who couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to cause trouble for Zhang Yang on the spot. This Zhang Yang is insane. Is there something wrong with his brain? Even if he's lucky enough to break through to the late divine core realm, he can't say something like this. Isn't he just courting death? I know this Zhang Yang, he's a very cowardly guy, and his talent can't be any more ordinary. It's already surprising that he could break through to the late divine core realm, but why would he say something like this? He's courting death. A guy who has just broken through to the late divine core realm wants to fight for first place in the outer circle competition? Where are those top 10 outer circle disciples who are half a step into the combat soul realm? He's dead meat. No one will be able to save him this time. The entire outer circle was in an uproar. Tomorrow was the day of the outer circle competition, and today was supposed to be the calm before the storm. But now, there was no way to enjoy the calm before the storm, because a reckless guy was courting death. The sky had turned dark, and the moonlight was shining down. Jiang Chen was sitting leisurely in his courtyard. No one knew what he was thinking about in his deep eyes. He was in the tiger's den, and he was still able to remain calm. Perhaps only Jiang Chen could do this in the entire world. Which one of you is Zhang Yang? Get your ass out here right now. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded out from outside. After that, many people rushed into the courtyard. Most of them were here to watch the show, and the main character was a fat man who stood in front of the crowd. The fat man had an oily face, and he weighed more than 150 kilograms. However, his cultivation level wasn't weak, at least amongst the outer circle disciples. He was a late divine core warrior, and he had been at the late divine core realm for quite some time. He had a solid foundation. You're that Zhang Yang who's tired of living? When the fat man saw Jiang Chen, he immediately asked, "Who's the pig that wasn't tied up properly? How dare you come here and talk to your grandpa Zhang Yang while standing? Do you believe I won't break your legs?" Jiang Chen gazed at the fat man and said with an indifferent tone. Hearing this, even the fat man was startled, and those who came here to watch the show were startled as well. Even the three guys who helped Jiang Chen spread the news were startled once again. They knew Jiang Chen was arrogant, but they didn't expect him to be this arrogant. Arrogant? He's too damn arrogant. I didn't believe him before, but now I do. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Isn't he just breaking through to the late divine core realm? Is there really a need to be so arrogant? A typical arrogant man. He doesn't even put senior disciple Luo Song in his eyes. He actually called senior disciple Luo Song a pig. This is a taboo for senior disciple Luo Song. Many people had an impulse to step forward and leave a huge footprint on Jiang Chen's face. They couldn't think of a reason for Zhang Yang to be so arrogant. Could it be that he had been cultivating alone for too long, and after suddenly breaking through to the divine core realm, he felt like he had finally seen the day where he could show off? But, what was the difference between this and courting death? As the saying went, if you don't court death, you won't die. In the minds of these outer circle disciples, Zhang Yang was a typical example of courting death. Bastard! Luo Song suddenly roared out furiously. His eyes were so wide open that they were bigger than a camel's bell. It looked like he really wanted to eat this guy in front of him. He, Luo Song, was a famous man in the outer circle, and anyone who saw him would respectfully call him senior disciple Luo. This bastard in front of him had only broken through to the divine core realm, but he didn't take him seriously, and even called him a pig. Chapter 5:14. Zhang Yang, you're just like an ant. You were trash in the past, and you're still trash now. How dare you disrespect me, Luo Song. I'll cripple you right now, and you won't even have the chance to participate in the competition tomorrow. Luo Song was furious, and he spoke with a stern voice. The energy of a late divine core warrior burst out from his body like a tidal wave, blowing away all the broken pieces of the stone table. Many people couldn't help but take a few steps back when they sensed the powerful energy. The three disciples who were Zhang Yang's roommates had gloating expressions on their faces, and at the same time, they felt like their anger had been vented. Jiang Chen had been yelling at them, and he had even beaten them up. But now, Luo Song was going to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. Bang! Luo Song was indeed a man with great strength. Without hesitation, he threw a punch toward Jiang Chen's face. But too bad, even though he was strong, He was only a divine core warrior, and he only had some reputation in the outer circle of the Shura temple. The gap between him and Jiang Chen was like night and day. A late divine core clown was acting arrogantly in front of a first-grade combat king warrior. This was the same as courting death. Jiang Chen was still sitting on the chair with one leg crossed over the other. He looked at Luo Song, who was in front of him with an imposing aura and powerful punch, as if he was looking at a baby crawling in front of him. Bam! Right when Luo Song was about to arrive in front of Jiang Chen kicked out with lightning speed. The kick landed right on Luo Song's lower abdomen. Ah! Followed by a miserable shriek, Luo Song was knocked flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He landed 30 meters away from Jiang Chen, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. His body that weighed over 300 kilograms was trembling on the ground, making him look like a giant tortoise. Wah! Wah! Luo Song felt as if all his internal organs were about to shatter. He opened his mouth and threw up a huge amount of blood, especially his abdomen. The tearing pain made him feel like he was better off dead than alive. My Qi, no. In the next moment, Luo Song let out another heart-wrenching cry. He didn't care about the pain in his body, because he was shocked to find out that his Qi had been destroyed by Jiang Chen's kick. The yuan energy in his body started leaking like a deflated balloon, and in just a few breaths of time, it had completely disappeared. In an instant, Luo Song became disheartened, and he was filled with despair. His Qi was destroyed. That meant he was completely crippled. For a divine core warrior, this was worse than death. It wasn't difficult to imagine that from now on, his world would be plunged into endless darkness. The Azura Palace would never raise a useless mage. All the onlookers who were waiting to watch a good show gasped. Each and every one of them looked at Jiang Chen, who was still sitting on the chair as if nothing had happened. They felt dizzy, as if they were dreaming. How could a man undergo such a huge change in such a short period of time? Oh heavens, he has become so strong. How is this possible? Impossible. This is impossible. When he left this morning, he was only a mid-divine core warrior. I've fought him before, and he couldn't even defeat me. Even if he has broken through to the divine core realm, he can't be this strong. Senior disciple Luo Song is a famous warrior from the outer circle, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. Everyone were shocked. For them, this situation was really hard to accept. Humph. You were disrespectful to me. Destroying your Qi is just a small punishment. You damn fat pig, from now on, you've become a useless piece of trash. You don't even deserve to sleep with Daddy, Jiang Chen said in a lung manner. His words weren't polite at all. He was clearly attracting hatred, and he wanted the entire world to hate him. This was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. He wanted to make everyone hate him, and make them feel like killing him was a form of forgiveness. What? Destroyed his Qi? Damn it, this Zhang Yang is just too cruel. We're all disciples from the same sect, and there isn't any deep hatred between us, so why did he have to kill Luo Song? Destroying his Qi means he's finished. Why did this guy suddenly become so cruel and merciless? According to what I know, he and Luo Song didn't know each other before this, but now, he destroyed Luo Song's Qi, he's basically crippled. This is too cruel. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Many of their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Jiang Chen. The coward in their hearts had now become an arrogant and ruthless man. Many of them felt that this ruthless man in front of them was going to amaze the world in tomorrow's outer sect competition. Bring him away, and tell those geniuses that they better withdraw from tomorrow's competition. If not, Daddy won't show any mercy. This fat pig is a good lesson for them. Jiang Chen waved his hand at the crowd. His arrogance had reached its peak, and the word insufferably arrogant couldn't even be used to describe him. His face really made people want to go up and kick him. Luo Song's Qi had been destroyed with a single kick, so how could the others still dare to stay here? If they angered this evil star, the consequences would be unbearable. One of the disciples who had a good relationship with Luo Song carried Luo Song's body, which weighed more than 300 jin, and took the lead to leave the courtyard. At this moment, Luo Song was dumbfounded, and his eyes were glazed over. He felt that he wouldn't be able to live for the rest of his days. He was actually crippled. He had thought that he would be able to get a good ranking in tomorrow's competition and get some rewards. But now, everything had turned into a mirage, a bubble. While he hated Jiang Chen in his heart, he also regretted impulsively provoking that madman today. In the blink of an eye, the crowd that came to watch the show dispersed. The few disciples who lived in the same courtyard as Zhang Yang also left. They would rather sleep on the streets than stay with an unreasonable madman, as their lives were not guaranteed. After everyone left, a serious expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Today's actions were part of his plan, but the real show would come tomorrow. He couldn't afford to make even the slightest mistake tomorrow, otherwise, his plan would fail. The bone transfiguration art could only last for 3 days. He had to enter the freezing hell jail as soon as possible and rescue Tan Lang. Brother Tan, hold on for one more day. I'll go save you tomorrow. Jiang Chen mumbled to himself. That night, the outer circle was in an uproar once again. The news of Luo Song being crippled had spread like wildfire. Many people were furious, as they felt that Zhang Yang had gone too far. Fights between disciples were common in the Shura temple, but this was the first time someone had crippled a disciple's qi. Under normal circumstances, if there was a grudge of life and death, it could be settled in a death match, or outside the Shura temple. However, Zhang Yang had never crippled a disciple's qi in such an unbridled manner. Bastard! Is this guy a madman? Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because he has some abilities? This is too hateful. I'll definitely teach him a lesson on the fighting stage tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll cripple him in front of everyone. I'll let him have a taste of being crippled. I'll give him a taste of his own medicine. Many geniuses were furious. Even the top 10 geniuses in the outer circle rankings had spoken out. They were going to teach Zhang Yang a lesson on the fighting stage tomorrow, and make him pay a heavy price. Early next morning, the outer circle of the Shura temple was bustling with noise and excitement. Many outer circle disciples had arrived at the huge square in the middle of the outer circle. As one of the biggest sects in the Liang province, the Shura temple had a lot of disciples. Just counting the divine core outer circle disciples alone, there were at least a few thousand of them. This wasn't something the eastern continent could compare with. The natural yuan energy here was very dense, and together with the impact of the natural laws, every cultivator was born with a different physique. In the eastern continent, a divine core warrior was very precious. But here, divine core warriors could be found everywhere, and they didn't have any status. Dong, dong, dong. Following the beating of the war drums, the square was filled with people. All the disciples had excited expressions on their faces. There were 9 fighting stages in the square, and the competition would be held on these stages. The annual competition is here again. Too bad, I still can't show my brilliance. If the disciple gets first place, he will be enlightened by the temple chief himself, and break through to the combat soul realm. The temple chief is a combat emperor warrior. Can you guys guess who will get first place this year? I'm guessing it will be senior disciple Wang Yuan. He's half a step into the combat soul realm, and he's undoubtedly the #1 disciple in the outer circle. Besides, he has been preparing for this for a long time, and he's determined to get first place this time. Not necessarily. Senior disciple Tian Liang's cultivation is no weaker than senior disciple Wang Yuan's. Not long ago, he said that he would fight senior disciple Wang Yuan for first place in this competition. Don't forget about that Zhang Yang. I wonder what kind of great opportunity he found. He just broke through to the late divine core realm yesterday, and he immediately crippled Luo Song, who is a late divine core warrior. I heard that he destroyed Luo Song's qi with a single kick. Although he's arrogant and domineering, he's actually very strong. That bastard, he's really cruel. All the senior disciples who are ranked in the top 10 have said that if they fight Zhang Yang, they will definitely teach him a lesson. If that Zhang Yang really dares to fight today, I'm afraid he won't even have the chance to step down from the stage. The competition hadn't even started yet, but everyone had already started talking about the important figures in the competition. The geniuses who were ranked in the top of the outer circle rankings were definitely the topic of discussion. Aside from these geniuses, there was also Zhang Yang, the coward who no one had ever taken seriously. Humph. Today the first place is mine. Whoever dares compete with me, Zhang Yang, will have to face death. Chapter 5:15. Many people couldn't stand what he said. Putting aside his cultivation level, just his words alone were enough to incur the hatred of everyone. Jiang Chen's words had successfully attracted everyone's attention, and he became the center of attention before the start of the competition. Numerous gazes landed onto Jiang Chen. Because of Zhang Yang's cowardly nature, and his mediocre cultivation level, Not everyone in the outer circle knew who he was. Many people didn't even know who he was, and they only heard of his name yesterday. This guy is Zhang Yang? What gives him the right to be so arrogant? That's right. Look at his stupid face. I wonder what kind of dog shit luck he had to break through to the next level, and now he's trying to get first place in the outer circle? Who does he think he is? Does he really think he is invincible in the outer circle just because he defeated Luo Song? How ignorant. Lower your voice, this guy is a ruthless man. Since he really dares to fight for first place in the outer circle, I'm sure he will have a miserable ending today. None of those in the top 10 are easy to deal with, and if this Zhang Yang offends them, he will definitely die. Discussions could be heard everywhere. However, most people dared not speak out loud. After all, Zhang Yang had crippled Luo Song in a ruthless way, and their cultivation levels were not as high as Luo Song's. If they offended this ruthless man by speaking out loud, he might just cripple them in a fit of anger. Jiang Chen ignored the crowd and continued walking forward. When he arrived in front of the crowd, he said in a domineering manner, "Move aside, make way for your grandpa." Damn it, this guy was too arrogant. Many people had the urge to rush forward and beat this arrogant guy up, but they managed to hold themselves back in the end. All the late divine core geniuses stared at Jiang Chen with hostility in their eyes, but they didn't attack him. Firstly, they wanted to preserve their strength for the upcoming competition, and secondly, they couldn't help but feel fearful of a man who could cripple Luo Song with a single kick. As for the top 10, they were usually aloof, so they were the last ones to show up. Wang Yuan and Tian Liang, who were at the top of the list, were the focus of the competition. They would only show up at the last moment. About 10 minutes later, 3 old men with powerful auras arrived from the sky and landed on a fighting platform at the center of the square. These 3 old men were all early combat soul warriors, and they were the sect elders who were in charge of the outer circle. Their statuses were extraordinary. After the appearance of the 3 elders, the scene instantly quieted down. Everyone knew that the appearance of the 3 elders indicated that the grand competition was about to begin. Right after the appearance of the 3 elders, many powerful figures came from all directions and quickly landed in front of the crowd. All of them were young men, and their faces were filled with indescribable arrogance. Although they couldn't compare with the Combat Soul Inner Circle disciples and Combat King Core disciples, they were still the best amongst the Outer Circle disciples. All of these men were ranked on the Outer Circle ranking, and they all had extraordinary talents. Furthermore, they were the most popular figures in the Outer Circle competition. Their appearance immediately attracted many heated gazes from the crowd. At the same time, many people threw their gazes onto Jiang Chen. They couldn't find anything about this Jiang Chen that could compete with those ranked on the Outer Circle ranking. Before the competition begins, I want to tell all of you that this year's competition will be the same as the previous years. The champion will be able to meet with the Palace Master personally, and he will personally enlighten them. This is a rare opportunity that even I, the sect elder, don't have the right to do so. The sect elder who stood in the middle said with a loud voice. When the reward for the champion was mentioned, the eyes of all the geniuses ranked on the Outer Circle ranking immediately lit up. It was a great honor to be enlightened by a combat emperor who stood at the top. As long as you are an Outer Circle disciple of the Shura Temple, regardless of your cultivation base, you are qualified to participate in the competition. What I want to say now is that this fighting stage is not a death match, and no one is allowed to kill your opponent. Unless all of you agree to fight to the death, you are free to change the rules of the death match. Alright, Elder Yuan, please announce the rules of the competition. The sect elder said with a loud voice once again. Elder Yuan, who stood next to him, took a step forward. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by an extremely discordant voice. I think the rules of the competition can be changed. The person who spoke was none other than Jiang Chen. He didn't have the time to listen to the long-winded rules, and he also didn't have the time to participate in the Outer Circle ranking competition. He wanted to proceed according to his own plan. Swoosh! With a leap, Jiang Chen landed on one of the fighting stages. He looked around and said in a loud voice, "The champion of this year's competition belongs to me, Jiang Chen. Whoever is not convinced can come up and challenge me. This is the rule of this year's competition. If no one dares to come up and challenge me, the champion will belong to me, and you can compete for the other rankings according to the remaining rules." His words immediately set off a storm in the square. Many people cried out in shock. Even the faces of the 3 elders were filled with anger. As the elders and stewards of the Outer Circle, Jiang Chen's actions were undoubtedly not giving them any face. This was a provocation to their status and identity. That's right. Jiang Chen's face was filled with anger. His words had caused a huge uproar in the square. Damn it, this bastard is too arrogant. He has no respect for anyone. There are so many outer circle geniuses, but none of them are worthy of his attention. This is too arrogant. This guy must be crazy. He actually wants to challenge all the outer circle geniuses by himself. He's simply courting death. Let me, your father, teach him a lesson and smash his arrogant face. They couldn't take it anymore. Everyone couldn't take it anymore, especially those geniuses who were ranked on the ranking list. They threw their glances at the arrogant Jiang Chen on the fighting stage, and they realized that they didn't know this guy at all. This guy, who was not famous at all, actually wanted to challenge all the outer circle geniuses? No, he wanted the others to challenge him. This was ridiculous. Who is this bastard? Sect Elder Yuan asked with a cold voice. His name is Zhang Yang. He's just a nobody. It seems like he had some fortuitous encounter yesterday, which allowed him to break through to the late divine core realm. After that, he arrogantly declared that he's going to get first place in the outer circle, and he even crippled Luo Song yesterday. He's really arrogant. Another sect elder said. What happened yesterday had caused a huge commotion in the outer circle, and even he knew about it. Humph. The outer circle competition has been held for so many years, and there has never been a disciple who disrupted the order of the outer circle competition. Such an arrogant disciple, no matter how much of a genius he is, the Shura Temple doesn't want him. Sect Elder Yuan, Lang Lang, said. After that, he turned to Jiang Chen and shouted, Zhang Yang, the rules of the outer circle competition can't be changed. You've disrupted the order of the competition. I'm going to deprive you of your qualification to participate in the competition, and you'll have to accept my punishment. Get down from the fighting stage right now. As long as you're a disciple of the Shura Temple, you have the qualification to participate in the outer circle competition. What right do you have to deprive me of my qualification? I'm doing this to save time during the competition. Since I'm going to get first place in the outer circle competition, you can ask everyone else to admit defeat. With that, I'll be the true first place, and you can continue the competition according to the boring rules. Jiang Chen said with a loud voice. He didn't put Sect Elder Yuan in his eyes at all. He was going to act arrogantly to the end. The crowd knew this guy was arrogant since yesterday, but they never thought he would be this arrogant. He didn't even put a combat soul Sect Elder in his eyes. Presumptuous! Sect Elder Yuan was furious. He immediately shouted out, How arrogant! How dare you show no respect to your elders? I'll cripple you with my own hands today as punishment. Hold on. Right when Sect Elder Yuan was about to strike, a voice suddenly sounded out. It came from a genius disciple. His name was Wang Yuan, the #1 disciple in the outer circle competition. Since this guy wants to get first place in the outer circle competition, I'll give him a chance. I'd like to see who dares compete with me, Wang Yuan, for first place today. After saying that, Wang Yuan leapt onto the fighting stage and stood opposite of Jiang Chen. Senior disciple Wang Yuan. Kill him. Avenge Luo Song. Don't kill him. Just destroy his qi and make him wish he was dead. What's the point of keeping such an arrogant man alive? Jiang Chen's action had undoubtedly aroused the public's anger, but the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He didn't mind it at all. This was exactly what he wanted, including the fight between the #1 genius and himself. It was also what he wanted. Your name is Zhang Yang? Did you hear that? They all want me to kill you. It looks like you've made everyone hate you. Wang Yuan said. Is that so? You want to kill me? Let's have a life and death battle then. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Wang Yuan was startled upon hearing this. He never thought that not only was this crazy man not afraid of him, he even said he wanted to have a life and death battle with him. This was a typical case of someone who didn't know what was good for him. What? You don't dare? Jiang Chen mocked. What a joke. Why would I not dare? Since you're courting death, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Yuan let out a loud laugh. After that, he turned to the 3 sect elders and said with a loud voice, Sect elders, did you hear that? This arrogant guy wants to have a life and death battle with me. Fine, I'll allow it. A life and death battle. Elder Yuan immediately agreed. In his mind, with Wang Yuan's strength that was half a step into the combat soul realm, even an early combat soul elder like him wouldn't be Wang Yuan's match. Therefore, killing this arrogant Zhang Yang would be a piece of cake for him. Too bad, right after sect elder Yuan finished speaking, Jiang Chen had already moved. A bright long sword appeared in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Wang Yuan. Swoosh! Chapter 5:16. Swooshed in an instant, the entire crowd burst into an uproar. Everyone were shocked, and they stared at the fighting stage with a dumbfounded expression. They felt like they were dreaming. Plop! Wang Yuan's head fell down from the sky and smashed onto his shoulder. Wang Yuan's dead body fell down to the ground, and his head was 3 meters away from him. It was a bloody and brutal scene. Soon, the fighting stage was dyed red with blood. Right at this moment, everyone felt it hard to breathe. This was a dramatic scene, and no one had expected it to happen. Who would have thought that Zhang Yang would be so powerful? He killed Wang Yuan with just a single strike, and he didn't even give him a chance to fight back. Oh heavens, what did I just see? The one who died is Wang Yuan. He was killed with just a single strike. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this Zhang Yang have? Why did he suddenly become so powerful? This is brutal. The number one disciple of the outer circle, Wang Yuan, was killed just like that. He had prepared for a whole year just to become the number one disciple, but in the end, he was killed before he could even fight back. This is just too dramatic. I know that Zhang Yang, he is a coward with mediocre talent, and he has been stuck at the mid-divine core realm for 2 years now. I heard that he was still at the mid-divine core realm when he was guarding the mountain yesterday. How could he have changed so much in just one day? This is really strange. Zhang Yang suddenly became so arrogant, and he is so brutal. It's like he has become a completely different person. What's even more shocking is that he actually has the ability to kill Wang Yuan. Everyone was shocked. The number one genius of the outer court, Wang Yuan, had been killed in a second. Moreover, he was killed right after Elder Yuan finished speaking. It couldn't be said that Wang Yuan wasn't strong enough. The number one genius of the outer court was not just for show. In this case, it could only mean that Zhang Yang was too strong. Who else? Jiang Chen swung his long sword. Then he threw his glance at those geniuses who were on the ranking list. Gasp! Those geniuses, who were usually arrogant, gasped. They were so scared by Jiang Chen's provocative look that they took 2 steps back. Although they also wanted to rush up and beat this arrogant guy to death. Even Wang Yuan was killed in a second. If they went up, they would not be any better than Wang Yuan. The eyes of the 3 elders were wide open, and it was only at this moment that they came to their senses. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, and it was as if they were seeing Zhang Yang for the first time. Zhang Yang, today is the outer sect grand competition, yet you actually killed a fellow disciple. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. Elder Yuan berated loudly. With my talent, I, Zhang Yang, will be the number one genius of the Shura Temple in the future. Even the 13 gangsters will become my stepping stones. If you 3 old farts dare to disrespect me, I will trample you to death. I, a genius, will give you a chance to announce that I am the number one disciple of the outer circle. Then kneel down and kowtow to me. In the future, when I, Zhang Yang, soar to the top, I will not forget about your benefits. Otherwise, don't even think about having a good life in the future. Jiang Chen was too arrogant. He pointed his sword at the 3 sect elders and shouted. He couldn't help but laugh when he said those arrogant words. Although one needed to have the ability to be arrogant, he was a typical idiot. However, this was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. Jiang Chen looked at the 3 sect elders. Swoosh, the entire square was in an uproar. Although the crowd thought Zhang Yang was arrogant, they had still underestimated him. This guy was no longer a human, he was a madman. Even when the great tycoon, Xiao Nanfeng, rose to prominence, he didn't have the courage to be so arrogant. This guy was only a late divine core warrior, and even if he could defeat an outer circle disciple, he couldn't just ask the sect elders to kneel down before him. He even said that he would use the 13 gangsters as his stepping stones. This was simply disgraceful. The 13 tycoons were the representatives of the Azura Palace. They held the highest position in the Azura Palace, and no one dared to blaspheme the 13 tycoons. No matter how much of a genius Zhang Yang had shown today, His arrogant and domineering behavior was treacherous. He would definitely be punished by the sect. What a disgraceful young man. I, the sect elder, will personally punish you. Elder Yuan was furious. He unleashed his combat soul aura, then with a sway of his body, he arrived on the fighting stage where Jiang Chen was standing. Bastard, I, the sect elder, will never forgive you. Elder Yuan had never been so angry before, and it was directed at an outer circle disciple. Old fool, do you really think you can kill me? You're overestimating yourself. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen swung the heavenly saint's sword toward Elder Yuan. At this moment, Elder Yuan, who was brimming with energy, felt as if his body was being restrained by an invisible force, making it difficult for him to even move. Puchi! A horrifying scene unfolded in front of everyone. Jiang Chen's sharp sword strike had sliced Elder Yuan in half, causing his blood and internal organs to splatter all over the fighting stage. The scene was extremely bloody and brutal, and it made the hearts of those who saw it tremble. So weak! Jiang Chen spat toward Elder Yuan's dead body. Swoosh! The crowd once again became restless. No one could believe what they had just witnessed. Zhang Yang, who was only a late divine core warrior, had just killed an early combat soul elder with just a single strike. This was too shocking, and no one would believe it if they didn't witness it with their own eyes. He killed Elder Yuan. Oh heavens, he's a madman. He actually killed a sect elder during the outer circle competition. This is insane. If this gets out of hand, Zhang Yang will be finished for sure. He has committed a serious crime, and he might even be sent to the freezing hell jail. What a madman. He even killed a sect elder. He doesn't respect the authority of the Shura temple at all. I really don't understand why he would do this. He is able to kill a combat soul warrior with just a divine core cultivation base. A genius like this will definitely be valued by the sect. But he is so arrogant, he even killed a sect elder. This is equal to destroying his own future. The Shura temple had existed for many years, but this was the first time someone killed a fellow disciple and a sect elder during the competition. There were many arrogant disciples in the Shura temple, but none of them dared kill a sect elder within the sect, unless they were tired of living. Elder Yuan! The other two sect elders cried out in shock at the same time. Initially, they thought Zhang Yang would definitely be killed by Elder Yuan, but never did they expect the result to be like this. Zhang Yang, how dare you kill a sect elder? This is a disgraceful act. You deserve 1,000 deaths. Chapter 5:17. The two elders were furious, but neither of them dared to step out and attack Jiang Chen. No matter how lawless and rebellious Jiang Chen was, his strength was still there for all to see. Elder Yuan had already been killed by Jiang Chen's sword, so their cultivation was naturally not much higher than Elder Yuan's. On the other hand, Zhang Yang was obviously a madman who killed without batting an eyelid. If they rushed out now, they would probably end up the same as Elder Yuan. Humph! Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. He didn't care about the anger of the two elders. With a sway of his body, he rushed onto the fighting stage, pointed his sword at the two elders, and shouted, "Both of you kneel down." What? The two elders' eyes widened in shock, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. This madman actually wanted them to kneel in front of so many people? This was simply heaven-defying. As an outer sect disciple, he actually wanted two elders to kneel in front of so many people during the outer sect competition? What was this guy trying to do? Bastard? Zhang Yang, you're rebelling. The elder's eyes turned red with anger. This was a humiliation. As the elder in charge of the outer sect, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Humph. Sooner or later, I, Zhang Yang, will become someone above the 13 tycoons. It's only natural for you to kneel before me. Hurry up and kneel, or else I'll kill you. Jiang Chen was so arrogant that he almost couldn't recognize himself. The heavenly saint's sword flashed with a cold light, and it looked like if these two elders didn't kneel down, he would really kill them. What is this guy trying to do? Crazy, he's really crazy. He actually wants the two elders to kneel down. Does he really think he's invincible? This is the Shura temple. There are plenty of people who can suppress him here. Everyone was speechless. This madman was getting more and more outrageous. No one knew what he was going to do next. Asking the two elders to kneel down, threatening to suppress the 13 tycoons, Just these two statements were enough to send him to eternal damnation. Damn it! You're rebelling. The sect elder couldn't take it anymore. He was a combat soul warrior, the person in charge of the outer circle, and if he knelt down in front of an outer circle disciple, he would lose all his face, and he wouldn't be able to stay in the Shura temple anymore. If you don't kneel, then die. Jiang Chen's killing intent soared to the sky. He had completely turned into a madman. With a swoosh, the heavenly saint's sword shot out a sword net, trapping the elder inside. Under the cover of this sword net, the elder found that his whole body had been sealed. It was extremely difficult for him to even move, let alone resist. Puchi! Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream, the elder was directly split into two by Jiang Chen's sword and died on the spot. Just like Elder Yuan, the entire scene was extremely miserable. Gasp! Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had once again changed. This man's methods were extremely ruthless. From the beginning until now, he had killed 3 people without any explanation. One of them was the #1 genius in the outer circle, and the other 2 were the elders who were in charge of the outer circle competition. Because of Jiang Chen, the Shura Temple's annual outer circle competition had been completely messed up. With such a situation, there was no way for the outer circle disciples to continue advancing. Who knew what kind of trouble this madman was going to cause? In everyone's opinion, this guy had completely gone mad, and there was a high possibility that he had entered a cultivation deviation and walked the path of evil. As for you, it's too late for you to kneel down now. I've given you a chance, so let's die together. Jiang Chen swung his sword toward the last sect elder, who was dumbfounded. He was a true combat king warrior, although he was hiding it on the surface. Of course, even if he wasn't a combat king warrior and was only a late divine core warrior, he could still easily kill a combat soul warrior with the heavenly saint's sword. Puchi! Without any surprise, the last sect elder followed in the footsteps of the other 2 sect elders, and was sliced in half. 4 corpses were lying on 2 different fighting stages. Blood kept gushing out from their bodies, and even their internal organs were tumbling out. It was a bloody and brutal scene. Jiang Chen stood on the fighting stage like a devil king. He didn't feel uncomfortable with the miserable scene beneath his feet at all. Ha ha ha! Your daddy, am the strongest man in the world. Who's not convinced? Just step forward. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. He threw his glance at all the disciples and shouted out loudly. Crazy! This guy has gone completely crazy. Hurry up and call for help from the inner circle. If not, today's situation will get out of hand. 3 sect elders were killed by him. Call for help immediately, we have to take him down. This man is too brutal, he might start a massacre, and no one in the outer circle will be able to stop him. Someone has already called for help. Soon, some mighty warriors will be here to suppress him. Everyone couldn't help but back away. None of them dared get close to this crazy man. Some of them had already gone to the inner circle to call for help. Not long after that, 4 powerful figures flew out from the inner circle and landed on the square outside. All of them were young men, geniuses and elites from the inner circle. 3 of them were mid-combat soul warriors, and the last one was a late combat soul warrior. Compared to the 3 sect elders killed by Jiang Chen, they were much stronger. Look, that senior disciple Song Liangdong, a late combat soul warrior, a peerless genius from the inner circle. The other 3 are mid-combat soul warriors as well. That Zhang Yang is finished. Good. Let's kill this crazy man. With a crazy man like him, the Shura Temple will never have a peaceful day. All the outer circle disciples became excited when they saw these people. Even a late combat soul warrior had arrived, and Zhang Yang was just a tiny late divine core warrior. There was no way he could defend himself, and he was going to die for sure. When Song Liangdong and the other 3 arrived, they immediately discovered what was happening on the fighting stage. Their expressions changed dramatically. All of them were geniuses who had joined the inner circle from the outer circle, and they were very familiar with the 3 sect elders. They even knew the genius from the outer circle, Wang Yuan. But none of them had expected that all 4 of them would be killed. What was even more shocking was that someone actually dared kill sect elders during the outer circle competition, and not just one. This was the first time in the history of the Shura Temple that something like this had ever happened. Zhang Yang, did you do this? Song Liangdong couldn't believe his own eyes. He didn't know who Zhang Yang was, but he was able to call out his name. Obviously, Someone had told him about what had happened when he went to the outer circle. The person who went to the outer circle told him that a thug had killed the #1 disciple of the outer circle, Wang Yuan, and a sect elder. But when he arrived at the scene, he found out that it wasn't just 2 people who had died, but 4. Who are you? How dare you poke your nose into my business? I, Zhang Yang, am the #1 genius of the Shura Temple. The 4 of you, kneel down before me right now, and I'll spare your lives. If not, you'll end up like them today. Jiang Chen pointed his sword at Song Liangdong and the other 3. It looked like he was going to show his arrogance to the end. Many people rolled their eyes once again. Finally, they were convinced that this Zhang Yang had gone mad. No ordinary man would do something like this, and now, even a genius from the inner circle was asking him to kneel down. If this wasn't crazy, then what was? Damn it, why is there such a reckless fool in the outer circle? Senior disciple Song, let me kill him right now. One of the mid-combat soul disciples couldn't take it anymore. With a sway of his body, he directly landed on the fighting stage. Without saying anything, he immediately unleashed a palm strike. In an instant, an extremely bright palm strike descended from the skies toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, then he unleashed a palm strike as well. 2 bright palm strikes collided with each other, and Jiang Chen was knocked to the edge of the fighting stage. His body swayed, and he nearly fell off the stage. Of course, this was just an act. You're just a divine core ant. You should be proud of yourself for being able to withstand a single strike from me. Now it's time for you to die. The inner circle disciple said in an indifferent manner. Seeing Zhang Yang finally being subdued, many people let out sighs of relief. Just now, they were thinking that it would be unbelievable if an inner circle disciple couldn't subdue Zhang Yang. Luckily, they were worried for nothing. Is that so? If you kneel down before me right now, I'll spare your life. Let me tell you, I, Zhang Yang, had a great encounter yesterday, and I can easily break through to the next realm. I'll break through to the combat soul realm right now. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. His energy suddenly started rolling, and with a speed visible to naked eyes, he broke through to the combat soul realm and stopped after reaching the peak of the early combat soul realm. What? Many people cried out in shock. Their jaws dropped to the ground, and their eyes almost popped out from their sockets. Jiang Chen had allowed them to witness the birth of a freak. Breaking through from the divine core realm to the combat soul realm was so easy. Right when the crowd was still in shock, Jiang Chen moved once again. Like a bolt of lightning, he arrived in front of the inner circle disciple in just the blink of an eye. He swung the long sword down toward the inner circle disciple's head, slicing the inner circle disciple in half once again. An uproar once again swept across the crowd. Everyone felt they were having a hard time breathing. Many of them were afraid of Zhang Yang, but at the same time, they were envious of him. They wanted to know what kind of fortuitous encounter this guy had that allowed him to break through 2 realms in just one day, and there was even a huge breakthrough from the divine core realm to the combat soul realm. If they didn't witness it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Bastard! Song Liangdong shouted out loudly. He attacked, and without hesitation, he dashed toward Jiang Chen. Seeing this, 2 cold beams shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. Killing intent burst out from his body, and the heavenly saint's sword turned into a beam of light as it slashed toward Song Liangdong. His goal today was to cause a disturbance, the bigger the better. He wanted to lure out a mighty warrior who had the ability to open the freezing hell jail. Only with this would he have a chance to enter the freezing hell jail. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid that a real mighty warrior would kill him right away. After all, humans were greedy by nature, and Jiang Chen's continuous breaking through had attracted a lot of people's attention. He believed that many people were interested in the fortuitous encounter he had yesterday, including the 13 gangsters. As long as they didn't decide to kill him on the spot, the freezing hell jail would be the best place for him. Chapter 5:18. Boom! A loud explosion sounded out. Jiang Chen's indestructible long sword had instantly destroyed the palm attack unleashed by Song Liangdong. After that, the long sword continued moving in an unstoppable manner, and it pierced through Song Liangdong's palm. A fierce and sharp sword energy shot out from the long sword, and in an instant, Song Liangdong's palm exploded into a bloody mist. Ugh! Song Liangdong let out a miserable shriek. His palm had been shattered, but the shock he felt in his heart was even greater. Even though his opponent had broken through continuously, he still looked like an early combat soul warrior. He was a mighty late combat soul warrior, but why couldn't he even withstand a single strike from his opponent? He was severely injured in the first exchange. His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. Swoosh! Jiang Chen attacked without any mercy. He quickly waved his arm and slashed the long sword across Song Liangdong's neck. Song Liangdong could only feel a cold sensation coming from his neck, and before he could even react, his head had been chopped off. His death was exactly the same as Wang Yuan's. He died without any pain. Plop! Song Liangdong's headless body fell onto the ground, and after wiggling a few times, it became motionless. Swoosh! The entire square was thrown into an uproar. Some people nearly fainted on the spot, as they had just witnessed something they couldn't even dream of. That maniac had just killed Song Liangdong. How strong was he? Even if he had encountered some incredible fortuitous encounter, even if he was an early combat soul warrior, there was no way he could kill the inner circle genius, senior disciple Song Liangdong. Also, what kind of fortuitous encounter did this maniac have? Everyone was envious of him. He killed senior disciple Song. He's just an early combat soul warrior, but how can he possess such incredible combat strength? This is brutal. What is this guy trying to do? Even if he wanted to prove himself, he didn't have to kill so many people. If he didn't kill anyone in the beginning, with his performance today, he would definitely be valued by the sect, and he might even become one of the tycoons in the future. But now, there's no hope for him to do so. There's no way to clean up this mess. Zhang Yang has gone completely mad. I think there are only people he can't kill in this world, and there is no one he doesn't dare to kill. With such a huge commotion, perhaps only the core disciples will be able to suppress him. If any of the 13 tycoons show up, he will definitely die. No one wasn't shocked by what they saw. No one had thought that Zhang Yang would rise to power so quickly. Of course, none of them would have thought that the real Zhang Yang wasn't Zhang Yang under the skin, but the real Zhang Yang, who was still sleeping in Jiang Chen's storage ring. I'll ask the Grand Protector to deal with him. A mid-combat soul warrior who came with Song Liangdong had an ugly expression on his face. He immediately flew away and went to look for the tycoon. Song Liangdong had been killed, and they were now extremely afraid of Jiang Chen. Not to mention attacking, they didn't even have the courage to stay here. I'll go with you. The other person was also frightened out of his wits. Unwilling to stay here any longer, he immediately followed the other person's footsteps and flew into the Shura temple. Stay here. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. He suddenly swung his sword, and a blood-curdling scream was heard. One of the disciples was killed on the spot, and the other disciple was so scared that he let out a scream and ran away as fast as he could, fearing that Jiang Chen would stab him in the back. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't want to kill this disciple, he just wanted to let one of them go. All the outer circle disciples in the square were dumbfounded. Fear could be seen on their faces as they backed away step by step, trying to get as far away from this crazy thug as possible. Jiang Chen casually glanced at these outer circle disciples. He no longer had any interest in them. He had done everything he could today, and with what he had done, there was no way the upper echelons of the Azura Palace would let him go. Furthermore, he had revealed that he had a great fortuitous encounter, so those upper echelons wouldn't kill him right away. Therefore, what awaited him was the freezing hell jail. Only by entering the freezing hell jail himself would he have a chance to save Tan Lang. Not long after that, the inner circle disciple who had run away returned. However, he wasn't alone this time, as he was followed by an extremely powerful man. This man only had one arm, and his face was filled with a strong hostility. Jiang Chen recognized this man with just a single glance. He was none other than the 8th tycoon, Ling Yi, who fought against him in the chaotic ocean. Jiang Chen didn't expect to meet such a powerful man. He quickly sheathed the long sword in his hand. The sword he used to chop off Ling Yi's arm was the Heavenly Saint's sword, and it would be bad if this man found out about it. Look, it's senior disciple Ling Yi, the 8th tycoon. Zhang Yang is finished this time. Senior disciple Ling Yi is a 4th grade combat king. It's too bad that senior disciple Ling Yi's arm was chopped off by someone. I heard that an amazing young man named Jiang Chen and a stinky monk have appeared in the chaotic ocean. Right now, all 4 major powers of the Liang province are hunting them down. That Jiang Chen is really despicable. How dare he make our Shura temple his enemy? He's definitely going to die. Although senior disciple Ling Yi has lost an arm, A combat king cultivation base isn't something ordinary people can compare with. No matter how strong this Zhang Yang is, I'm sure he's no match for the 8th tycoon. When they saw the 8th tycoon, Ling Yi, had appeared, everyone became excited. In the hearts of every disciple of the Shura temple, the 13 tycoons were the existences they respected the most, and they were their idols and life goals. When Ling Yi appeared, he immediately saw the tragic scene on the fighting stage. After that, a furious look emerged in his eyes as he stared at Zhang Chen, who was still standing on the fighting stage in a carefree manner. Senior disciple Ling. It's him. He's Zhang Yang. He's the one who killed so many people. The inner circle disciple said. When he recalled how cruel Zhang Chen was, his voice was trembling. You're only an early combat soul warrior, but you actually have the strength to kill a late combat soul warrior. Furthermore, you were only a mid-divine core warrior yesterday. Tell me, what kind of fortuitous encounter did you find? I'll give you a quick death. Ling Yi spoke with an overbearing attitude, looking down on Zhang Chen. However, just as Zhang Chen had expected, Ling Yi was very interested in the fortuitous encounter that Zhang Yang had found. A fortuitous encounter that could allow a man to experience such a tremendous transformation, allowing him to break through 2 realms in just one day, and also increase his combat strength by a tremendous amount. It must be a heaven-defying encounter. In many people's minds, Zhang Yang must have found some kind of supreme treasure, and that's why he could experience such a transformation. Of course, Ling Yi wanted to know about Zhang Yang's fortuitous encounter. He had lost an arm, and if he could find a way to regrow his arm, he would definitely not miss it. Haha, Ling Yi, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Let me tell you, sooner or later, I'll surpass all of you 13 tycoons. If you kneel down before me now, I'll definitely give you a lot of benefits when I become successful in the future. If you make me your enemy, you'll end up like these guys here. Zhang Chen burst into laughter as he spoke to Ling Yi with a loud voice. Ling Yi was startled upon hearing this. Initially, he thought Zhang Yang would kneel down and beg for his life upon seeing him. Never did he expect that Zhang Yang would look down on him, and his words were even more arrogant than Ling Yi's. Was there something wrong with this guy's head? Or did he really think he could fight a 4th-grade combat king warrior with just an early combat soul cultivation base? All the other people were stunned once again. They now believed that Zhang Yang had turned into a madman after having a fortuitous encounter. No ordinary man would ever ask the 8th tycoon to kneel down before him. He was simply courting death. Courting death. Ling Yi was enraged. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and a dazzling gigantic hand transformed into a gigantic cage, directly trapping Zhang Yang inside. No matter how Zhang Yang attacked, he couldn't break the cage. Seeing this, all the outer circle disciples breathed out a sigh of relief. After all, this guy wasn't heaven-defying enough to fight against King Zhan. Madman, I can kill you right now. Ling Yi said with a loud voice. Haha, come, kill me now. If you don't kill me, I'll grow stronger sooner or later, and that will be the day you die. Zhang Chen burst into laughter. Facing Ling Yi's suppression, he didn't show any fear. Dream on. With all the crimes you've committed, killing you right now is too easy. I'm going to throw you into the freezing hell jail, and slowly torture you until you die. Ling Yi said with a loud voice. Hearing this, Zhang Chen was overjoyed, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Ling Yi didn't want to kill him right now, but wanted to torture him in the freezing hell jail so that he could tell him about the fortuitous encounter he had. Ling Yi's decision was exactly what Zhang Chen wanted. Fine, throw him into the freezing hell jail, and let him never see the light of day for the rest of his life. He'll be tortured until he dies. That's right. For a madman like him, killing him right now is too easy. We have to let him suffer in the freezing hell jail. After hearing about Ling Yi's punishment for Zhang Yang, the square immediately burst into cheers. They hated and feared this madman at the same time. However, no matter how strong a man was, once he was thrown into the freezing hell jail, he would still die. Although none of them had been to the freezing hell jail before, they had all heard about how frightening it was. Ling Yi made a grabbing motion in the air. The void was torn apart, and a black door appeared out of thin air. Even though the crowd was still far away from the door, they could still feel the eerie cold air flowing out from it, causing them to tremble with fear. After that, Ling Yi grabbed Zhang Chen from the air and threw him into the black door. As one of the 13 tycoons of the Shura temple, each of them had the highest authority, and they could open the door of the freezing hell jail whenever they wanted. During the whole process, Jiang Chen didn't resist at all. In the blink of an eye, he was already inside the freezing hell jail. The scene around him suddenly changed. Waves of extremely cold air assaulted him from all directions, causing Jiang Chen to shiver. Immediately, Jiang Chen discovered that not only was the cold air in this place extremely cold, it also had a certain degree of corrosive properties. In order to resist the cold air, one would have to use one's origin energy, and this cold air could even corrode one's origin energy. No wonder there were people who were so afraid of the freezing hell jail. No matter how strong a person was, their origin energy would be completely corroded one day, and at that time, what awaited them would be death. Chapter 5:19. The cold energy in the freezing hell jail was deadly to any ordinary cultivator, but it didn't have any effect on Jiang Chen. Firstly, his body was full of yang energy, and the cultivation of the dragon transformation skill had made him vigorous and vigorous. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of the cold energy at all. Although the cold energy in this place was quite intimidating, it was still weaker than the world of glaciers in the island of ice. As for the corrosive nature of the cold energy, Jiang Chen didn't care about it at all. The dragon transformation skill could absorb almost anything in the world, and he could even absorb the poison of the venomous nether toad, let alone this cold energy. Jiang Chen's body trembled, but he quickly stabilized his body. When he looked around, he realized that he was now in another space. This space was extremely gloomy, and the air was filled with haze, making it look like hell. Roar, roar. Roars of demonic beasts could be heard. Jiang Chen looked into the distance and saw cages floating around in this huge space. He couldn't tell what kind of material these cages were made of, but they were extremely sturdy. Each of these cages contained criminals, and many of them were powerful demonic beasts. Some of them were covered in blood, and their auras were extremely weak. Obviously, they were at their limit, and the cold energy had begun to corrode their bodies. Jiang Chen's expression was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. He strode forward, trying to find the place where Tan Lang was locked up. At the same time, he saw the demon beasts in the cages. There were more than a dozen powerful demon beasts here, and the weakest among them was a second-grade demon king, while the strongest was a fifth-grade demon king. There were even stronger demon beasts, but they weren't locked up to this extent. Looking at these demon beasts, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. For him, these powerful demon kings were the best tonic. If he could absorb all their demon souls, he would at least be able to break through to the third-grade combat king realm. Since the freezing hell jail was a huge space, it wasn't easy to find Tan Lang among all these cages. However, as Jiang Chen had used the great soul derivation skill, his senses were extremely sharp. Soon, he sensed Tan Lang's aura, and he immediately strode toward him. Roar! Kid, judging from your attire, you should be from the Shura temple. How did you get locked up here? What big mistake did you commit? Ha! When Jiang Chen arrived in front of a fourth-grade demon king, the demon king immediately said. This demon king was a male lion, a rare beast that possessed a powerful innate ability. If Jiang Chen absorbed its demon soul, he would be able to obtain its innate ability. However, normally, when Jiang Chen refined a demon spirit, he would only refine the energy contained within it. As for the innate abilities of the demonic beasts, he would selectively give up on them, unless he came across some extremely powerful innate abilities. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't pay any attention to them. The true dragon combat skill in his possession was already frightening enough, and he also had all the powerful combat skills he knew in his previous life. Therefore, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be interested in ordinary demon beasts' innate abilities. Furthermore, Jiang Chen felt that he should focus on cultivating the true dragon combat skill that he had awakened from the dragon transformation skill. The dragon transformation skill was an extremely mysterious skill, and Jiang Chen felt that cultivating a combat skill that was compatible with the dragon transformation skill would be the right choice. Being able to laugh in a place like this, your mental strength is pretty good. Jiang Chen teased the demon king. However, he could tell that the demon king had been imprisoned for a long time, and was on the verge of a mental breakdown. When he saw a newcomer, he couldn't help but tease him. Bastard, let me tell you, don't even think about leaving this freezing hell jail. You're dead for sure. I can see that you're full of yang energy, and you're full of vigor and vigor. Why don't you let me eat you, and I'll find a way to get out after I've recuperated. This way, it's better than both of us dying here. The Demon King spoke his mind. He stuck out his long tongue, completely regarding Jiang Chen as a delicious prey. You want to eat me? I'll eat you in a moment. Jiang Chen left these words behind, then strode forward without turning his head back. He was going to refine all the demon beasts imprisoned in this place. To him, this was a great opportunity. Jiang Chen walked like a gust of wind, ignoring the coldine energy lingering around him. Soon, he arrived next to one of the cages. At this moment, a young man was lying paralyzed at the bottom of the cage. His head was drooping, and his entire body was covered in blood. The original color of his clothes could no longer be seen. The young man was paralyzed on the spot, as if he was a dead man. He didn't move at all. Even though Jiang Chen had already arrived next to the cage, the young man still didn't notice it. If one were to look closely, one would notice that the young man's legs were trembling non-stop, yet he couldn't exert even the slightest bit of strength. They had been forcibly broken. At this moment, the young man was lying quietly on the ground, allowing the coldine energy to corrode his body. Seeing this, the rage in Jiang Chen's eyes immediately shot out. He had seen all of Tan Lang's injuries. Tan Lang's injuries were undoubtedly very serious, to the point where his life was in danger. If he were to leave this place to fend for himself, Tan Lang would die in at most 3 days. Tan Lang didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. The yuan energy in his body had been sucked dry, and he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. With such injuries, even if he were to be rescued now, it would be very difficult for him to recover without any divine pills or miraculous medicines. Jiang Chen was truly furious. At this moment, his hatred for the Shura temple grew stronger. Even though he had heard of Zhuang Fan's story, he had only looked down on Shao Nan Feng. But now, he truly felt that there was no need for the Shura temple to exist anymore. There was no point in keeping a ruthless sect. No matter what, Tan Lang was still a genius disciple of the Shura temple. Even if he had made a mistake, throwing him into the freezing hell jail was already going overboard. That was the heaviest punishment. But now, not only was Tan Lang imprisoned in the freezing hell jail, he was also being tortured. How could Jiang Chen not be angry? Brother Tan. Jiang Chen called out softly. Tan Lang's body trembled slightly, and he slowly raised his head. His hair was disheveled, and his face was extremely pale. His entire body looked extremely weak, as if he was going to die at any moment. Who are you? Tan Lang asked in an extremely soft voice. He didn't know this man in front of him. In fact, it wasn't strange. Although Tan Lang and Zhang Yang were both disciples of the Shura temple, their cultivation base and status were very far apart. They weren't on the same level at all. It was very normal for Tan Lang to not know Zhang Yang. Jiang Chen pointed his finger like a sword and shot out a pure yuan power directly into Tan Lang's body. At the same time, a golden light shield was formed on the surface of his body, firmly protecting Tan Lang. Jiang Chen said, "It's me, I'm Jiang Chen." Hearing the 2 words Jiang Chen, Tan Lang seemed to have instantly regained his strength. His eyes widened, and his expression became rich. He looked at this stranger in disbelief. This person didn't look like Jiang Chen, but it was Jiang Chen's voice. Brother Jiang, how did you get in here? Tan Lang was shocked. He wanted to stand up, but he felt that his legs had been forcefully destroyed, which affected his wounds. Immediately, a painful expression appeared on his face. You suffered because of me. If I didn't come to save you, wouldn't it be too unreasonable? Jiang Chen smiled. Brother Jiang, hurry up and think of a way to leave this place. This place is not something you can imagine. I'm completely crippled right now. Even if you save me, I'll still be a cripple. Don't drag yourself into this. I know what you're capable of. If you have a way to get in here, then you must have a way to get out. I don't want to drag you into this. Tan Lang said. Jiang Chen was startled. He thought that he would make Tan Lang burst with joy when he saved him, but he didn't expect that not only was Tan Lang not excited, he even started to worry about his safety. It was obvious that this man was a genuine person. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He felt that his trip to the Shura temple was worth it. Rumble. Right at this moment, a hole suddenly exploded in the air above the freezing hell jail. A figure appeared not far away from Jiang Chen. This person was none other than the 8th tycoon, Ling Yi. You two are about to die, yet you still have something to talk about? Ling Yi sneered. Ling Yi, Even if I, Tan Lang, become a ghost, I will haunt you. Upon seeing Ling Yi, Tan Lang said through clenched teeth. His eyes were filled with venomous hatred. He had never hated someone so much in his life. Ling Yi was the first. Your injuries are all because of him? Jiang Chen's face turned cold. He had already guessed the truth from Tan Lang's gaze and tone. Humph. Enough with the nonsense. Zhang Yang, it's already your honor that I didn't kill you on the spot. I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you tell me what happened yesterday, I'll give you a chance to live. I won't kill you. Ling Yi snorted coldly. Fine, I'll tell you. Jiang Chen smiled. Are you serious? Ling Yi was overjoyed. He thought he would have to go through a lot of trouble to obtain Zhang Yang's information. He didn't expect Zhang Yang to compromise on his own. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. My information is that I'm not Zhang Yang. As Jiang Chen spoke, all the bones and muscles in his body began to twist. In just a few breaths' time, he had completely reverted to his original appearance. Who else could it be but Jiang Chen? It's you? Chapter 520. Ling Yi was extremely agitated. Only he knew how much he hated Jiang Chen. During the battle in the chaotic ocean, not only had he lost an arm, he had also lost his reputation as the 8th tycoon. He was a famous man, but he had been defeated by a first-grade combat king. This was something he couldn't accept. For the past few days, whenever Ling Yi thought about Jiang Chen, he would gnash his teeth in anger, wishing he could eat his flesh. Currently, all 4 major powers were searching for Jiang Chen's whereabouts, and he never expected that he would come knocking on their door. If they were outside, he would be afraid of Jiang Chen. However, inside the Shura temple, he wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen at all. After all, there were too many people in the Shura temple who could kill Jiang Chen. Although Ling Yi looked arrogant on the surface, he was actually retreating. After all, he knew how strong Jiang Chen was. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't care about Jiang Chen at all. However, now that he had lost an arm, his combat strength was severely affected. There was no way he could be a match for Jiang Chen. At the same time, a spirit talisman appeared in Ling Yi's hand. It was a golden spirit talisman, and as soon as it appeared, he crushed it. Clearly, this was a signaling spirit talisman, and not long after he crushed it, a true expert would appear. Jiang Chen didn't mind Ling Yi's actions at all. No matter how many people came to the Shura temple today, he wasn't afraid of them. Furthermore, he didn't plan to leave just like that. Furthermore, the freezing hell jail was an important place in the Shura temple, and if it was forcefully torn open, it would definitely alert the experts of the Shura temple. Most importantly, with Jiang Chen's current strength, he was still unable to tear open this space. Of course, Jiang Chen had his own ways to do so. Brother Tan, let me kill him and avenge you first. Jiang Chen smiled at Tan Lang. After that, he turned into a beam of light and dashed toward Ling Yi. Using the spatial shift skill, his speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of Ling Yi in the blink of an eye. When dealing with Ling Yi, Jiang Chen would never show any mercy. After all, this guy was a 4th-grade combat king, and would not be easy to deal with. Therefore, Jiang Chen immediately used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. With a single step, the space around him trembled. The silhouette of a dragon flickered beneath Jiang Chen's feet as he stomped down on Ling Yi's head. Sensing the powerful energy pressure coming out from Jiang Chen's body, Ling Yi's expression changed dramatically. Not daring to be careless, he immediately unleashed a huge sphere of light to defend himself. Dong dong dong. Jiang Chen took 3 steps in a row, and with every step he took, he clashed with Ling Yi with the fiercest force. After losing an arm, Ling Yi could no longer bring out his full power. Because of this, he was no match for Jiang Chen at all. Not to mention that Jiang Chen had also unleashed a powerful true dragon combat skill, the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Pooh! Ling Yi was knocked back by the tremendous impact, and he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face had turned extremely pale, and his aura had become chaotic. Ah! Someone, come quickly! Ling Yi roared out. He knew very well how frightening Jiang Chen was, and if no one came to save him, he might be dead by now. However, Jiang Chen would never give him the chance to escape. Right when Ling Yi was roaring, Jiang Chen had already taken the 4th step. The 4th step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. He was able to use it after breaking through to the Combat King realm. It was hard to imagine how frightening this step was. Boom! Ah! This step was like a thunderbolt that struck down from the heavens. All the power of the step collided and smashed onto Ling Yi's head. Ling Yi let out a miserable shriek as his head was crushed by Jiang Chen's stomp. He died on the spot. What? Seeing this, Tan Lang cried out in shock. Jiang Chen had actually killed the 4th grade combat king, Ling Yi. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. He had already known that Jiang Chen had broken through to the combat king realm, but a 1st grade combat king killing a 4th grade combat king was simply too shocking. In fact, Jiang Chen's current combat strength was on par with Ling Yi's, and it was not easy to kill him. However, after the battle in the chaotic ocean, Ling Yi had started to fear Jiang Chen. Furthermore, his broken arm had widened the gap between them, and Jiang Chen had unleashed the powerful Azure Dragon's 5 steps. All of these had led to the current situation. Who is this young man? I can't believe he is so brave and powerful, and he actually killed the 8th tycoon. Killing a tycoon in the freezing hell jail, this is the first time someone has done that. This is too awesome. For a moment, the entire freezing hell jail was stirred up. Many demon beasts and criminals threw their gazes at Jiang Chen, their faces filled with disbelief. However, the scene of a tycoon being killed was still very satisfying for them. Who dares to cause trouble in the freezing hell jail? Right at this moment, a deep and resounding voice resounded from the sky above the freezing hell jail. At the same time, dozens of powerful auras descended from the sky. Among these auras, the strongest one was a 7th grade combat king. Jiang Chen could tell from the voice that they were coming from. Swoosh! With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen returned to Tan Lang's side. He turned to Tan Lang and said with a smile, "I've avenged you. Brother Jiang, you've really gone too far this time." Ling Yi's death had made Tan Lang happy, but the situation in front of him didn't make him feel happy at all. Now that the true mighty warriors of the Shura Temple had arrived, this place had turned into a prison of death, and there was no way for him to escape. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, and the Heavenly Saint's sword appeared in his hand. The sharp edge of the sword slashed forward, and with a loud clang, the cage that was imprisoning Tan Lang was shattered into pieces. He quickly said, "Brother Tan, please enter the internal space of my sword. I'll use the lightning force to help you recover your body. No matter what happens outside, don't let it affect your mind." As Jiang Chen said that, the Heavenly Saint's sword automatically split open. The Heavenly Saint's sword was Jiang Chen's natal weapon. After Jiang Chen broke through to the combat king realm, the Heavenly Saint's sword had also advanced to the king weapon, and a certain internal space had been opened up. Since Jiang Chen dared to come to the freezing hell jail alone, he must have something he could rely on. The heavenly tribulation was his biggest trump card. The lightning tribulation for him to break through to the combat king realm hadn't arrived yet, and now that the mighty warriors of the Shura Temple had arrived, he might as well face the heavenly tribulation together with them. When Jiang Chen first condensed his combat spirit, he had to face the minor tribulation of the 3 heavenly tribulations. This time, it would definitely be the intermediate tribulation. "What did you say?" Tan Lang was startled. He couldn't understand the meaning behind Jiang Chen's words. "Come in quickly. You'll understand in a moment." Without giving any explanation, Jiang Chen unleashed a suction force from the Heavenly Saint's sword, sucking Tan Lang into it. Initially, Jiang Chen planned to keep Tan Lang in his storage ring and let him out after he left the freezing hell jail. However, since Tan Lang's injuries were too severe, if he could be baptized by the lightning, it would be of great help to his injuries. After all, heavenly lightning was the purest and most masculine energy, and it was the best choice for tempering one's body. Coincidentally, the Heavenly Saint's sword had just become a king weapon, and it wasn't very stable yet. Jiang Chen could use the heavenly tribulation to temper the Heavenly Saint's sword, and Tan Lang could hide inside the Heavenly Saint's sword. With the Heavenly Saint's sword's protection, he wouldn't be harmed by the heavenly tribulation, and he might even obtain some unexpected benefits from it. Right at this moment, dozens of figures descended upon the freezing hell jail. Their gazes immediately fell upon Ling Yi, and they were immediately shocked. After that, they turned to look at Jiang Chen at the same time. Obviously, he was the one who killed Ling Yi. While they were sizing up Jiang Chen was sizing them up as well. All of them were combat kings. The weakest among them was a 2nd grade combat king, and the strongest was a 7th grade combat king. There were 5 old men among them, and they should be the elders of the Shura Temple. They had an extraordinary status, and the rest of them didn't look too old, around 20 to 30 years old. 3 of them were the tycoons. Who are you? How dare you kill the tycoons of the Shura Temple in the freezing hell jail? You're courting death. The 7th grade combat king shouted at Jiang Chen. I'm the Jiang Chen that you've been searching for. Jiang Chen said honestly. What? How did you get in here? The old man was surprised. He had no doubt about Jiang Chen's identity. Although he had never met Jiang Chen before, he had heard the description of Jiang Chen. He was a young man in his late teens. Furthermore, the Tan Lang in front of him had disappeared. Jiang Chen must have come here to save Tan Lang. You've come just in time. We were just looking for him. Killing a disciple of the Shura Temple is no different from courting death. Now that you've killed the 8th tycoon, even if the Heavenly King himself is here, he won't be able to save you. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Why did you come to the freezing hell jail? Is Tan Lang that important to you? Or do you have the confidence to walk out of this freezing hell jail? The one who spoke was the 6th tycoon. He looked to be in his 30s, and his aura was extraordinary. The tycoons of the Shura Temple weren't ranked according to their age, but their strength. The 6th tycoon was a 5th grade combat king, an extremely powerful man. Of course, if I want to leave, none of you can stop me. Also, there's no need for this freezing hell to exist anymore. As Jiang Chen said that, a scarlet beam of light burst out from the top of his head. Within the beam of light, the shadow of a blood-red dragon emerged, raising its head and letting out a soul-stirring dragon roar. After that, rumble. A deep and muffled thunderclap suddenly rang out, causing the entire freezing hell jail to tremble. What's going on? Why do I feel an extremely powerful pressure? It's the pressure of the heaven and earth, not the pressure of a human. The 7th grade combat king was shocked. At this moment, everyone raised their heads. They had no idea what was going to happen, but each of them had a bad premonition. At the same time, the sky above the Shura Temple was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Everything within a radius of 100 miles was covered by the dark clouds. It was a scene of doomsday. What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly change color? Such a strong pressure. What's going to happen? Is the heaven angry? I've read about it in the records. It seems like a heavenly tribulation. My God. Could it be that someone in the Shura Temple is facing a heavenly tribulation? Only a great saint can face a heavenly tribulation, and there's no such expert in the Shura Temple. Could it be that there's something that defies the natural order in our Shura Temple that has attracted the heavenly tribulation? Chapter 521. Dark clouds loomed over the sky, and lightning flashed across the sky. The thick silver lightning was getting more and more concentrated. Everyone in the Shura Temple was scared out of their wits. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, powerful figures dashed out from the Azura Palace. All the combat kings and all the 13 tycoons had shown up. Xiao Nanfeng and the white-haired elder stared at the rolling thunderclouds in the sky with great shock. They had no idea what was going on. What's going on? Who's facing the heavenly tribulation in the Shura Temple? Elder Lu cried out in fear. It's too loud. It might alert the temple master and the great elder who are in seclusion. Another elder said. The temple master and the great elder of the Shura Temple were true combat emperors, and their strength was unfathomable. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. The originally dense and boundless thunderclouds suddenly disappeared, but the sky was still incomparably dark. What was even more surprising was that although the thunderclouds had disappeared, the powerful pressure became heavier and heavier. Everyone could still clearly hear the deafening sound of thunder. What's going on? The 3rd tycoon cried out in fear. He had no idea what was going on. The freezing hell jail. The heavenly tribulation has gone to the freezing hell jail. Let's go and see what's going on. Xiao Nanfeng couldn't keep his calm anymore. Although the Shura Temple was a major sect in the Liang province, it was still far from being comparable to those superpowers in the Divine Continent. Let alone them, even their temple master, who was a powerful combat emperor, had never seen a heavenly tribulation before. The heavenly tribulation was a supreme existence. It would only descend when a minor saint was advancing to the great saint realm, or when a great saint ascended to the immortal realm. It was impossible for ordinary cultivators to witness it. But now, a heavenly tribulation had descended upon the Shura Temple, and it had even entered the freezing hell jail. This was too shocking. It was obvious that someone was facing the heavenly tribulation in the freezing hell jail. Heavenly tribulation was omnipresent. The world was vast, and there were countless planes similar to Saint Origin World. Heavenly tribulation would descend upon every plane and every space when a monstrous being appeared. Therefore, even though the freezing hell prison was located in another space, it still couldn't escape from the heavenly tribulation. As long as Jiang Chen released his aura, he could attract the heavenly tribulation at any time. At this moment, the inside of the freezing hell jail was filled with lightning and thunder. The sky above was filled with thunderclouds, and lightning bolts as thick as giant pythons danced in the sky, as if they would strike down at any time. The entire space was shaking violently, and many cracks appeared in the space, as if it would be torn apart at any time. The thunderclouds were very thick. Among them, the thunderclouds above Jiang Chen's head were the thickest. It was obvious that as long as one was not a fool, they would be able to see that this heavenly tribulation was triggered by Jiang Chen. Heavens! It's a heavenly tribulation. He actually triggered a heavenly tribulation. Only a great saint can trigger a heavenly tribulation, and he's only a combat king warrior, but he has already triggered a heavenly tribulation. I can't believe he's so heaven-defying. This is unbelievable. Not good. He's going to face his heavenly tribulation here. Once his heavenly tribulation is over, I'm afraid the entire freezing hell jail will be completely destroyed. What should we do? Should we intervene and stop him? Are you crazy? Haven't you heard about how frightening a heavenly tribulation is? Anyone who is under the influence of a heavenly tribulation will be punished. The heavens will send down their own heavenly tribulation, and death is almost certain. All the combat kings of the Shura temple were shocked. In the beginning, they had planned to kill Jiang Chen right away, but they never thought that Jiang Chen would have such a trick up his sleeves. He was going to face his heavenly tribulation in the freezing hell jail. With this, who would dare to intervene? Perhaps even a combat emperor palace master would not dare to touch the heavenly tribulation. One must know that once a cultivator was enveloped by a heavenly tribulation, he would trigger his own heavenly tribulation. This heavenly tribulation was based on the cultivator's overall strength. Heavens! It's actually a heavenly tribulation. Brother Jiang is really heaven-defying. Inside the heavenly saint's sword, Tan Lang was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He could clearly see what was happening outside the heavenly saint's sword, and he finally understood what Jiang Chen was relying on. It turned out that Jiang Chen wanted to use the heavenly tribulation to fight against the Shura temple. This was a ruthless move. Tan Lang was hiding inside the heavenly saint's sword. Under the protection of the heavenly saint's sword, he was very safe. However, even with the help of the heavenly tribulation, Tan Lang was still worried about Jiang Chen. He had heard that even a mighty great saint would fall into a very weak state after facing the heavenly tribulation, let alone Jiang Chen. Once the heavenly tribulation ended, Jiang Chen would still be in a very dangerous situation. At this moment, a group of powerful figures descended into the Shura temple from the outside. The one leading them was the great tycoon, Xiaonan Feng, and the 9th grade combat king, Elder Lu. Such a lineup was really huge. Almost all the powerful warriors of the Shura temple were here, and all of them were shocked by what they saw. Great tycoon, Elder Lu, this man is Jiang Chen. He has killed the 4th tycoon, Ling Yi, and now he has triggered the heavenly tribulation. It seems like he is going to face the heavenly tribulation here. The 7th grade combat king Elder said hastily. He really is facing the heavenly tribulation. I didn't expect this man to be so heaven-defying, being able to trigger the heavenly tribulation when he is only a combat king. The heavenly tribulation is about to descend. If he is allowed to do whatever he wants here, the entire freezing hell jail will collapse. This freezing hell jail was meticulously built by the palace master, and it was built with the help of the right time and the right place. If it is destroyed, it will be a great loss to the Shura temple. Elder Lu said, Jiang Chen, I think you are here to save Tan Lang. I, the tycoon, will allow you to take him away, and please leave this place. I promise the Shura temple that I won't pursue you anymore. Xiaonan Feng shouted at the center of the thundercloud. Although he hated Jiang Chen to the core, nothing was more important than protecting the freezing hell jail. Furthermore, even if he let Jiang Chen go now, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to escape from his grasp once the heavenly tribulation was over. Brother Jiang, this man is Xiaonan Feng. Tan Lang transmitted his divine sense into Jiang Chen's ears, informing him of Xiaonan Feng's identity. Jiang Chen's gaze fell onto Xiao Nanfeng, and it instantly turned extremely cold. He had promised Zhuang Fan that he would avenge Zhuang Fan, and now, this sanctimonious guy had really appeared. Jiang Chen really wanted to use the heavenly tribulation to destroy this guy, but Xiao Nanfeng wasn't someone easy to deal with. This man was extremely vigilant, and there was no way he would fall into Jiang Chen's trap. Haha, Xiao Nanfeng, you're a beast that humiliates the innocent. I despise people like you the most. Today, I'm going to destroy this freezing hell jail. Come up here and fight me if you have the guts. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. As for Xiao Nanfeng's bullshit about letting Jiang Chen go, he was treating Jiang Chen like a 3-year-old kid. Xiao Nanfeng was only afraid that Jiang Chen would destroy the freezing hell jail, and that was why he came up with such a plan. However, the relationship between Jiang Chen and the Shura Temple was something that could never be resolved. Rumble. As soon as Jiang Chen's words faded, a thunderous rumble suddenly came from the lightning in the sky. 6 bright red lightning bolts hovered above Jiang Chen's head, from left to right, each thicker than the last. Jiang Chen was very familiar with the heavenly tribulation. With just one look, he could tell that this was the legendary Intermediate 6 tribulation. Haha, come. Jiang Chen laughed. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear even though he was facing the Intermediate 6 tribulation. With the strength of his fleshly body, he would be able to withstand the first 4 heavenly tribulations without suffering any damage, and these 4 heavenly tribulations would be more than enough to destroy the Shura Temple. At that time, he would have to flee far away and endure the last 2 heavenly tribulations. Although he knew that it was very dangerous to do this, and the disturbance caused by the lightning tribulation might make it impossible for him to escape from the Shura Temple's experts, this was the only way for now. Furthermore, Jiang Chen could also use the lightning tribulation to increase his strength. All the demon kings here would become his nourishment during the heavenly tribulation. Rumble. Another thunderous rumble was heard. A red lightning bolt let out a roar, pouring down like a waterfall toward Jiang Chen. All the experts of the Shura Temple were stunned. They had never seen a real heavenly tribulation, so they were curious about it. Swoosh! Right when the first lightning tribulation descended, Jiang Chen moved. Like a horse that had just escaped from its reins, he unleashed the dimensional shift skill. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived next to a 5th-grade combat king. Arg! The 5th-grade combat king didn't have enough time to react, and instantly triggered his own heavenly tribulation. He was engulfed by the lightning, and let out a miserable shriek. He was completely destroyed by the lightning, and his entire body was burnt to a crisp. The scene was extremely miserable. What? The others cried out in shock. Only then did they react. They looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a ghost, and quickly backed away. Haha! Jiang Chen burst into laughter. He had just endured a lightning attack, but it seemed like nothing had happened to him. The Heavenly Saint's sword was hovering next to him, and its surface was covered with lightning sparks. The pure lightning energy was constantly seeping into the Heavenly Saint's sword, and not only was it tempering the Heavenly Saint's sword, it was also being absorbed by Tan Lang. Tan Lang had suffered a serious injury, and it would be extremely difficult for him to recover. If he could absorb some of the lightning energy, it would undoubtedly be of great help to him. Tan Lang dared not hesitate. He held his breath and adjusted his condition to the best, then slowly guided the lightning energy into his body, tempering his physique. Rumble. Soon, the second lightning bolt was formed, and it could strike down at any time. Seeing this, all the combat kings of the Shura Temple lost their curiosity. They stared at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a tiger. Retreat! Retreat from the freezing hell jail immediately! This guy is a madman, and the freezing hell jail can no longer be saved. Elder Lu shouted loudly. All the combat kings didn't hesitate at all. All of them had the talisman to open the freezing hell jail, so they immediately opened the door and flew out. Facing such a situation, Jiang Chen didn't stop them. First of all, he had to focus on dealing with the heavenly tribulation. Secondly, even if he could use the heavenly tribulation to kill some combat kings, it would be useless. It would be extremely difficult for him to kill Xiao Nanfeng. After all, he was just a 1st-grade combat king, and the gap between him and a 9th-grade combat king was huge. Xiao Nanfeng was a smart man, and he wouldn't fall into his trap. Chapter 522. Xiao Nanfeng and all the combat kings of the Shura Temple had retreated from the freezing hell jail. They had no choice but to leave, because they couldn't stop Jiang Chen. Today, even if a mighty combat emperor broke into the freezing hell jail, the Shura temple would still have a way to stop him. However, a monstrous genius was facing his heavenly tribulation here, and there was no way to stop him. Anyone who tried to stop him would be killed. Even a minor saint wouldn't be willing to touch the heavenly tribulation, because it was just too terrifying. Let me out. Let me out now. Damn it. This bastard is going to face his heavenly tribulation here. Let me out now. I don't want to die here. All the demon kings were roaring. The scene in front of them was like the end of the world, and it had truly terrified them. They were trapped in this cage, and the only thing awaiting them was death. Even if they weren't killed by the lightning bolts, they wouldn't be able to escape once the freezing hell jail collapsed. These demon beasts weren't the only ones being imprisoned here. There were also many humans. Some of them were disciples like Tan Lang, who had committed a grave mistake, and were imprisoned here. There were also some who were enemies of the Shura temple, and were imprisoned here, waiting for their deaths. Right now, facing the heavenly tribulation that was wreaking havoc in the freezing hell jail, everyone's faces were deathly pale. The scene was too terrifying, and they had never experienced something like this in their entire lives. The freezing hell jail looked like it was going to collapse at any time. There were only two possible outcomes for them being trapped here. One was to be killed by the lightning bolts, and the other was to disappear along with this space. At this moment, at the very edge of the freezing hell jail, there was an extremely shabby-looking cage. There was a man curled up inside the cage. His clothes had long since been stained with dried blood, and the original color of his clothes could not be seen clearly. His hair was very messy, and covered half of his face, making it impossible to see his true face. However, judging from his pale lips and his body shape, he should be a young man, and definitely not very old. The young man was trembling all over. His body had begun to be corroded by the cold air, and his life was hanging by a thread. He could die at any time. He had fallen into a deep coma, and even the first heavenly tribulation of the sixth heavenly tribulation didn't wake him up. Rumble. The momentum of the second lightning tribulation was much stronger than the first one. It blasted a huge hole in the freezing hell jail, and the space began to crack inch by inch. It looked like the freezing hell jail was on the verge of collapsing. The demon kings were roaring, and the humans were going crazy. None of them were willing to die under the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen and the heavenly saint's sword stood under the lightning. The lightning was like a curtain of rain, and Jiang Chen was completely bathed in it. There was a look of enjoyment on his face. Outside of his body, there were blood-red dragon shadows everywhere, and it looked incomparably mystical. The second bolt of lightning finally woke the young man up from his slumber. He raised his head with great difficulty and opened his eyes. His eyes were very cloudy at first, but they quickly became very bright. This was the brightest part of his body, and it was also the most attractive part. However, the young man was obviously too rude. He only saw the sky full of lightning and a tall and straight figure standing under the lightning. Roar! Jiang Chen endured 2 bolts of lightning in a row. He raised his head and let out a roar. It was a dragon's roar that shook the heaven and earth, and even the demon kings were shaken. They looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. They were shocked. In their minds, the heavenly tribulation was an incomparably terrifying existence. Even a great saint would be fearful when facing the heavenly tribulation, and they would need to be fully prepared. However, the body of this young man in front of them was excessively strong. He was actually bathing under the lightning, as if he was taking a bath. As a matter of fact, everyone's understanding of the heavenly tribulation still had some misunderstandings. The lightning tribulation would normally descend according to a cultivator's own cultivation level. Different people and cultivation levels would naturally trigger different heavenly tribulations. For example, Jiang Chen was currently undergoing the intermediate 6th heavenly tribulation. However, if a combat emperor was caught in the lightning tribulation, he would trigger his own heavenly tribulation. The power of the heavenly tribulation would be determined according to his own cultivation level. Furthermore, Jiang Chen cultivated the dragon transformation skill, so his body was extremely tough. He was full of vigor. Furthermore, he had passed the minor 3 tribulations before, so he already had a certain amount of experience. He had the fire of thunder in his body, so he already had a certain level of resistance to the thunder tribulations. That was why he could bask in the lightning bolts so fearlessly. The dark clouds became denser and denser. The remaining 4 bolts of dark red lightning were each thicker than the last. They were like 4 azure dragons hanging there, striking fear into people's hearts. All the prisoners locked up in the freezing hell jail were in despair, as there was no way they could escape from this place. Rumble. Finally, the 3rd lightning bolt struck down from the sky, slashing towards Jiang Chen. At this time, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the lightning bolts turned into beams of light that shot towards the cages. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all the cages of the prisoners were shattered. Jiang Chen roared at all the prisoners. Countless cracks have appeared in the freezing hell jail. All of you, run for your lives now. Jiang Chen's voice reverberated through the air like the rumbling of thunder. His words instantly changed the despair in everyone's hearts, and an unprecedented excitement emerged on their faces. Many people bowed deeply toward Jiang Chen, then found a crack in the freezing hell jail and squeezed their way out. This was a great opportunity for them. The freezing hell jail had been destroyed, and only then would they have a chance to escape. All of them were extremely excited, as they thought they were going to die for sure. Never did they expect that they would be given a chance to escape. All of them were extremely grateful towards Jiang Chen. Without Jiang Chen, they would never be able to walk out from the freezing hell jail, and would die a miserable death in this place. The young man crawled out from the broken cage. His skinny body was trembling, but somehow, he found a new strength and dashed into one of the cracks. At the same time, all the combat kings in the sky above the Shura temple sensed the changes in the freezing hell jail, and their expressions changed dramatically. Not good, the freezing hell jail is about to be destroyed. Jiang Chen has released all those criminals, and all of them have escaped. Should we chase after them? One of the sect elders said with a loud voice. How? The dimension of the freezing hell jail has been destroyed, and we have no idea where those cracks are. Damn it, this Jiang Chen is such a bastard. He has destroyed the foundation of our Shura temple. We can't let him get away with it. Elder Lu said in a gloomy voice. The freezing hell jail was originally a complete dimension, and there were special entrances that could be used to enter it. Only these entrances were connected to the Shura temple, and only those escaped criminals would be captured easily. However, the entire dimension of the freezing hell jail was on the verge of being destroyed by the lightning, and it would be very difficult to capture those escaped criminals. Swoosh, swoosh. Right at this moment, another 2 incomparably powerful figures appeared. One of them was a middle-aged man wearing a green robe. He had a resolute face, and he looked to be in his 40s. A frightening aura was being emitted from his body, and he didn't seem to be angry at all. He carried the aura of an emperor. He was a combat emperor. Standing next to him was an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. He had a tall stature, and his aura was not any weaker than the middle-aged man. Surprisingly, he was also a combat emperor. When the combat king warriors saw these 2 men, their faces immediately turned solemn and respectful. Including Xiao Nanfeng and Elder Lu, everyone immediately bowed and greeted these 2 men. Temple Master, Great Elder. Everyone shouted at the same time. These 2 men were none other than the strongest warriors of the Shura temple. 2 combat emperors. The middle-aged man was the temple master of the Shura temple, Li Tianyang. What's going on? Who is facing his heavenly tribulation in the freezing hell jail? Li Tianyang was obviously very angry. The freezing hell jail was his blood, sweat, and tears, and it was also the symbol of his authority. But now, it had been ravaged to the point where it was in ruins. Temple Master, this man's name is Jiang Chen. Xiao Nanfeng dared not hide anything. He immediately used his divine sense to tell Li Tianyang about Jiang Chen, as well as what had happened during this period of time. Damn it! How dare he challenge the authority of the Shura temple? He's courting death. Great Elder, let's work together and lock onto this man's aura. Once he is done with his heavenly tribulation, we won't give him any chance to escape from the freezing hell jail. Li Tianyang said in a sinister manner. Currently, Jiang Chen was undergoing his heavenly tribulation in the freezing hell jail. Even though he was a combat emperor, he still dared not enter the jail. The freezing hell jail was already destroyed. The only thing he needed to do now was to lock onto Jiang Chen's aura from the outside, and not give Jiang Chen any chance to escape. This man is so heaven-defying that he can attract heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm. He must be a monster. Once I capture him, I'll train him into my clone to make up for the loss of the freezing hell jail. Li Tianyang squinted his eyes, and 2 beams of cold light shot out from them. He was an expert in a cultivation technique that allowed him to choose a young man with extraordinary talent to cultivate into his clone. By cultivating in 2 ways, the effect would be multiplied. Now, this young man in the freezing hell jail was able to attract heavenly tribulation. With such a monstrous talent, he was the perfect candidate to become his clone. After that, Li Tianyang and the Great Elder joined hands. Each of them separated a thread of divine sense and sent it into the freezing hell jail, locking onto Jiang Chen's aura. Jiang Chen, who was cultivating the great soul derivation skill, immediately sensed their divine senses. A faint smile appeared on his face, but he didn't mind it. Taking advantage of the fact that the 4th heavenly tribulation had yet to descend, he turned his gaze to the demon kings. Bastard! Why won't you let us go? The 4th grade demon king who had threatened to eat Jiang Chen grabbed onto the edge of the cage and roared at Jiang Chen. Swoosh! Jiang Chen was the first to arrive in front of the demon king. He abruptly unleashed the true dragon palm and grabbed the demon king's head. Normally, it would be very difficult for Jiang Chen to control a 4th grade demon king. However, all the demon kings here had been imprisoned for a very long time, and none of them had their peak combat strength. For example, this 4th grade demon king in front of him was no match for Jiang Chen. Not only that, wherever Jiang Chen went, the heavenly tribulation would descend. As long as this 4th grade demon king dared to release his aura, he would immediately attract his own heavenly tribulation. Chapter 523. Bang! The demon king's head instantly exploded. Jiang Chen took out its demon soul and swallowed it, then began absorbing it. A 4th grade demon king's demon soul was more than enough for him to break through to the 2nd grade combat king realm. With the help of the pure lightning energy and the miraculous dragon transformation skill, the demon soul was instantly absorbed. The true dragon flame and the lightning flame worked together to remove all the impurities within the demon soul, leaving only the purest energy for Jiang Chen to absorb. Buzz! Even though he was facing the heavenly tribulation, tremendous changes were happening within Jiang Chen's body. New blood-red dragon marks began to form. The 4th grade demon king's demon soul had allowed him to form 2,000 new dragon marks, bringing the total number of dragon marks to 12,100. He had broken through from the 1st grade combat king realm to the 2nd grade combat king realm. Without a doubt, this kind of advancement was extremely frightening. Jiang Chen had just broken through to the 1st grade combat king realm a few days ago, and in just a few days, he had broken through to the 2nd grade combat king realm. If this news was spread out, no one would believe it. Furthermore, if Jiang Chen could absorb all these demon kings, he would be able to break through to the 3rd grade combat king realm. At that point of time, it would be even more frightening. If it was before, Jiang Chen wouldn't have dared to absorb demon souls in such a direct way. After all, relying on external energy to level up would definitely affect his own foundation. Under normal circumstances, whenever Jiang Chen used demon souls to level up, he would find a way to stabilize it for a period of time. He would only use it again when his foundation was solid enough. However, he was currently in a very good condition. He had absorbed the lightning into his body and tempered his body. The lightning energy was rolling like a tidal wave, constantly strengthening his foundation. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about his foundation being shaken. Buzz! The dense dark clouds suddenly started rolling violently again. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. Damn it, I've broken through to the 2nd grade combat king realm, and the strength of the remaining 3 lightning bolts has increased as well. This isn't good. It looks like I have to kill all these demon kings first and obtain their demon souls. After the heavenly tribulation, I'll break through to the 3rd grade combat king realm. Jiang Chen had neglected this point when he was absorbing the demon soul. The power of the lightning would change according to the cultivator's cultivation. Since Jiang Chen had broken through to the 2nd grade combat king realm, the lightning that he would attract would naturally be more violent. Therefore, the next 3 lightning bolts would definitely be stronger than the previous ones. Even though Jiang Chen was confident in himself, he didn't dare underestimate them. The demon king he absorbed before was also a demon beast, but its innate ability belonged to the aggressive type. Therefore, when Jiang Chen was absorbing the demon soul, he had neglected this ability, as he didn't need it at all. Within the Heavenly Saint's sword, Tan Lang's condition had improved a lot. The pure energy of the lightning had entered his body, and it provided him with a great help. Right now, under the protection of the Heavenly Saint's sword, Tan Lang was bathing in the lightning, constantly absorbing the energy and transforming it into his own. At the same time, Tan Lang had a clear understanding of what was happening outside. The shock in his heart had reached an extreme level, especially when he saw Jiang Chen absorb the Demon King's demon soul and instantly break through to the second-grade Combat King realm. He felt as if his impression of this world had been overturned. Tan Lang couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Chen was truly a peerless monster. However, an existence that could attract heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm must have something extraordinary about him. Thinking about it this way, Tan Lang felt relieved. What made Tan Lang feel lucky was that he had made friends with Jiang Chen. Rumble. Due to the sudden change in Jiang Chen's cultivation, the lightning was constantly changing as well. As a result, the fourth lightning bolt had yet to strike. Jiang Chen's gaze fell onto the fifth-grade Demon King. This Demon King was the strongest here. Looking at Jiang Chen's gaze, how could the Demon King not know what Jiang Chen was going to do? His expression instantly changed. Brat, with your cultivation base, you can't kill me. Why don't you let me go? I'll definitely give you great benefits in the future. The Demon King said. Is that so? Give me your demon soul. I only want it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Bastard. The Demon King was instantly enraged. Taking away his demon soul was no different than killing him. This human in front of him clearly didn't want to let him live. His anger soared to the heavens, and he launched an attack at Jiang Chen. Humph. If you were a fifth-grade Demon King at your peak, perhaps I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. I would need to borrow the power of lightning to deal with you. But now, you can only unleash the strength of a fourth-grade Demon King. Killing you is just a piece of cake for me. 9 murdering flood dragons. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly and struck out with the 9 murdering flood dragons. This time, the 9 flood dragons struck out and instantly surrounded the entire cage. The Demon King was instantly drowned by the flood dragons. Arg no. The Demon King let out a miserable shriek. He couldn't believe that he wasn't a match for a second-grade Combat King. When Jiang Chen was a first-grade Combat King, he was able to fight a fourth-grade Combat King. Now that he had broken through to the second-grade Combat King realm, he could easily kill a fourth-grade Combat King with a wave of his hand. Give it to me. Jiang Chen made a grabbing motion with his hand, causing a fifth-grade demon soul to fly out and fall into Jiang Chen's palm. After that, Jiang Chen didn't slow down and continued dashing toward the other Demon Kings. All these Demon Kings were ferocious and cruel, and Jiang Chen didn't feel guilty for killing them. Today, he was going to enjoy a feast with the power of lightning. Rumble. At the same time, the fourth heavenly tribulation finally descended. In an instant, Jiang Chen was drowned by the lightning that poured down like a waterfall. However, he was able to walk under the lightning, and wherever he went, all living beings would be destroyed. All the remaining Demon Kings were instantly drowned by the lightning, and all of them died with miserable cries. Jiang Chen's hand kept moving forward, but in the end, he only managed to grab 3 demon souls. 1 was a 4th grade, and 2 were 3rd grade. As for the remaining demon souls, they were destroyed by the lightning before he could grab them. What a pity! Jiang Chen shook his head. These demon souls were truly a pity. However, with the amount of demon souls he had, it would be easy for him to break through to the 3rd grade Combat King realm. However, Jiang Chen didn't do that. Instead, he stored all these demon souls into his Qi Si. Unless he was out of his mind, he wouldn't refine them at this point in time. After breaking through to the 2nd grade Combat King realm, the power of the lightning had increased by a lot. It wasn't hard to imagine that after breaking through to the 3rd grade Combat King realm, the destructive power of the lightning would become even stronger, and it would bring great difficulty and danger to Jiang Chen, who, after the 4th heavenly tribulation came to an end, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh. After experiencing 4 heavenly tribulations in a row, he wasn't as arrogant as before. At least, he didn't look as good as he did on the surface. His hair was standing on end, his clothes were tattered, and his aura was slightly unstable. Rumble. The 5th heavenly tribulation was quickly forming, and it was about to strike down. The entire freezing hell jail had been greatly damaged. It wasn't hard to imagine that once the 5th heavenly tribulation descended, the entire freezing hell jail would collapse and vanish into nothingness. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the rolling lightning waves in the sky, then he murmured, "There's a pill that I wanted to concoct in my previous life, but I never had the chance to do so. Today is a great opportunity." The last 2 heavenly tribulations of the intermediate 6 heavenly tribulations will definitely contain a stronger and purer lightning energy, which is perfect for concocting the 9 solar less rond pill. The 9 solar less rond pill was a pill that only existed in legends. Even the most powerful alchemist in the Saint Origin realm had only heard of it, but had never seen it before, let alone concocting it. The reason for that was because the conditions required to concoct this pill were extremely harsh, so harsh that alchemists didn't even dare to think about it. In order to concoct the 9 solar lightning dragon pellet, there were 2 conditions. The first was the 9 solar holy water. Although this kind of treasure was rare, it was nothing to the super sex of the divine continent. However, the second condition was truly harsh. It required the pellet to be concocted under the heavenly tribulation, absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation, and use the power of the heavenly tribulation to condense into a real pellet. This was simply nonsense. Ordinary cultivators were already afraid of facing the heavenly tribulation, so why would they have the mood to concoct a pill under the heavenly tribulation? Unless they were tired of living. Furthermore, the heavenly tribulation wasn't like the rain, which came as it pleased. All along, only great saints could summon the heavenly tribulation. Even if a great saint was facing the heavenly tribulation, that great saint might not necessarily be an alchemist. Even an alchemist wouldn't have the courage to concoct a pill under the heavenly tribulation. As a result, the 9 solar less rond pill only existed in legends. However, the effect of the 9 solar less rond pill was truly amazing. It could even be called a miraculous pill. If a cultivator took the 9 solar less rond pill, their physique would definitely be greatly improved and sublimated. Even a pig could become a supreme genius. Not only that, the 9 solar less rond pill was also a holy healing medicine. It could even revive bones from the dead. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it was enough to show how terrifying this pill was. In other words, a 9 solar less rond pill could create a supreme genius. Today, Jiang Chen was going to concoct the 9 solar less rond pill under this heavenly tribulation. He had already fulfilled all the conditions. The heavenly saint's sword could absorb the 9 solar holy water, and the supplementary ingredients needed to concoct the 9 solar less rond pill were all in Jiang Chen's hands. Tan Lang's current injuries were extremely severe. Even if the heavenly saint's sword was nourishing him with lightning energy, he still wouldn't be able to fully recover. In the future, he might even become a cripple. However, Jiang Chen didn't know how to save Tan Lang. If he could have a 9 solar less rond pill, not only would Tan Lang's injuries be completely healed, his cultivation would also improve by leaps and bounds. His physique would be completely improved, and he would become a supreme genius. His future achievements would be limitless. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately absorbed the 9 solar holy water from the heavenly saint's sword. The heavenly tribulation's duration was limited, and he needed to do his best to concoct a few more 9 solar less rond pill. This pill was too expensive. Once it was successfully concocted, it would become a peerless treasure. Chapter 524. Jiang Chen's technique was incomparably skillful, and his speed was incredibly fast. The moment the 9 solar holy water was taken out, the herbs used to concoct the 9 solar less rond pill were also taken out by him. Using the true dragon flame and true thunderfire, all the herbs were enveloped by his true dragon flame and true thunderfire. The higher the grade of the pill, the more difficult it was to concoct, and the more complicated the steps would be. Even for a high-level alchemist, the step of concoction was the most troublesome, because a single mistake would affect the quality of the pill. In fact, according to the understanding of a true alchemist, all pills with less than 100% effectiveness were useless. However, this problem would never appear in Jiang Chen's case. The great soul derivation technique was simply too frightening. It allowed him to have the energy to concoct over 100 types of herbs in an instant, and at the same time. Every single herb would be extracted cleanly, without any impurities. Without this technique, it would be impossible for him to concoct the 9 solar less rond pill under the heavenly tribulation. Even for Jiang Chen, he only had one chance to concoct the 9 solar less rond pill. He had to try his best to concoct as many less rond pills as possible, because once the heavenly tribulation was over, he would lose the chance to concoct the pill. What is Brother Jiang doing? Inside the heavenly saint's sword, Tan Lang was truly curious about Jiang Chen. Normally, the freezing hell jail was on the verge of collapsing, and what he needed to do now was to leave this place as soon as possible. However, not only did Jiang Chen not choose to escape, It seemed like he was going to concoct something under the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen had a solemn expression on his face. This process was incomparably difficult, even for him. He needed to concoct the pill while enduring the intense heavenly tribulation, and think of a way to resist the destructive energy that was descending from above. Crackle! Crackle! The herbs in the flames emitted crackling sounds, as all kinds of impurities were extracted at a rapid speed. The fusion of these two flames seemed to have reached the pinnacle of terrifying flames between the heaven and earth. Under Jiang Chen's control, no matter what he was refining, it could be incinerated. The 9 solar holy water swam back and forth in the flames like a golden dragon. Rumble! At this moment, the 5th bolt of heaven's retribution finally descended. The dark red lightning bolt, as thick as a water bucket, completely turned into a heavenly dragon, emitting a terrifying aura. It whistled through the air and struck down from above Jiang Chen's head, completely drowning the entire space. After the attack, the entire Shura temple was shaking violently. The faces of Li Tianyang and the others changed dramatically. They could already imagine that the freezing hell jail was completely destroyed. A few of the nodes connecting the Shura temple to the freezing hell jail had collapsed, and a few large holes had been smashed into the void. Damn it, the freezing hell jail has been completely destroyed. The great elder, who was a man of virtue and prestige, could not help but swear at this moment. Li Tianyang's expression turned even uglier, because both of them knew about the freezing hell jail's secret. The freezing hell jail was definitely not just a simple prison. There were other secrets hidden inside, but they were not meant to be known to outsiders. Damn it, if that thing is destroyed, I swear I'll tear that brat into a million pieces. Li Tianyang's eyes were filled with malice. All of his thoughts were focused on the freezing hell jail. Unfortunately, the heavenly tribulation was getting stronger and stronger. Even with his cultivation base of a combat emperor, he dared not enter the freezing hell jail recklessly. He could only wait outside. Palace Master, I'm afraid that brat won't be able to survive such a heavenly tribulation. I'm guessing he'll escape soon. The great elder said. Don't worry, I've already locked onto his aura. The freezing hell jail won't allow him to leave the Liang province. No matter where he goes, he'll die for sure. Li Tianyang said. As the palace master of the Shura temple, a mighty combat emperor, it had been a long time since someone had angered him to this extent. Puff, inside the freezing hell jail, Jiang Chen was caught in the middle of a storm. The space around him had been shattered, and he was suffering from the double impact of the heavenly tribulation and the spatial pressure. If it wasn't for his amazing movement skill, the dimensional shift, he might have already died. Even so, Jiang Chen had suffered extremely serious injuries. His skin and flesh were lacerated in many places, and blood was flowing out from his eyes. His body was swaying, and it looked like he was going to collapse at any moment. This was the most serious injury he had ever suffered since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill. Brother Jiang! Tan Lang cried out from within the heavenly saint's sword, but he didn't receive any response from Jiang Chen. Damn it, not good. I've underestimated the power of the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse in his mind. He had predicted the power of the heavenly tribulation in advance, and his current condition should have appeared after the 6th heavenly tribulation. Although he was seriously injured, he had the protection of the dragon transformation skill, which gave him incredible recovery ability, so he wasn't afraid of the heavenly tribulation. However, when he was facing the heavenly tribulation, he had neglected the fact that he might trigger an even more powerful heavenly tribulation. Now that he had broken through to the 2nd grade combat king realm, the power of the heavenly tribulation had increased as well. Although Jiang Chen's resistance had also improved, the fact that the space around him had been shattered had caused him to suffer such serious injuries. If this continued, when the last heavenly tribulation descended, Jiang Chen would be in a terrible state. What he needed to do now was to find a way to escape from this place. If he didn't, he might even lose his life here. Jiang Chen dared not be careless. He immediately circulated the dragon transformation skill to its limit. After the skill had gone through 2 transformations, it had completely merged with Jiang Chen's body, and the skill itself possessed an incredible recovery ability. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Chen's injuries were constantly healing, causing Jiang Chen's condition to improve significantly. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. With a flip of his palm, he checked the condition of the 9 solar less rond pill, and a smile emerged on his face. During the lightning tribulation, Jiang Chen had absorbed enough lightning energy, and it had now merged with the 9 solar holy water and the essences of the herbs. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to concoct 7 9 solar less rond pill this time. Each of these heaven-defying pills was priceless, and Jiang Chen had concocted 7 of them in one go. If this news was spread out, it would definitely cause a great chaos in the divine continent. In order to complete the 9 solar less rond pill, I'll need the help of the last heavenly tribulation. But now that the freezing hell jail has been destroyed, I need to make use of this last chance to escape. Otherwise, I'll lose my chance completely. Jiang Chen ignored the injuries on his body. There was only one last heavenly tribulation left, and it was his last chance to escape. If he waited until the last heavenly tribulation descended, it would be too late. At that time, he would definitely be severely injured, and he would fall into the hands of the Shura temple. The heavenly tribulation is coming to an end. Continue to lock onto that kid's aura. Don't give him any chance to escape. Li Tianyang shouted. Inside the freezing hell jail, the last lightning tribulation was gradually forming. This lightning tribulation was twice as thick as the previous one, which meant that the destructive force of this last lightning tribulation was at least twice as strong as the previous one. Facing such an attack, even Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. Although the recovery ability of the dragon transformation skill was incredible, it could not withstand the destructive force of the lightning tribulation. With his current condition, it would be extremely difficult for him to resist the 6th lightning tribulation without suffering any injuries. Chapter 525. Buzz. A buzzing sound could be heard from every corner of the shattered freezing hell jail, and the entire space was violently shaking. Jiang Chen stood in the middle of the turbulence like a deity. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he allowed the fierce wind to hit his body. Right now, he had to multitask. Concoct the 9 solar less rond pill, defend against the heavenly tribulation, search for a spatial node to escape, and think of a way to escape from the Shura temple. Right at this moment, the great soul derivation skill played a crucial role. Jiang Chen circulated the skill to the maximum, and his soul perception became extremely sharp. Even though he was multitasking, he didn't feel any strain at all. This was the frightening part of a powerful soul tempering skill. The heavenly saint sword was still hovering around Jiang Chen's body, greedily absorbing the energy of lightning. The heavenly saint sword had 3 parts of itself, and it possessed the foundation of a great saint weapon. Therefore, it wasn't afraid of being destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. Instead, it would borrow the energy of the heavenly tribulation to temper itself, which would greatly improve the heavenly saint sword's grade. To put it bluntly, after the heavenly saint sword had gone through the lightning tribulation, even though Jiang Chen had just broken through to the combat king realm, the heavenly saint sword's grade was already equivalent to the highest among all king weapons, second only to emperor weapons. As Jiang Chen's cultivation continued to improve, it was only a matter of time before it surpassed emperor weapons. Rumble. The 6th lightning tribulation had finished forming. It was a vivid blood-red lightning dragon, as if it was a real azure dragon. It was hovering above Jiang Chen's head, staring at Jiang Chen with an extremely cold gaze, as if it wanted to burn this guy who dared to defy the natural order into ashes. With a thought in his mind, Jiang Chen unleashed the spatial shift skill and locked onto a spatial crack. With a swoosh he dashed out. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen sensed 2 divine senses locking onto him. They were none other than Li Tianyang and the Great Elder's divine senses. Humph. You're still too naive to think that you can lock onto me. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. Even though his cultivation base wasn't high enough, he had many tricks up his sleeves. Even the divine sense of 2 combat emperors wouldn't be able to lock onto him. He separated a part of his divine sense and combined it with a great soul derivation technique. His divine sense turned into an invisible sword and blocked the divine sense of Li Tianyang and the Great Elder. Outside the Shura temple, Li Tianyang and the Great Elder felt their divine sense tremble, and they were bounced back by a tremendous force. They exchanged glances, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had never thought that a combat king warrior would be able to bounce their divine sense back. This was unbelievable. In the next moment, the invisible force that was blocking their divine will disappeared with a swoosh. However, they could not find even a shadow of Jiang Chen anywhere their divine will could reach. The freezing hell jail had turned into a chaotic mess. The lightning had disappeared, and so had Jiang Chen. It was as if he had never been there. He got away. The Great Elder cried out in shock. The heavenly tribulation isn't over yet, he can't escape. Let's sense the fluctuation of the heavenly tribulation, it will be easy to find him. Li Tianyong said with a loud voice. I'll search for him first. After saying that, the great elder disappeared with a sway of his body. I'll go too. Xiao Nanfeng's qi fluctuated, and he disappeared from his original spot, following closely behind the great elder. He was now a 9th-grade combat king, and with his incredible talent, even an ordinary 1st-grade combat emperor wouldn't be able to kill him easily. To put it bluntly, in this Shura temple, besides Li Tianyong and the great elder, Xiao Nanfeng was undoubtedly the strongest warrior. While the great elder and Xiao Nanfeng were chasing after Jiang Chen, Li Tianyong was the first to rush into the collapsing freezing hell jail. He unleashed his qi of a combat emperor, dispersing the chaotic qi in the surroundings. His speed was so fast that he was like a ghost. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at a secret place. There was an invisible barrier here, and it was already broken, but because it was hidden, it hadn't been completely destroyed. Li Tianyong struck out a ray of divine light, shattering Jiang Chen's barrier. An extremely cold and gloomy qi leaked out from the barrier. It was a kind of bone-chilling cold. Even Li Tianyong couldn't help but sneer at it. He knew very well how terrifying that thing was. He hastily formed a golden-red protective armor around his body. Li Tianyong took a step forward and saw a big piece of crystal lying there, undamaged. In the crystal, there was a drop of sticky water. The cold qi came from that drop of water. If Jiang Chen was here, he would be able to tell how terrifying this drop of water was. To put it bluntly, the reason why the freezing hell jail was formed was because of this drop of water, just like how the black ice talisman created the endless world of glaciers. Li Tianyong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the drop of water was still intact. Luckily, the pure water is still here. As long as I have the pure water, I'll be able to build a second freezing hell jail. Once my cultivation of the heavenly water emperor technique reaches the mastery stage, I'll be able to absorb and refine this pure water. At that time, I'll be able to break through to the minor saint realm. A smile emerged on Li Tianyong's face. After that, he struck out a few more runes, sealing the crystal once again. After that, he disappeared from the scene with a sway of his body. Jiang Chen was multitasking just now, and the lightning tribulation was too loud. That was why he didn't notice the existence of a supreme treasure in the freezing hell jail. Of course, one couldn't blame Jiang Chen. First of all, he didn't come to the freezing hell jail to look for treasures, and he didn't pay much attention to it. Secondly, he didn't have the heaven-defying treasure hunting ability like De Huang Dog. If he brought De Huang Dog here today, the crystal would definitely be discovered by De Huang Dog, and he would have successfully taken it away. At the border of the Liang province, in the sky above a desolate mountain range, dark clouds suddenly gathered. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A thick blood-red lightning dragon suddenly appeared in the sky without any warning. Look, what's that? It's so terrifying. Not good. The lightning appeared too suddenly. Something big is going to happen. Let's leave this place as soon as possible. A few cultivators happened to pass by the mountain range, and their expressions changed dramatically. Although they didn't know what was going to happen, they could sense how terrifying the lightning in the sky was. It was definitely not something they could fight against. Suddenly, a young man in white appeared out of thin air. However, his clothes were tattered and his body was covered in blood. He looked incomparably pathetic. Beside him was an incomparably mystical long sword that was inseparable from the young man. This young man was none other than Jiang Chen, who had just rushed out from the freezing hell jail. The dimensional crack he found had directly teleported him to this place. However, the heavenly tribulation still followed him like a shadow. It was impossible to avoid the sixth tribulation. Roar! The blood-red lightning dragon opened its giant mouth and let out a roar. The few cultivators who were watching from afar were stunned. At this point, it was impossible for them to not know that someone was facing a heavenly tribulation. They actually had the chance to witness the legendary heavenly tribulation with their own eyes. Haha, come. Jiang Chen threw his head back and laughed out loud. He didn't show the slightest hint of fear even when facing the last stage of the sixth heavenly tribulation. The 9 yang les rond pill in his hand was about to be completed. There was only one step left, and it was also the most important step. Roar! As if it felt Jiang Chen's provocation, the lightning dragon was instantly enraged. It dragged its long tail out of the boundless sea of lightning and threw itself at Jiang Chen. Rumble. The boundless sea of lightning drowned Jiang Chen. The power of this lightning tribulation was twice as strong as the fifth one. Wherever it passed, not even a blade of grass could be seen. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen to a cultivator who was in the center of the sea of lightning. This was because Jiang Chen had cultivated the dragon transformation skill. If it was any other ordinary combat king, he would have been struck into pieces. Rumble. The terrifying lightning didn't disperse for a long time. It lasted for a few minutes before it showed signs of retreating. It was impossible for people to not notice such a huge movement. The great elder of the Shura temple, Xiao Nanfeng, and Li Tianyang had sensed it. They were rushing towards the place. With their 9th grade combat king and combat emperor cultivation, it was too easy for them to locate the place where Jiang Chen was facing the heavenly tribulation. Kafwawa, the 6 heavenly tribulations had dispersed. Jiang Chen had withstood it, but his condition was extremely bad. He kept coughing out blood, and his internal organs were mixed in the blood. His whole body was covered with blood, and his face was full of bloody scars. This kind of injury was too serious. If it was someone else, they would have collapsed immediately. However, Jiang Chen could still support his body and stand in mid-air. He flipped his palm, and 7 golden pills appeared. Pure yang qi and lightning energy flowed out from the pills, and there were shadows of dragons flickering within them. They were the best of the best. The 7-9 solar less rond pill could be said to be the biggest reward for Jiang Chen during his heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen knew how bad his condition was. Without any hesitation, he took one of the less rond pill and swallowed it. His injuries were too serious. He didn't know how long it would take for him to fully recover with the help of the dragon transformation skill. With the help of the 9 solar less rond pill, his recovery speed was much faster. In just a blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had recovered a lot of his yuan force. I can't stay here for long. This was Jiang Chen's first reaction. He guessed that the previous commotion might have attracted the attention of the experts from the Shura temple. Immediately, he grabbed the heavenly saint's sword and stored it in his qi sea. After that, he used the dimensional shift and flew far away. His current condition was too bad. He couldn't even tear the space to teleport. Jiang Chen, where do you think you're going? Right at this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. A wave of qi appeared in front of Jiang Chen, blocking his path. The person who blocked his path was none other than the scholarly-looking great tycoon, Xiao Nanfeng. Chapter 526. The 3 great experts had completely sealed off this part of the void. Jiang Chen was completely trapped. He was severely injured. He didn't even have the strength to tear the void, let alone escape from this sealed void. It was simply impossible for him to do so. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. Jiang Chen's heart sank and his eyes turned cold. He could feel the aura of the 3 great experts. He wouldn't be able to deal with them even if he was at his peak condition, let alone now. He had never missed anything, but this time, he had miscalculated. The power of the heavenly tribulation was beyond his imagination. Especially the 6th tribulation, it had caused a huge commotion. Although he had escaped from the Shura temple, the commotion caused by the heavenly tribulation had still attracted the 3 great experts. The situation in front of him was a dead end. This was the most embarrassing moment that Jiang Chen had ever encountered in his previous life. Even if he had 1,000 tricks up his sleeves, it would be useless at this moment. He couldn't use them at all. Right now, Jiang Chen needed to find a quiet place, and he would need at least half a month to fully recover. However, judging from the current situation, it was impossible for him to do that. He had destroyed the freezing hell jail, and there was no way these 3 guys would let him go. Jiang Chen, you can't run away now. You have destroyed the freezing hell prison, which is an unforgivable mistake. You will die for sure. However, I have to admire you. Being able to attract the heavenly tribulation is enough to prove that you have a monstrous talent. Too bad. It's all over now. An unprecedented genius is destined to be strangled in the cradle. Xiao Nanfeng was standing not far away from Jiang Chen with a smile on his face. He looked at Jiang Chen's miserable condition with a sense of schadenfreude. Geniuses hated people who were more talented than them. Xiao Nanfeng had always thought that he was a genius. Not only in the Liang province, but even in the entire Xuanyu. He was considered as one of the top geniuses. He was still very young, but he had already reached the 9th grade combat king realm. However, this Jiang Chen who came out of nowhere was able to attract the heavenly tribulation with just a combat king realm. He was truly a monstrous talent. Xiao Nanfeng was extremely jealous of his talent. Humph. You're just a sanctimonious beast. Talking to you is an insult to me. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. He was very disdainful of Xiao Nanfeng. What did you say? Xiao Nanfeng was furious. What made him angry was not only Jiang Chen's words, but also the look in Jiang Chen's eyes. He could see from Jiang Chen's eyes that Jiang Chen was really disdainful and despised him. Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't fear him at all. This made Xiao Nanfeng feel very unfulfilled and incomparably angry. A puny second-grade combat king, a nobody in his eyes, dared to despise him. What right did a nobody like him have to look down on him? Jiang Chen's behavior had greatly hurt Xiao Nanfeng's self-esteem. Don't play dumb. Don't play dumb. Don't tell me you have already forgotten about the tragic death of Zhuang Fan's wife and son. Of course, you might have already forgotten about it. After all, 3 years have passed, and I'm afraid that many similar things have been done in these 3 years. Naturally, you won't remember a man named Zhuang Fan. Although I, Jiang Chen, am not a hero, nor am I a gentleman, I still despise beasts like you. If I don't die today, I will definitely take your life in the future. Jiang Chen said Leng. He had never felt so disgusted by someone. He felt that Xiao Nanfeng didn't even deserve to be his enemy. Judging from Xiao Nanfeng's expression, he could tell that what Zhuang Fan said was the truth. Li Tianyang and the great elder furrowed their brows. They had no idea what Jiang Chen and Xiao Nanfeng were talking about, but they could tell that Xiao Nanfeng had done something outrageous. However, Xiao Nanfeng was the #1 genius of Shura Temple, and he was the one that they would focus on cultivating. As for this Jiang Chen, he would not be able to escape today. Li Tianyang planned to capture him and bring him back for further research. It would be great if he could turn him into one of his clones. You don't have the chance, die now. Xiao Nanfeng's killing intent was revealed. He struck a palm at Jiang Chen. The sharp palm wind turned into a barrier, pouncing on Jiang Chen. It was a terrifying attack of a 9th-grade combat king. With Jiang Chen's current condition, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. If he was hit by it, even if his body wasn't smashed into pieces, he would die on the spot. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't just sit and wait for his death. He struck out the true dragon palm, and at the same time, he used the spatial shift to dodge the attack. However, Xiao Nanfeng's attack was too strong, and the entire spatial zone was sealed. Even if he had the spatial shift, he wouldn't be able to escape. Don't kill him! Li Tianyang suddenly shouted. He hurriedly struck out a palm strike at Xiao Nanfeng's attack. He didn't expect that Xiao Nanfeng would kill Jiang Chen as soon as he arrived. It would be a pity if he killed Jiang Chen with just a palm strike. A monstrous genius who could trigger heavenly tribulation, it was impossible for him to have no secrets. Even if he didn't, his body alone was a priceless treasure. Hung Long. 2 palm winds collided with each other. The shockwave from the collision shattered the true dragon palm and hit Jiang Chen's body at the same time. Even though Li Tianyang had attacked, Jiang Chen's condition was too weak. The shockwave from the collision was enough to kill him. Puff Jiang Chen's body was severely injured. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. He could feel the tearing pain in his body. He couldn't help but reveal a self-mocking smile. He was going to die again. It was a pity that he was reborn. Roar at this moment, a deafening roar came from afar. It sounded like the roar of a dragon and a neighing of a horse. It had a very strong penetrating power. Just a single roar was enough to make people's souls tremble, as if their souls were about to be torn apart. In the next moment, an enormous creature descended from the sky. It was an incomparably majestic De Huang dog. His body was over 10 zhang in size, just like a small mountain. De Huang dog's body was emitting a dazzling golden light, just like a scorching sun. On his forehead, there was a long dragon horn that was emitting blazing light. De Huang. Jiang Chen couldn't be more familiar with this enormous creature. It was De Huang. He had never seen De Huang's body change to such a huge size. The current De Huang was a 3rd-grade demon king. However, with Jiang Chen's eyesight, he could tell that De Huang had activated some kind of secret technique, forcefully increasing his cultivation by 2 levels. The appearance of De Huang dog didn't surprise Jiang Chen. Instead, he was worried. His opponent was a combat emperor and a 9th-grade combat king. Even if De Huang Dog could temporarily increase his cultivation by 2 levels, it would be useless. Appearing here was no different from seeking death. Even if he didn't die, De Huang Dog's use of such a secret technique would cause great damage and backlash to his body. Jiang Chen's body was still falling down. He no longer had the strength to support his body, and his nerves were going numb. All he could do was use his willpower to keep his eyes open, and look at Big Yellow who had suddenly appeared. Pop De Huang Dog shot out a ray of golden light. The golden light was extremely fast. It rushed below Jiang Chen's body and dragged Jiang Chen's body down. Jiang Chen's current body couldn't withstand any more impact. Although De Huang Dog was usually a reckless person, he was actually a very careful person. Where did this dog come from? Li Tianyong frowned, but he didn't care about it. A third-grade demon king wasn't a threat to him. This is the dog that always follows Jiang Chen. Since it has appeared, I will kill it as well. Xiao Nanfeng's murderous aura sword. He hated Jiang Chen to the core. Now that Li Tianyong had stopped him, he couldn't kill Jiang Chen with his own hands. However, he could kill this dog to vent his hatred. Wakaka, you want to kill this master dog? Dream on. Look at this master dog's peerless divine sword. De Huang Dog obviously came prepared. He opened his mouth and spat out a rusty broken sword. This broken sword was the one Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog obtained when they participated in the competition between the 4 major powers of the Qi province. It had always been kept by De Huang Dog like a precious treasure. De Huang Dog had used it once before. When he was dealing with Lord Bloodmoon, Jiang Chen was controlled by Lord Bloodmoon using the Blood Banner. It was De Huang Dog who used this broken sword that allowed Jiang Chen to kill Lord Bloodmoon. At that time, De Huang Dog was only a mortal core warrior. Compared to the current 3rd-grade combat king, the gap between them was just too huge. Buzz! After the broken sword appeared, under De Huang Dog's control, it started trembling violently and producing a buzzing sound. Beams of golden light shot out from De Huang Dog's body and entered the broken sword. In an instant, the broken sword underwent a drastic change. Its body was 10 times bigger than before. Although it was still rusty, it was still unleashing an incomparably sacred pressure. Although the pressure was very faint, it was suppressing everyone, making it difficult for them to breathe. What? Why is this broken sword so mystical? Even I can feel a slight pressure from it. Li Tianyong cried out in shock and said with a tone of disbelief, "This broken sword must be a precious treasure. We have to get it." A greedy look emerged in the Great Elder's eyes. This broken sword is so mystical. The aura it is emitting is even stronger than the Heavenly Saint's sword. Could it be that this broken sword isn't something from the mortal world? The reason why De Huang increased his cultivation by 2 stages was to control this broken sword. Jiang Chen finally understood, but he was also shocked. Right now, Jiang Chen was only using his willpower to keep himself awake. Swoosh! The transformation of the broken sword hadn't ended yet. De Huang Dog knew that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to unleash the true power of the short sword. The dragon horn on his head moved as well. A beam of lightning shot out from the dragon horn and landed on the broken sword. After that, De Huang Dog didn't stop. He opened his mouth and spat out another arrow of blood. It was the blood of the dragon horse. It was obvious that De Huang Dog was going all out this time. This was the only way he could deal with the 2 combat emperors and a 9th-grade combat king. Swoosh! The broken sword emitted a violent whistling sound. It separated into 3 sword webs that were aimed at the 3 of them. The sword webs were extremely bright and carried a destructive energy. Wherever they passed, the void would be torn apart. Even the 3 experts were shocked. Chapter 527. De Huang Dog. Seeing that De Huang Dog had suddenly fallen from the sky, Jiang Chen couldn't help but cry out in panic. This cry seemed to have exhausted the last bit of his strength. He opened his mouth and spurted out another arrow of blood. After that, he closed his eyes and fainted. At the last moment before Jiang Chen closed his eyes were moist. He was touched, sad, angry, and all kinds of emotions could be seen in those moist eyes. In the eyes of others, De Huang Dog was merely a demon beast. However, in Jiang Chen's heart, De Huang Dog was his best brother, a brother that he could exchange his life for. De Huang Dog knew that he was in a situation where he would definitely die, but he still didn't hesitate to step forward. He knew that the other party had a combat emperor, but he still stepped forward bravely. He didn't hesitate to consume his blood essence and cast the forbidden innate ability, but he still appeared in a domineering manner. That was because he also treated Jiang Chen as his brother. He couldn't just watch Jiang Chen die. He couldn't do it. Therefore he made his move. Even though he didn't know what kind of ending he would face. Perhaps, he and Jiang Chen would both die miserably here, and he would only be buried with them. However, the Huang dog still appeared. He was willing to do so, even if he had to pay with his life. This was the friendship between the Huang dog and Jiang Chen. No one else could understand it. Bang bang bang. On the other side, the 3 sword webs sliced the void into pieces. Sounds of cracking could be heard. Streams of cold and gloomy spatial turbulence rushed out from the broken space. Li Tianyang and the other 2 were instantly enveloped by the sword webs. Even with their cultivation, they were blinded by the brilliance of the sword webs. As far as their eyes could see, they couldn't see anything other than the drifting sword lights. They couldn't see the silhouettes of Jiang Chen and a Huang dog either. Don't let that kid escape. Li Tianyang bellowed and unleashed his combat emperor's aura. He waved his palm, trying to destroy the net of swords in front of him. Although he knew that Jiang Chen and a Huang dog wouldn't be able to escape with their current condition, he was still worried. He didn't want any accidents to happen to them. Unfortunately, the net of swords was much harder to deal with than what he had imagined. His full-force attack of a peak first-grade combat emperor couldn't break the net of swords. The sharp sword light was heading towards him instead. What? Li Tianyang exclaimed. Not only him, Xiao and Feng and the Great Elder who were in the same situation were also shocked. They couldn't imagine that a third-grade Demon King's attack could trap the 3 of them for a short period of time. It was unbelievable. However, the 3 of them understood that it wasn't the dog that was powerful. It was the broken sword that the dog had unleashed that was more terrifying. The 3 of them tried their best to resist the sword webs, but they didn't notice that an uninvited guest had appeared like a ghost. It was a monk who was wearing a golden robe. He was moving at an extremely fast speed. He was holding Jiang Chen in one hand and a Huang dog in the other. He stepped into the void and disappeared in a blink of an eye, as if he had never appeared. Not long after the monk disappeared, Li Tianyang was the first to break the sword webs, followed by the Great Elder and Xiao and Feng. However, the 3 of them were in a difficult situation. The first thing they did was to check on Jiang Chen and a Huang dog, but they were nowhere to be found. They have escaped. The Great Elder said coldly. Impossible. Jiang Chen and that dog are already like arrows at the end of their flight. It's impossible for them to escape. There must be someone else hiding here. How could we not notice it? Xiao Nanfeng's expression was ferocious. He was extremely angry that Jiang Chen had escaped. We can't catch up with them. The void here has been shattered by the sword webs. There are cracks everywhere. We have no idea where they went. However, that Jiang Chen is seriously injured today. Even if he is rescued by someone, I'm afraid it will be hard for him to survive. Even if he survives, he will become a cripple. There's nothing to worry about. The Great Elder said. A gloomy expression appeared on Li Tianyang's face. Jiang Chen had escaped, which meant that his plan had failed. When he thought about how the freezing hell jail he had painstakingly built had been destroyed, his mood became extremely terrible. The freezing hell jail was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. Li Tianyang was cultivating the Water Emperor of Heaven and Earth technique, and the pure water of heaven and earth he obtained was of great help to him. However, the pure water of heaven and earth was the coldest and heaviest water in the world. A single drop of it weighed as much as 10,000 catties, and was enough to crush a mountain. With Li Tianyang's cultivation base, it was impossible for him to refine the pure water, as he would not be able to withstand the impact of the pure water. That was why he had built the freezing hell jail, absorbing the cold energy released from it to cultivate his cultivation technique. The freezing hell jail had existed for a long time, and the cold energy inside had already reached a substantial state. It was more and more helpful to his cultivation technique. Now that the freezing hell jail had been destroyed by Jiang Chen, if Li Tianyang wanted to restore it, he would have to spend a lot of effort. Pass down my order. Search the entire Liang province and find Jiang Chen. Search the neighboring provinces as well. He's heavily injured. I don't believe he can escape. Li Tianyang said in an extremely cold voice. If I'm not mistaken, that damned monk must have rescued Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. As long as we find that damned monk, we'll be able to find Jiang Chen. Just leave this matter to me. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Nanfeng's face. He knew about everything that had happened in the chaotic ocean, and Tyrant was the main character. Hallmaster, look at that thing. The great elder's gaze landed on the ground below. Li Tianyang followed his gaze and saw a rusty broken sword lying at the bottom of the mountain range. Without the energy support from De Huang Dog, the broken sword immediately became extremely ordinary, like a piece of scrap metal. Li Tianyang's eyes lit up. With a sway of his body, he landed on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the broken sword fell into his hand. This broken sword is very heavy. That dog used this broken sword to attack us and rescue Jiang Chen. Let me see what kind of treasure this broken sword is. Even with Li Tianyang's eyesight, he couldn't see anything special about the broken sword. However, from the surface, it didn't look any different from an ordinary piece of scrap metal. He circulated his origin energy and injected it into the broken sword. However, he was shocked to find out that even with the density of his origin energy, he couldn't cause even the slightest ripple on the broken sword. How could this be? That dog is only a third-grade demon king, which is far from the demon emperor realm. Yet, it's able to unleash the incomparably powerful might of the broken sword. Hallmaster, who is a true combat emperor, is actually unable to cause any reaction from the broken sword. This is too abnormal. The great elder was incomparably shocked. This treasure must be something extraordinary. If my guess is correct, even with my current cultivation, I can't unleash it. That dog must have used some kind of secret technique. I'll bring it back to study it. Obtaining this broken sword today won't be a complete waste. Li Tianyang said as he kept the broken sword. After De Huang Dog used the power of the broken sword to fight against the three experts, he immediately fainted. He didn't even have the chance to summon the broken sword back. Monk Tyrant's appearance was only to save De Huang Dog, so he didn't have any time to waste. Moreover, when Monk Tyrant appeared, the power of the broken sword was still fighting against the three experts. If he recalled the broken sword, the net of swords would immediately disappear. Once the three experts reacted, none of them would be able to escape. Li Tianyang and the other two left. This desolate mountain range had been completely destroyed. Jiang Chen's sixth wave of heavenly tribulation had completely destroyed this place. In addition to the great battle that followed, not even a blade of grass could be seen in this place. At the very least, this place would be a desolate land for the next few decades. The Jin province. It was the neighboring province of the Liang province, and it was also one of the big provinces in Xuanyu. After Monk Tyrant escaped, he directly went to the Jin province. He found a quiet and damp cave and hid himself there. The cave was very spacious, and a man and a dog were lying on the ground. Both of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Jiang Chen was lying there with a pale face, and he had even stopped breathing. However, Monk Tyrant could clearly sense that there seemed to be a hidden force supporting Jiang Chen's body, allowing him to continue living. If it was any other ordinary person, they would have long since died from such injuries. Monk Tyrant couldn't help but sigh at how monstrous Jiang Chen was. When Jiang Chen said that he wanted to go to the Shura temple to save someone, he never expected that Jiang Chen would use such a method to trigger a heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm. This was simply too shocking, and it was only after De Huang Dog told him about it that he learned about it. As for De Huang Dog, although his condition was much better than Jiang Chen's, it was still extremely bad. Today, De Huang Dog had first used a forbidden technique to forcefully increase his cultivation base, and then he had to use his blood essence to operate the broken sword. As a result, he had suffered a huge backlash, and had fallen into a deep sleep. However, the bloodline in his body was still circulating, helping De Huang Dog to recover. However, no one knew how long it would take for De Huang Dog to wake up. At the very least, his life was not in danger. However, it was hard to say whether it would affect his cultivation base in the future. Backlash was something extremely terrifying. The most powerful backlash could directly cripple a person, and De Huang Dog's situation was extremely dangerous. As for Tan Lang, he was currently resting inside the Heavenly Saint's sword, and he had no idea what was happening outside. At this moment, the Heavenly Saint's sword had also returned to Jiang Chen's Qi Si, and it was not moving at all. Brother Jiang is a true man. I'm afraid under the heavens, he is the only one who can break into the Shura temple alone. I really admire him. Monk Tyrant murmured to himself. He came from the faraway western region, and he was a rare genius in the Buddhist League. He was only 20 years old, but he had already reached the 4th grade combat king realm. He had never admired any genius before, but today, he had nothing but admiration for Jiang Chen. After that, Monk Tyrant began to chant. Lines of Sanskrit came out from his mouth, and he removed the prayer beads from his neck. Countless golden beams shot out from the beads and entered Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's bodies. He was using a Buddhist technique to heal their injuries. Chapter 528. Outside the damp cave, there wasn't a single ripple on the surface. Tyrant had set up a formation outside the cave, blocking everything inside. Some of the techniques of Buddhism were very powerful, such as the concealment formation that Tyrant had set up. Unless one was an expert in Buddhism, even a 9th grade combat king wouldn't be able to detect it if they didn't pay special attention to it. Also, this place was extremely remote. Who would pay attention to a shabby cave? Moreover, this place was outside of the Liang province, and belonged to the Jin province. It wasn't the territory of the 4 major powers, so it was relatively safer. What Tyrant needed to do now was to help Jiang Chen and a Huang dog recover. He did whatever he could to help them. 2 days later, Tyrant looked at the man and dog who were lying on the ground without any reaction. He couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. The surface of Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's body was covered by a dense golden Buddha aura, like 2 big cocoons. The Buddha aura was very gentle. It could calm one's heart down. Not only that, Tyrant's body was supported by the minor Saint Sarira, so the Buddha aura was very pure. It had a certain effect on Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's injuries. Unfortunately, the injuries that Jiang Chen and a Huang dog had suffered were too severe. They had fallen into a deep coma, and there was no sign of them waking up. Not only that, Jiang Chen's life force was extremely weak. There was no sign of it getting better. If it wasn't for the energy circulating in his body, he would be no different from a dead man. The energy was because Jiang Chen had swallowed the 9 solar less rond pill at the last moment. The 9 solar less rond pill was a supreme divine pill. Without the support of this pill, Jiang Chen would be in real danger. Although the dragon transformation skill had a certain recovery ability, Jiang Chen's current condition was really bad. The dragon transformation skill had stopped circulating. As for De Huang dog, the backlash from the forbidden secret technique and the loss of his blood essence was too severe. It was already a miracle that he was still alive. However, he had the support of the dragon horse bloodline, and the bloodline kept circulating in his body. In fact, his situation was much better than Jiang Chen's. Looks like I can only go back and ask Master for help. With my abilities, I won't be able to save them. Tyrant murmured to himself. Although he was a 4th grade combat king, when facing Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's severe injuries, he was at his wit's end. During the past 2 days, he had used all kinds of methods, but none of them worked. Tyrant could totally leave Jiang Chen and a Huang dog here and leave by himself. However, he would never do such a thing. Jiang Chen had saved his life before. He had to save Jiang Chen no matter what, regardless of the cost. After making up his mind, Tyrant waved his hand and stored Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's bodies into his qi. After that, he walked out of the cave. 3 figures flew over from afar and stopped in the sky above the mountain range. When Tyrant saw these 3 men, he furrowed his brows. He immediately held his breath and carefully observed them. These 3 men had powerful auras, and all of them were 5th grade combat kings. Judging from their attire, they should be the geniuses from the 4 major powers of the Liang province. Wan Hua, we are now in the Jin province's territory. Are you sure that Monk will come here? One of the young men asked. He was a genius from the invincibility school. That's right. We can't act recklessly in the Jin province. We need to be cautious. The Shura temple has suffered a great loss this time, and even the freezing hell jail was destroyed. However, that Jiang Chen is really terrifying, as he was able to trigger heavenly tribulation. Another young man carried a huge sword on his back. He was a genius from the Peerless Sword faction. His words were filled with a sense of schadenfreude. In order to hunt down Tyrant, although the 3 of them had joined forces for a short period of time, the relationship between the 3 major powers was not good. Therefore, since the Shura temple had suffered such a great loss, it was natural for the other 2 major powers to feel schadenfreude. We've searched the entire Liang province for the past 2 days. Therefore, I suspect that he has escaped to the Jin province. The Great Tycoon has given the order that whoever can capture Tyrant and Jiang Chen will be rewarded with a great reward. This time, as long as you two can help me capture Tyrant and Jiang Chen, the three of us will share the reward equally. The young man named Wan Hua was the 6th tycoon of the Shura Temple's 13 tycoons. He had a respectable status and a formidable cultivation base. At such a young age, he had already reached the 5th grade Combat King realm. After the freezing hell jail was destroyed, the Great Tycoon had given the order to search for Tyrant and Jiang Chen's whereabouts. He had also issued a reward, stating that whoever could capture Tyrant and Jiang Chen would be rewarded with a great reward. Therefore, when Hua had joined forces with the geniuses from the Peerless Sword faction and the Invincibility School to come to the Jin province. On the surface, the three major powers still maintained the name of righteous sects, and they were the arch-enemies of the Heavenly Devil Palace. Naturally, they would not join forces with them. This mountain range is extremely quiet. I'm afraid there won't be anyone here. If we keep searching like this, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack. The genius from the Invincibility School said, "Let's release our divine sense and search this mountain range thoroughly," Wen Hua suggested. After that, the three of them fully released their divine sense and spread it to the bottom of the mountain range. With 3 5th-grade combat kings working together, they were more than enough to cover the entire mountain range. Even an ant would be clearly discovered by them. Below the mountain range, Tyrant's face was filled with a ruthless expression. "It's your bad luck to meet your grandpa Tyrant today. Brother Jiang, De Huang. This monk will first collect some interest for you." After saying that, Tyrant turned into a golden light and soared up into the sky, appearing in front of the three men. "Bastard, your grandpa is here," Tyrant shouted arrogantly. The image of an eminent monk of the western region was nothing but bullshit in front of Tyrant. The three men who were concentrating on searching with their divine sense were suddenly startled. They stared at the monk who suddenly appeared out of nowhere with a surprised expression. Then, a look of wild joy appeared on their faces. "Stinky monk, it's you. I didn't expect you to be here. I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find you by chance." Wan Hua was overjoyed. There was no reason for him not to be happy. According to what he knew, this monk had found a rare treasure in the chaotic ocean. As long as he could capture this monk, not only would he be able to obtain that treasure, he would also be able to make a great contribution to the chaotic ocean, which would bring him great benefits when he returned. "Monk, you've got some guts. Not only did you not hide after seeing us, you even showed yourself. It looks like you're tired of living," the genius from the Invincibility School said with a smile. He didn't take Tyrant seriously at all. This monk was only a 4th-grade combat king, but they had 3 5th-grade combat kings with them. They could easily crush this monk. "That's right. I'm tired of living. However, it seems like the three of you are even more tired of living. I'm going to release you from purgatory first." A dazzling smile emerged on Tyrant's face. Facing 3 5th-grade combat kings, he had no idea where his confidence came from. "I've heard that the eminent monks of the western region are well-mannered, but I never expected to see a scum like you. I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you hand over Jiang Chen, I'll spare your life." Wan Hua said, "I don't need you to spare my life. Why don't you come and kill me? Kill me if you can." The monk's words nearly caused Wan Hua and the other two to cough up blood. This monk was a freak, the most freakish guy they had ever seen. "Don't waste your breath on him. Let's attack together and kill him. Since this monk is here, I'm sure Jiang Chen is hiding somewhere as well." The genius from the Invincibility School, Lang Lang, said. After saying that, the genius from the Invincibility School was the first to dash toward Tyrant. His speed was extremely fast, and his attack was extremely powerful. Both of his hands were unleashing numerous runes, which interweaved into a huge silver shield. Then he slammed it down toward Tyrant. No one knew how much force was contained in this attack, as it instantly shattered the void. It was powerful enough to destroy a huge mountain. However, Tyrant was neither hurried nor slow. There wasn't the slightest trace of nervousness on his face. A wave of golden chi burst out from his body like a tidal wave. This chi wave soared up to the sky and turned into a golden beam of light. Then, Tyrant let out a loud shout and immediately used the Fudo seal. It could be seen that Tyrant wasn't showing any mercy. Rumble. From the power of the immovable King Seal, one could easily tell where Tyrant's confidence came from. Right now, compared to a few days ago in the chaotic ocean, Tyrant's cultivation base had greatly improved. He was now at the peak of the 4th grade Combat King realm, and was half a step into the 5th grade Combat King realm. This was how frightening the Saraira was. It had completely improved Tyrant's physique. Furthermore, the Saraira was constantly fusing with Tyrant's body. This meant that Tyrant's cultivation base was constantly improving, and he could break through to the 5th grade Combat King realm at any time, or even higher. Back in the chaotic ocean, when Tyrant was only a 4th grade Combat King, he was able to instantly kill all the 4th grade Combat King geniuses from the 4 major powers. This was enough to prove that he had the strength to fight a 5th grade Combat King. Now that his strength had improved once again, he didn't put 5th grade Combat Kings in his eyes at all. Although he wasn't as monstrous as Jiang Chen, who could kill someone who was a few levels higher than him, he had no problem killing someone who was 1 level higher. The unmovable Bright King seal collided with the invincible Sex Disciple's seal, and the void was instantly torn apart. The unmovable Bright King seal was one of the 3 supreme seals of the Buddhist sect, and its power was extremely ferocious. The invincible Sex Disciple's seal was instantly destroyed, as if it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Arg, after destroying the seal, the power of the Feudo seal didn't decrease, and it continued to attack. The genius from the invincibility school felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. He couldn't defend himself even with all his strength, and immediately let out a miserable shriek. One of his arms was twisted, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Impossible! How could this monk be so powerful? The genius from the invincibility school couldn't help but feel shocked. This monk is scary, and he's not easy to deal with. 3 of us, attack him with your combat weapons. We won't give him any chance to react. Chapter 529. Wen Hua and the genius from the Peerless Sword School were shocked as well. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. According to what they knew, Tyrant was just a 4th grade Combat King. No matter how much of a genius he was, there was no way he could be a match for 3 5th grade Combat Kings. However, who would have thought that Tyrant's strength was beyond their imagination? The genius from the invincibility school couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. One of his arms was broken, and he was severely injured. Clang! Most of the disciples from the Peerless Sword School were sword cultivators, and they focused on cultivating their sword skills. With a loud clang, the genius drew his sword from his back and joined hands with Wen Hua. 1 blade and 1 sword. Both of them unleashed dazzling lights toward Tyrant at the same time. On the other side, the injured genius from the invincibility school didn't dare let his guard down. Enduring the pain from his broken arm, he took out his weapon. Although the 3 of them didn't belong to the same sect, they had a good relationship with each other, and they had a tacit understanding of each other. When the 3 of them joined hands, their aura skyrocketed, and their power was greatly enhanced. The combination of 3 5th grade Combat Kings was not something anyone could imagine. Rumble. Once again, the void was shaken, and cracks were torn open. The spatial energy that came from their bodies and weapons was wreaking havoc everywhere. Soon, the place had turned into a chaotic battlefield. Facing the joint attack of the 3 men, Tyrant didn't show any signs of nervousness on his face. Instead, a smile emerged on his face. With his strength, he wasn't afraid of these 3 men. Since the beginning of the battle, Tyrant hadn't used his combat weapon. Right now, in order to deal with the 3 men, he quickly took off the golden prayer beads that were hanging around his neck. After the prayer beads were taken off, they began to emit a boundless Buddhist light. The golden Sanskrit characters on the beads looked extremely mystical. Under Tyrant's control, the prayer beads began to expand rapidly. Each of the prayer beads looked like a huge millstone, glowing brightly and extremely mystical. 10,000 Buddhas greeting the sect. Tyrant suddenly shouted. His voice was extremely loud as he performed the Vajra lion roar of Buddhism. Waves of golden sound waves rippled forward. However, what was truly terrifying wasn't the roar, but the string of Buddha beads. The Buddha beads were like a shocking barrier, directly forming a golden barrier. As the voice of Tyrant's 1,000 Buddhas greeting technique faded, incomparably dazzling golden light rushed out from the Buddha beads. They were like sharp blades of Buddhism, indestructible and indestructible. Wherever they passed, the void would be shattered inch by inch. Clang, clang, clang. The golden light from the Buddhist beads collided with the ruler armaments of the 3 experts. Clanging sounds could be heard as sparks flew everywhere. Under the collision, the 3 experts were pushed back again and again. With every step they took, they felt their blood churn and were shaken to an unbearable degree. Impossible! How could this monk be so strong? Even with the three of us joining hands, we are still no match for him. Wenhua was shocked. It seemed like he had completely miscalculated this time. This monk was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. It seemed like he would need at least a 6th grade combat king or even a 7th grade combat king to be able to kill him. Ha! Tyrant shouted again. The golden light that rushed out from the Buddhist beads became denser and denser, forming a golden ocean. At last, the golden light intertwined and formed a huge golden seal of Buddhism. It was like a huge mountain, smashing toward the three experts. Rumble. This attack was no small matter. The battle weapons in their hands were instantly knocked out of their hands, and the injured genius from the invincible sect let out a blood-curdling scream. His arm, which had already been twisted by the attack, exploded into a mist of blood, completely destroyed. Wenhua and the genius of the Peerless Sword faction didn't fare any better. They spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. Their chests were dyed red, and their chi was in a mess. It could be said that Tyrant's attack had seriously injured them. Although they weren't like arrows at the end of their flight, they weren't far from it. At least, they didn't have the strength to fight Tyrant anymore. The three of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The three of them said at the same time, "Run." That's right. If they couldn't win, they would run. It had always been like this. If they didn't run when they couldn't win, wouldn't they be waiting for death? The three of them weren't idiots. It was very easy for Combat King warriors to escape, because they had mastered the spatial force and could use it to escape. Unfortunately, the three of them were not in a good condition right now. If they had chosen to escape from the beginning, even Tyrant wouldn't have been able to stop them. However, things were different now. Where do you think you're going? Grandpa said that he would release you from purgatory, so I'll definitely do it. Grandpa is a man of his word. I can't let you three trash ruin my reputation. Tyrant put his word on the table. He suddenly felt that he was a man of his word. At the very least, he had to keep his word this time. Since he said that he would release them from purgatory, he had to do it. Otherwise, he would lose too much face. Therefore, just as the three of them were about to run away, Tyrant made his move. The giant prayer beads were suddenly thrown out by him. The beads were extremely fast, and they hit the genius of the Invincibility School on the head. Bang! The genius of the Invincibility School couldn't do anything to stop the beads. His head was directly smashed by the beads, and he died on the spot. It was an extremely miserable scene. The beads didn't slow down at all, and they continued to charge toward the genius of the Peerless Sword faction. The genius of the Peerless Sword faction shouted as he unleashed a beam of Yuan energy in an attempt to stop the beads. Unfortunately, his current combat strength was too weak, and there was no way he could fight against the light of the beads. These beads were personally made by Tyrant's master, and they had been with him since he was young. Once they were used, their power would be unimaginable. Pa! Ah! In the end, the genius of the Peerless Sword faction didn't manage to escape his fate. The beads hit his waist, and he was cut into two, dying on the spot. Seeing this, the sixth Grand Guardian, Wenhua, was terrified. His soul almost left his body, and he didn't dare to doubt anything anymore. He immediately tore open the void and stepped into it. Kaka, come out for your grandpa. Tyrant was already prepared for this, so how could he give him the chance to escape? He didn't have a good impression of the people of the Shura Temple. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's current miserable state were all caused by the Shura Temple. He grabbed the beads, and they seeped into the void, directly wrapping around Wenhua's neck. With a forceful pull, he forcefully pulled Wenhua out from the void. Wenhua was completely trapped by the beads. He was so scared that his face turned ashen, and his entire body was trembling. No one wanted to die, especially someone who was about to die. As the Grand Guardian of the Shura Temple, he had a high status and power. He lived a good life, and he still had a bright future ahead of him. Naturally, he didn't want to die like this. Don't kill me. Wenhua was terrified. It was the fear of death. He had seen the means of this monk, and he knew that it would be as easy as flipping his palm if the monk wanted to kill him. Then give me a reason not to kill you, Tyrant said in a serious tone. Wenhua was stunned. That's right, he couldn't find a reason for Tyrant to not kill him. With their hostile relationship, they should be fighting each other to the death. If Tyrant was in Wenhua's place, he would never let him go. Not only would he not let him go, he would even make Tyrant beg for death. You can't think of a reason, can you? Actually, I'm a very merciful monk, but I believe that if it was Jiang Chen, he wouldn't let you go. Therefore, I'll be very merciful and release you from purgatory. As soon as Tyrant finished speaking, he exerted force on the beads, breaking Wenhua's neck. His head flew up into the air. Ba! Tyrant hung the beads back on his neck, put his palms together, and said in a serious tone, Brother Jiang, I'll collect some interest for you. I'll bring you back to the western region now, and once you've recovered, I believe you'll come back to kill me. After saying that, Tyrant didn't stay any longer. He tore the void and disappeared in a blink of an eye. The sixth tycoon of the Shura temple had died a miserable death. He had joined forces with two great warriors to fight for the credit, but he didn't expect Tyrant to be so powerful. Although he was only a peak 4th grade combat king, he was strong enough to kill a 5th grade combat king instantly. Tyrant came from the distant western region. There were 8 major regions in the Divine Continent, and Xuanyu was located in the east, which was the opposite of the western region. The Liang province was located in the east of Xuanyu. Even with Tyrant's speed, it wouldn't take him a day or two to reach the western region from the Liang province. The Divine Continent was too big. It was the absolute center of the Saint Origin world. It was incomparable to the Eastern Continent and the Southern Continent. The Eastern Continent and the Southern Continent weren't even as big as the mysterious domain. It was only because Tyrant had mastered the spatial force that allowed him to tear the void and teleport through it. If an ordinary cultivator were to fly from the mysterious domain to the Western Continent, it would take at least a few months of non-stop flight. As a matter of fact, traveling from Xuanyu to the Western region wasn't as easy as one might imagine. That was because some of the major regions didn't allow people to travel between them. Some of the major powers in the major regions would build some spatial gates, just like the spatial teleportation formation in the Island of Ice, in order to earn money. Cultivators who wanted to travel to other major regions could spend a certain amount of Earth Elixir or Heaven Elixir to travel through the spatial gates. With this, not only would it save them a lot of time, it would also save them a lot of trouble. That was because the journey from Xuanyu to the western region was a long one, and one might encounter all kinds of troubles along the way. Xuanyu was just an ordinary region among the 8 major regions. Some of the more powerful regions had extremely tyrannical powers, and if one were to have a conflict with them, it would undoubtedly bring trouble to oneself. Moreover, Tyrant couldn't afford to waste any more time in order to save Jiang Chen. Moreover, he had some wealth with him, so traveling through the spatial gates wasn't a problem. 7 days later, Tyrant finally arrived at the western region, which was a pure land of Buddhism. It was the smallest major region in the Divine Continent, a semi-isolated major region. However, no one dared to look down on the western region. Even though Buddhism had fallen, it still had an extremely strong foundation. Chapter 530. After entering the western region, one could smell the different qi in the air. This place could be considered as the kingdom of Buddhism, although there were many other forces in this place. Moreover, there were the true devil race at the edge of the western region. Buddhism was the natural enemy of the devil race. The main reason why Buddhism declined in the past was because of the war with the devil race. Of course, the devil race had also declined. Dong dong. The melodious sound of a bell could be heard as soon as one arrived at the western region. It was the sound of the great thunderclap monk. Just listening to it could make one feel relaxed and happy. It was a pure land of Buddhism that had existed for a very long time. There were killings in this place, but it had been cleansed by the Buddha light. The air was very clean. However, after entering the western region, Tyrant's mood had obviously become somewhat gloomy. A trace of sadness could be seen on his face. However, he quickly adjusted his mood, locked onto a direction, and flew towards it. His ultimate goal was to save Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. If it wasn't for the sake of saving Jiang Chen and a Huang dog, he wouldn't have come back. He didn't want to see the disappointed look in his master's eyes. There was a desolate mountain range in the corner of the western region. However, there was an independent mountain peak in the middle of the mountain range. The mountain peak had verdant hills, clear waters, and lush greenery. Even the heaven and earth yuan qi was incomparably dense. It formed a sharp contrast with the desolate mountain range, making it look extremely incongruous. Tyrant appeared outside the mountain range. He was mumbling to himself as he strode towards the mountain peak. Soon, he arrived at the mountain peak. There was an invisible barrier that covered the entire mountain peak. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it. If Jiang Chen was here, he would definitely be able to see that this invisible barrier was made by a minor saint. Tyrant came to the front of the barrier and took out a talisman. He drew a line in the void in front of him, tearing a gap in the barrier. After that, he walked into the gap. After Tyrant entered the gap, the barrier returned to its original state. Due to the restriction, it was impossible for ordinary people to enter the mountain peak, and they would definitely be stopped. It was obvious that Tyrant was extremely familiar with this place. Upon entering the mountain, one would discover that the original form of the mountain was much higher than the current mountain. However, the peak of the mountain had been flattened by a sword strike from an expert, resulting in the current mountain in front of them. At the top of the flattened mountain was a temple. This temple was very small, but it was extremely elegant. In the middle of the mountain peak, there was a huge stone tablet. This stone tablet was 10 feet tall, and on it were 2 large words, Green Lotus. This mountain was called Green Lotus Mountain, and everyone in the western regions who knew about Ancestor Green Lotus knew about its specific origins. The entire mountain peak seemed abnormally quiet. Not a single person could be seen, and there was not even the slightest hint of human aura. Tyrant was very familiar with the route. With a single leap, he landed on the peak of the mountain. The gate of the temple opened wide, and Tyrant directly walked in. In front of him was a golden palace. Although it was unknown how long it had been built, it was still emitting a golden radiance, and it was filled with a holy aura. The gate of the main hall was still open, and Tyrant walked in with large strides. The main hall was very big, but it seemed very empty. There was only a statue placed in the center of the hall that was very eye-catching. The statue was of an eminent monk, and his entire body was gilded. He had a kind face, and he looked to be in his 50s. He wasn't old, and he wasn't fat or skinny. One of his hands was placed in front of his chest, and there was a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. There were 9 incense marks on the top of his head, and the statue looked very lifelike, as if it could come to life at any time. However, there was no sound coming from the statue, which proved that it was just a statue. If Jiang Chen were to wake up now, he would definitely be able to recognize the owner of this statue. Tyrant knelt in front of the statue with a thud, and respectfully kowtowed 3 times. He had completely changed the demonic monk attitude he had when he was in Xuanyu, and had become unprecedentedly solemn. And not bad. The first thing you do when you return is to kowtow to your ancestor. At this moment, a voice rang out from within the main hall. This voice was very deep, and at the same time, it was also very mysterious. It was obvious that the one who spoke was an eminent monk. Regardless of cultivation or attainment, Tyrant couldn't compare with him. As the voice faded away, an old monk suddenly appeared in the main hall. This old monk's appearance was very strange, and even the void didn't tremble. He was like a ghost, and it was clear that his cultivation had already reached the peak. The old monk wore a simple and unadorned yellow robe. He looked to be at least 70 years old. His face was full of white beard and his eyes were calm. It was impossible to see any fluctuations in his emotions. In the entire Green Lotus Mountain Temple, there were only the 2 of them. After Tyrant and Kindness left, the old monk was the only one left. Master. Tyrant kowtowed toward the old monk with a respectful expression. 4th grade Combat King. 2 grades higher than when you left. Not bad, but it's still far from enough. The burden on your shoulders is too heavy. I've told you before that on your path of growth, you'll have to go through all kinds of trials and tribulations before you can truly grow. During this process, I won't give you any help. Now that you've returned, do you want to continue living a boring life in this broken temple? The old monk said with a calm voice. However, it wasn't hard to tell that he was disappointed in Tyrant. Sometimes, disappointment came from having too much expectations, just like the old monk's expectations for Tyrant. Even though Tyrant was an outstanding genius among his peers, and he wasn't inferior to those super geniuses of the Great Layin Temple, it was still far from enough to fulfill the old monk's expectations. Master, the Great Layin Temple has invited you many times, but why do you keep rejecting them? What's so good about staying here? With your current cultivation base, it's more than enough for you to travel unhindered across the world. Also, every time I asked you about the Patriarch, you wouldn't answer me. You just told me to focus on my cultivation. Tyrant said. He was a stubborn man, and he couldn't understand why his master would do such a thing. The Great Lain Temple was the pinnacle of Buddhism, and every Buddhist felt that joining the Great Lain Temple was an incomparable honor. However, his master had stubbornly rejected the Great Lain Temple's invitation time and time again. What do you know? The Great Lain Temple isn't as simple as you think it is. The world is full of dangers, and you're still too young. Tyrant, you're talented and intelligent, and you should feel honored to be the descendant of the patriarch. I have my reasons for staying here. As for the questions you want to know, I'll tell you when your cultivation base surpasses mine. The old monk said, Master, you're currently a 9th grade minor saint, and it'll take me years to surpass yours. Also, what kind of secrets are they? Do I need to reach the great saint realm before I can know them? Tyrant was puzzled. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to become a great saint, and it wasn't something that could be achieved by relying on talent alone. That's why you don't want to waste any time in your cultivation. No matter how long it takes, I can wait. Before you left, I told you not to come back to see me before you reach the Combat Emperor realm. Only when you reach the Combat Emperor realm will I have something else to give you. If you don't make it and die outside, that's your fate. You're just a 4th grade combat king now. Did you come back for me to praise you? The old monk was slightly angry, as if he was disappointed in Tyrant. Only now did Tyrant realize that the purpose of his return was to save Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. Just now when he saw the statue of the patriarch, he couldn't help but ask those questions, and he almost forgot the purpose of his return. Only when he saw his master getting angry did he remember his purpose. Master, there's a reason why disciple came back. Please have a look. Tyrant stood up from the ground and waved his hand. In an instant, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog appeared, lying on the ground. The old monk's gaze fell onto Jiang Chen, and his eyes lit up. For some unknown reason, he could sense a familiar aura from this young man. Even though Jiang Chen was in a deep coma, the old monk still felt a sense of familiarity from his vague expression. However, the old monk was sure that he had never seen this young man before. However, where did this familiar feeling come from? This was really strange. Master, this man's name is Jiang Chen. He and this De Huang dog are the friend's disciple made in Xuanyu. Back in the chaotic ocean, disciple found a Saraira. When I was in secluded cultivation, I was besieged by enemies. They risked their lives to save disciple's life. Now, they are both seriously injured, and disciple is powerless to help them. That's why I came here to ask master for help. Tyrant said. He didn't forget to tell the old monk what happened in the Liang province. The old monk was startled when he heard what Tyrant said. However, a hint of happiness soon emerged on his face. It had been a long time since the Green Lotus Mountain had allowed outsiders to enter, but the old monk wasn't angry at the person Tyrant brought back. Putting aside the fact that the old monk felt a sense of familiarity toward Jiang Chen, he was also pleased that Tyrant was such a righteous and compassionate person. This little disciple of his had always been wild and unruly since he was young. Now that he had started to understand the ways of the world, he was able to make friends that could go through life and death together. This was something that the old monk wanted to see. Especially the fact that Tyrant was able to make friends with geniuses. This made him even happier. This might be of great help to his future cultivation. You said that you found a Saraira? As the old monk spoke, a divine sense shot out from his eyes and entered Tyrant's body. After that, the divine sense returned to his body. Good. You are indeed a man blessed with great fortune. The Saraira you found was left behind by a 3rd grade minor saint. No wonder you have improved so quickly. Your physique has been transformed once again. This is your own fortune. I believe that as long as you are willing, you can break through to the 5th grade combat king realm at any time. Chapter 531. The old monk was shocked. He couldn't help it. It was impossible for a person's body to contain such a pure lightning energy, unless the person had the lightning physique, or was a genius who practiced the lightning skill. However, when these people were on the verge of death, their lightning energy would calm down, making it impossible for them to sense it. However, the lightning energy in Jiang Chen's body was extremely pure, and it was stored in Jiang Chen's body. It could be easily sensed. It wasn't controlled by Jiang Chen. This was too miraculous. How could there be such a strong power of thunder in a severely injured and dying person's body? Naturally, Jiang Chen couldn't be compared to those geniuses who possessed a lightning physique. He had just gone through the heavenly tribulation and absorbed countless heavenly lightning dragon lightning. Not only that, he had also consumed a 9 solar lightning dragon pill at the very last moment. Now was the critical moment for the 9 solar lightning dragon pill to take effect. Therefore, even though Jiang Chen had lost consciousness and was on the verge of death, the pure lightning energy was still circulating in his body. Master, he had just gone through the heavenly tribulation not long ago. The lightning energy in his body should have been absorbed during the process. Also, his current injuries were mostly caused by the heavenly tribulation, and he was attacked by a 9th-grade combat king. It's a miracle that he didn't die. Monk Tyrant said. What? You said he had just gone through the heavenly tribulation not long ago? You said he attracted the heavenly tribulation with his combat king cultivation? The old monk let out an unprecedented cry of surprise. As an eminent monk, it was not easy for his emotions to fluctuate so much. The usually calm old monk had already forgotten how long it had been since he had been this excited. However, this was the first time he had seen a genius who could attract heavenly tribulation at the Battle King realm, so he couldn't help but feel excited. At his level, he knew more about the terror of the heavenly tribulation than anyone else. He knew the origin of the heavenly tribulation. This young man in front of him was able to attract the heavenly tribulation when he was only a combat king. It was enough to prove that he had a monstrous talent that couldn't be compared to ordinary geniuses. What surprised the old monk even more was that Jiang Chen had gone through the heavenly tribulation and had also withstood the attack of a 9th-grade combat king, but he didn't die on the spot. Although he didn't look any different from being dead, the old monk could still see that this young man wasn't dead yet. There was an unknown force supporting him. That's right. Brother Jiang is very strong. When he was just a 1st-grade combat king, he was able to kill a 4th-grade combat king. Your disciple is far inferior to him. This time, he even used the heavenly tribulation to destroy the freezing hell jail of a sect in the Liang province. Your disciple really admires him. Therefore, I hope Master can save him. Apart from his own master, this was the first time in his life that he cared so much about someone's safety and life. All right, let me see. The old monk was very excited. He squatted down and began to carefully examine Jiang Chen's injuries. A genius who could trigger the heavenly tribulation was unprecedented and unique. It was impossible for him to not care about it. He was very happy that his disciple was able to befriend such a genius. The old monk was a 9th-grade minor saint. Just like what Tyrant had said before, a man like him could do whatever he wanted no matter where he went. He was a true Buddha. His knowledge and vision were far beyond that of ordinary people. After the old monk carefully examined Jiang Chen's injuries, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. His injuries are very serious. All of his internal organs have been destroyed, and his soul is almost in a deep sleep. With such injuries, any ordinary person would have been dead by now. However, there is a stream of energy still circulating in his body. I guess he must have consumed some life-saving pill at the last moment. Not only that, there seems to be a mysterious and obscure force supporting him from within his body. This mysterious force is very magical. Even I can't tell what it is. Master, can he still be saved? Tyrant asked anxiously. I don't have much confidence in whether I can save him or not. With such injuries, he should be dead by now. It is already a miracle that he is still alive. Besides, this man has a very strong will. Plus, he has consumed some kind of powerful pill, which should be enough to heal his injuries. I can't do anything about it. I will use the Lotus Sutra to help him, hoping to awaken his soul. As long as his soul is awakened, I believe he will wake up on his own. The old monk said. Hearing this, an excited expression emerged on Tyrant's face. He knew his master very well. His master was a Buddha, an eminent monk who never lied and never boasted. Since his master said Jiang Chen could be saved, then there must be a way for him to be saved. However, with such injuries, he still has to rely on himself in the end. His willpower is extremely strong. His talent is monstrous. His physical body is unparalleled, and his will to survive is also very strong. I used the Lotus Sutra to help him, but in the end, he still has to rely on himself. The old monk said. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that he had seen this young man before. However, he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. He was even sure that he had never seen this young man before. This feeling was too strange. Master, take a look at De Huang. In order to save Jiang Chen, He forcefully used a secret technique and increased his cultivation by 2 levels. Furthermore, he used his blood essence to use a broken sword that I don't know what kind of treasure it is. Only then did I have the chance to save him. He suffered a great backlash, and his injuries are very serious. Tyrant said. Hearing Tyrant's words, the old monk's eyes revealed a trace of surprise again. Normally, secret techniques that could temporarily increase one's cultivation were forbidden techniques. No one would be willing to use them unless it was a critical moment. However, secret techniques like this were extremely rare and precious. Secret techniques that could forcibly increase one's cultivation by 2 levels were even rarer. Since this dog knew such a secret technique, it seemed that he was not as simple as he seemed. The old monk's gaze fell on De Huang Dog. He slowly reached out his palm. A faint golden halo flickered on his palm, and it landed on De Huang Dog's head. In the next moment, the old monk's expression changed drastically. He actually possesses the rare bloodline of a divine beast. It's pure and masculine. I have seen a real Qilin divine beast before, and its bloodline was just as unyielding. However, this dog's bloodline is definitely not that of a Qilin. I can't tell what kind of divine beast it is, but its bloodline is indeed powerful. His future achievements will be limitless. No wonder he can use the forbidden secret technique. The old monk couldn't help but be shocked. The man and dog that his disciple brought back were both monstrous geniuses. The dog was a divine beast that possessed a complete bloodline. Just thinking about it made him feel terrified. De Huang is indeed mystical. Tyrant nodded his head. He had no doubt about it as he had witnessed it with his own eyes. You said that he used a broken sword to repel 2 first-grade combat emperors and a 9th-grade combat king? Where is the broken sword? Can you let me have a look? The old monk was shocked. He knew very well the gap between a combat king and a combat emperor. Even if Big Yellow was a true divine beast, there was no way he could fight a combat emperor with his 3rd-grade combat king cultivation base, and even force him to retreat. This could only mean that the broken sword was too miraculous, and was a rare treasure. The broken sword belongs to De Huang, but due to the emergency situation, I'm afraid it has fallen into the hands of the Shura temple, Tyrant said. Hearing this, the old monk felt it was a pity. Although he wasn't a man of the world, he wasn't a greedy man. He was just curious about the broken sword. However, he knew that there were some treasures in this world that could only be used by divine beasts, but not others. Even if the broken sword had fallen into the hands of the Shura temple, it would only be a piece of scrap metal. After that, the old monk focused his attention on De Huang Dog's injuries. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. The man and the dog's injuries were extremely serious. De Huang Dog had suffered a severe backlash. Although his vital signs were still visible on the surface, much better than Jiang Chen's, it would still be extremely difficult for him to wake up completely. The bloodline of a divine beast is incomparably powerful. I'm sure this dog won't die, and his life won't be in danger. Even if I don't help him, he can still wake up by relying on his own bloodline. He might even stimulate his bloodline to become even more powerful. To him, this injury might not be a disaster, but an opportunity. However, I can't tell how long he will sleep for. The old monk said. Although he was a 9th-grade minor saint, he had spent his entire life studying Buddhism, so he knew very little about other things. His knowledge about divine beasts was even more limited, so there was a limit to what he could do. However, his conclusion made Tyrant feel relieved. At least, both Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog wouldn't die. I will now use the Lotus Sutra to help them. The Lotus Sutra is the holy scripture of Buddhism. It symbolizes holiness and nobleness. This scripture can cleanse the souls of the dead, and also cleanse a person's soul. I will use this scripture to awaken Jiang Chen's soul. The rest is up to him. The old monk said. This was the only thing he could do. The old monk slowly closed his eyes. Runes kept appearing from his mouth. Each of the runes contained the essence of Sanskrit. They were very mysterious. When these Sanskrit landed on the bodies of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, their bodies were completely covered by the Sanskrit, making them look like a huge golden cocoon. Tyrant was sitting at the side with his palms put together. He was carefully comprehending the essence of the Lotus Sutra. To him, every time he listened to his master's lecture, he would gain a lot of benefits. The main hall was filled with tranquility. There was only the Buddha light. After the old monk chanted the Lotus Sutra once, he stopped. However, the Sanskrit didn't stop, and it was still lingering around Jiang Chen and Big Yellow's body. Chapter 532. This was a process of cleansing one's soul. To any cultivator, this was a rare experience. The supreme heart of Buddhism was profound and powerful, and the Lotus Sutra was a miraculous technique. It didn't have any offensive power, but it could be used to help others. The higher the cultivation base of the monk, the better the effect would be. Jiang Chen's entire soul was immersed in the kingdom of Buddha sect. This was a true Pure Land. There were no battles, no killings, no bloodshed. There was only light everywhere, which made one's soul feel incomparably comfortable. The old monk didn't leave the grand hall. He was carefully observing Jiang Chen's transformation. Tyrant didn't leave either. Not only was he worried about Jiang Chen's injuries, but he was also able to carefully comprehend the essence of the Lotus Sutra. Although the Lotus Sutra couldn't help him improve his cultivation base, it could bring about a change in his state of mind, which was very rare. The state of mind was very important to a cultivator, and the more one's cultivation base improved, the more important it became. The Green Lotus Mountain was quiet, as if this place had never been lively before. The old monk stood alone, guarding this place, as if he was isolated from the rest of the world. This was a peaceful Pure Land, and as long as one lived here, one would feel tranquil and indifferent. Within the grand hall, the Sanskrit language was reverberating, and the golden light was shining brightly. De Huang Dog was sleeping soundly, and his furrowed brows had smoothened out along with the cultivation of the Lotus Sutra. Jiang Chen also had a look of enjoyment on his face. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Including the time when Tyrant left Xuanyu, 10 days had passed. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had been in a deep sleep for 10 days. This was the longest time they had ever slept, and they were just lying here, aloof from worldly affairs. However, they couldn't lie here forever, even though they didn't show any signs of waking up. Buzz! Right at this moment, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded out from Tyrant's body. Rays of golden Buddhist light turned into numerous whirlpools, appearing above Tyrant's head. His aura began to rise, and in the blink of an eye, he had broken through to the 5th grade Combat King realm. Seeing this, the old monk's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. A look of admiration could be seen on his face as he said, "This is all thanks to the Saraira. This kid has great luck. That Saraira has improved his physique once again. It's enough for him to easily reach the Combat Emperor realm." The old monk had a pair of sharp eyes, so how could he not see the changes in Tyrant? The reason why Tyrant was able to improve so quickly was all because of the Saraira. After absorbing the Saraira, although he didn't break through many levels immediately, the process became much easier and more relaxed. With the help of the Saraira, Tyrant's cultivation base was constantly improving, and his condition was different every day. Just like now, after receiving the enlightenment from the Lotus Sutra, he had broken through to the 5th grade Combat King realm. However, this wasn't the end, as Tyrant's cultivation base was still improving. It was highly possible that he would break through to the 6th grade Combat King realm in a few days. "Master, this Lotus Sutra is really good. It has given me a deeper understanding of the Dharma. Master, if you have any brilliant methods and sutras, please give them to me." Tyrant flashed a treacherous smile at the old monk. "Humph. There are still many things that I haven't taught you, but it's not the right time yet. Your cultivation base isn't high enough, so there are some things that I can't teach you, as it won't do you any good." The old monk glared at Tyrant. Tyrant stuck out his tongue. He knew that all his master's decisions were for his own good. 3 days later, Jiang Chen, who had been silent for 13 days, finally showed some movement. Under the cleansing of the Lotus Sutra, Jiang Chen's great soul derivation skill was automatically activated. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's soul was already very strong, so his dormant soul was awakened immediately. Jiang Chen's soul left the illusory kingdom of Buddha, and woke up from his own body. At this moment, the Sanskrit Buddhist aura that was hovering around Jiang Chen's body seemed to have received a huge impact, and a series of cracking sounds were heard. "Master, what's going on?" A worried look appeared on Tyrant's face. "Haha, this person's soul is really too strong." This old monk thought that even with the help of the Lotus Sutra, it would take at least 2 months for his soul to be awakened. "I didn't expect that he would wake up on his own in just 6 days. Amazing, as expected of a monstrous genius who could trigger a heavenly tribulation." The old monk laughed heartily, and he couldn't help but praise Jiang Chen. Even with his experience, He had never seen a monstrous genius like Jiang Chen. Does this mean that Brother Jiang will wake up soon? A hint of excitement appeared on Tyrant's face. Of course not. It's just that his soul has awakened, which means that he won't die. However, the injuries on his body still need time to recover, and it's hard to say how long it will take for him to fully recover. According to his injuries, I'm afraid he will need at least half a year. However, this person's talent is extraordinary, and we can't judge him with common sense. Perhaps, the time will be greatly shortened. The old monk said. He had originally estimated that Jiang Chen's soul would need 2 months to awaken, but now, Jiang Chen had only used 6 days. Therefore, he didn't dare to make a rash judgment on when Jiang Chen would truly recover. A monstrous genius like Jiang Chen couldn't be judged by normal standards. After Jiang Chen's soul had awakened, the old monk could feel a trace of familiarity from Jiang Chen, especially from his soul. Suddenly, the old monk's expression changed. His name is Jiang Chen? His name is also Jiang Chen? Could it be? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The greatest saint under the heavens fell on the Saint Cliff 100 years ago, and his body was destroyed. He has already become a part of history, a part of the past. It looks like I'm overthinking things. This young man in front of me is just a genius who resembles the greatest saint under the heavens. That's why I can feel a trace of familiarity from him. The old monk shook his head. The greatest saint under the heavens had long disappeared in the long river of history, and it was impossible for him to exist anymore. If he was still alive, how could he have remained silent for over 100 years? Furthermore, this young genius in front of him was only at the Battle King realm, and the gap between him and the greatest saint under the heavens wasn't small. They only shared the same name, but there were countless people named Jiang Chen in this world. Thinking about the greatest saint under the heavens, the old monk couldn't help but sigh. Back then, when he was following his master, he had once met the greatest saint under the heavens, and he was deeply impressed by the bearing of the greatest saint. Naturally, the old monk couldn't imagine that the young man lying in front of him was the reincarnation of the greatest saint under the heavens. That was the reason why he felt a sense of familiarity from his soul. After Jiang Chen's soul awakened, apart from the great soul derivation skill, the dragon transformation skill also began to circulate. The 9 less rond pill that had accumulated in his body finally came into effect. Buzz, a buzzing sound could be heard from within Jiang Chen's body. Previously, his blood had almost dried up, but now, as the dragon transformation skill circulated, a trace of dark red blood essence emerged from within Jiang Chen's chi. The dragon transformation skill was truly miraculous, as if it wasn't just a skill, but a treasure with its own spirit. This trace of blood essence came from the dragon transformation skill. It was an invisible skill, and not only could it activate the true dragon combat skill, it could also produce blood essence. This was truly miraculous. Boom! With the appearance of this trace of blood essence, a powerful energy shot out from it. Following that, the trace of blood essence began to wander within Jiang Chen's body, and the dragon transformation skill circulated to the extreme. Jiang Chen's injury this time could be said to be a blessing in disguise, as the dragon transformation skill had evolved once again. Roar. The over 10,000 dragon mocks in his chi emitted a deep roar, as if they were 10,000 true dragons. Wherever the blood essence passed, Jiang Chen's body would undergo a major blood change. His blood was constantly being regenerated, and his internal injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His shattered internal organs were also beginning to reconstruct. The energy that shot out from Jiang Chen's body caused the entire hall to tremble. Outside of Jiang Chen's body, illusory blood-red dragon shadows appeared. These dragon shadows continuously revolved around Jiang Chen, and it looked as if tens of thousands of dragons were protecting their master. The old monk and tyrant were dumbfounded, and they were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. Heavens, what exactly is happening in his body? How can such a miraculous scene appear? Those dragon shadows seem as if they are real. Even with the old monk's experience, he had never seen such a miraculous scene. Brother Jiang is truly a dragon among men. It seems that his injury this time has been a blessing in disguise. Tyrant's eyes shone brightly, and he was extremely happy. I'm guessing that he might have cultivated some kind of terrifying cultivation technique. Let me see what exactly is happening in his body. The old monk was completely stunned. He separated a strand of his divine sense and wanted to enter Jiang Chen's body to investigate. However, he was shocked to find that as soon as his divine sense entered Jiang Chen's body, It was directly repelled by a force. The old monk's body trembled, and his face turned slightly pale. "Master, what's wrong?" Tyrant hurriedly asked. "There is an unknown force in his body that is blocking my divine sense. If I didn't send my divine sense out in time, I'm afraid that it would have been shattered. That force is very ancient, like an immemorial being. It's too scary." The old monk still had lingering fear in his heart. He was a 9th-grade minor saint, but the chi in Jiang Chen's body that seemed to come from the primordial era was too strong. It was sacred and lofty, and it made people want to kneel down and worship it. It was a sacred existence that couldn't be violated. Jiang Chen was still lying on the floor of the hall. The number of dragon shadows on his body was increasing. His body was going through a tremendous transformation. His internal organs were being reconstructed, and the injuries on his body were also recovering. The dragon transformation skill had transformed once again. It had given Jiang Chen a great transformation, and his body was filled with vitality again. Not only that, along with the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, another message appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Chapter 533. Every time the dragon transformation skill went through a metamorphosis, it would provide Jiang Chen with powerful true dragon combat skills. From the first true dragon palm and true dragon fire, to the second azure dragon's 5 steps, and the third 5 elements combat dragon seal, each was stronger than the previous one. This time, the 5 elements combat dragon seal could be regarded as the supreme true dragon combat skill because the third metamorphosis that Jiang Chen had experienced was absolutely different from the previous two. This time, it could be said that he was truly reborn. Blood essence appeared in the dragon transformation skill and once again transformed his body, giving him a great change of blood, making his physique even more monstrous. This was the so-called blessing in disguise. After being reborn, Jiang Chen was destined to be a person with great luck. No matter where he went, no matter when, he would be blessed by luck. Even this life or death tribulation finally became his luck. If not for this tribulation, it was unknown how long it would take for the dragon transformation skill to go through the third metamorphosis. After cultivating the dragon transformation skill for such a long time, Jiang Chen had a real understanding of this divine skill and was completely recognized by the skill. This was a skill full of spirituality, mysterious and unpredictable. Even Jiang Chen himself could not predict the future of the dragon transformation skill, nor could he imagine to what extent he would reach after cultivating the dragon transformation skill. However, one thing was certain: every time the dragon transformation skill underwent a metamorphosis, the speed of circulation would become faster and more beneficial to Jiang Chen. Every metamorphosis would make the compatibility between the dragon transformation skill and Jiang Chen more perfect. Just like this time, blood essence directly appeared in the dragon transformation skill. This was unprecedented. It could be said to be a miracle. It was hard to imagine what great benefits the dragon transformation skill would bring to Jiang Chen after going through the 4th, 5th, or even more metamorphoses. The secrets contained in the dragon transformation skill would also gradually reveal with each metamorphosis. The 5 elements combat dragon seal, as the name suggested, was a powerful combat skill related to the 5 elements. The 5 elements combat dragon seal was divided into 5 combat skills, namely golden dragon seal, azure dragon seal, water dragon seal, fire dragon seal, and earth dragon seal. Every seal was connected to the 5 elements. The different elements reinforced and restrained each other. When used in battle, the power of the 5 elements combat dragon seal would be even more ferocious and unstoppable. It was far more tyrannical than the true dragon's palm. Of course, the power of the 5 elements combat dragon seal was also related to the 5 elements that Jiang Chen had obtained. This also meant that this combat skill was not easy to cultivate. Moreover, the 5 elements combat dragon seal was different from the true dragon's palm and the azure dragon's 5 steps. The true dragon's palm and the azure dragon's 5 steps seemed to have been directly imprinted in Jiang Chen's mind and could be used directly. As his cultivation increased, its power would become stronger and stronger. However, the 5 elements combat dragon seal could not. This combat skill was only provided for Jiang Chen's cultivation method. As for the specific cultivation process, Jiang Chen still had to work hard. In the next few days, Jiang Chen still did not wake up. However, the changes in his aura became more and more intense. The dragon shadows dancing on the surface of his body became denser and denser. The entire Green Lotus Mountain could hear the roars of dragons, as if countless ancient dragons were descending. The old monk and tyrant had been staring at Jiang Chen since the first day of his transformation. The two of them did not even dare to blink their eyes. The shock on their faces became more and more intense. They could not believe that a person could undergo such a huge transformation. Master, Jiang Chen's blood and qi are too vigorous. I even have the illusion that he is not a human, but a real heavenly dragon. Tyrant was extremely shocked. A person could release such a pure and holy aura, and also possess a blood and qi that surpassed that of a human. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Terrifying, too terrifying. Could he be the reincarnation of an ancient dragon? No, that can't be. There is clearly a human's aura in his body. I'm guessing that he has cultivated some kind of cultivation technique, but does such a terrifying cultivation technique really exist in this world? The old monk was also completely shocked. Even with his experience, he was unable to believe and accept the scene in front of him. However, an abnormal being like Jiang Chen could even attract heavenly tribulation. Nothing was impossible for him. The old monk was even very happy. He felt that he must befriend this monstrous genius. His lifelong dream, Tyrant's future path, and the responsibility he had to bear, if he could get the help of this young man, he believed that there would be a chance for him to achieve his dream. Jiang Chen's transformation became more and more obvious. After a month, he still did not show any signs of waking up. However, his life force had become extremely vigorous. His body was filled with energy, and all his internal organs had been completely healed. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, and even though he was lying there quietly, he gave off a domineering aura that could make others submit to him. In the following period of time, Jiang Chen's body started to change again. Blood-colored scales appeared on his chest, followed by his thighs. In the end, many blood-colored scales appeared on Jiang Chen's body. These scales were glowing with a blood-like luster, mysterious and strong. What shocked the old monk and tyrant the most was that these scales weren't some kind of armor, and they weren't formed by yuan energy either. Instead, they grew out of Jiang Chen's body, and were connected to Jiang Chen's flesh and blood. Master, what is this? Tyrant was shocked once again. During the past month, Tyrant's cultivation base hadn't stagnated. With the help of the Saraira, his cultivation base had reached the peak of the 5th grade Combat King realm, and he was only a step away from the 6th grade Combat King realm. He could break through to the 6th grade Combat King realm at any time. This was the scariness of the Saraira, and also the reason why Tyrant's cultivation base was so extraordinary. He didn't have to do anything, and his cultivation base would improve every day. This is a dragon scale. Oh my god, there is a dragon scale in his body. What an evildoer. My disciple, you should know that the Saint Origin world is just a plane, a small world within the boundless world. This place was once isolated, and the great saints of the Saint Origin world came to an end. 100 years ago, the greatest saint of the Saint Origin world opened the door to the realm of immortals, and opened a path for the saints of the Saint Origin world. During these 100 years, many powerful great saints had ascended to the realm of immortals. A supreme existence like the true dragon would never appear in the Saint Origin world. I'm guessing that the cultivation technique that Jiang Chen is practicing must be related to the true dragon. This is too frightening. If this news were to spread, I wonder how many powerful existences would be shocked. Jiang Chen will immediately become the center of attention. Those ancient families, those super powerful sects and tribes in the pure land of the divine continent will have their eyes on Jiang Chen. If that's the case, Jiang Chen will be in real danger. The old monk could no longer maintain his calm, because he had recognized the transformation of Jiang Chen. There were many cultivation techniques and combat skills in the Saint Origin world that were named after dragons. Some of them could even evolve into the form of real dragons. There were also some powerful flood dragons, but none of them were real heavenly dragons. On the other hand, the scales that appeared on Jiang Chen's body were real dragon scales. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Brother Jiang is indeed full of mysteries. I hope Master will keep this a secret for Brother Jiang. Tyrant put his palms together and said to the old monk. Of course. The old monk said solemnly. A heaven-defying cultivation technique would definitely cause an unimaginable uproar. The old monk was more far-sighted than Tyrant. Now that he wanted to befriend a figure like Jiang Chen, he naturally had to keep it a secret. The changes on Jiang Chen's body were huge. When the dragon scales on his body reached a certain amount, they stopped growing. The dragon scales didn't cover his entire body. There weren't any dragon scales above his neck, And there were also some parts of his body that didn't have dragon scales. This could only mean that Jiang Chen's cultivation of the dragon transformation skill had yet to reach a certain level. From the very beginning, the skill stated that one must condense 100,000 dragon marks in order to reach the pinnacle and transform into a dragon and soar into the sky. 100,000 dragon marks. Currently, Jiang Chen only had a little over 12,000 dragon marks. The gap between him and 100,000 was huge. Furthermore, the more Jiang Chen understood the dragon transformation skill, the more he felt that it was extraordinary. He guessed that even if he condensed 100,000 dragon marks, he would still be far from the pinnacle of the dragon transformation skill. This cultivation technique was far more mystical than he had imagined, and the secrets involved were also extraordinary. It had been 43 days since Jiang Chen fell into a coma. During these days, the Xueqi temple had been searching everywhere for Jiang Chen and the monk. They had nearly searched the entire Liang province and the surrounding provinces, including the other 3 major powers of the Liang province. However, Jiang Chen and the monk were nowhere to be found, as if they had vanished into thin air. The news of the freezing hell jail being destroyed had spread. A man who could attract heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm had shocked everyone. The name Jiang Chen had also started to spread in Xuanyu. Many provinces had heard about Jiang Chen, and the fact that he could attract heavenly tribulation was simply too shocking. There were even some major powers in Xuanyu who had started paying attention to Jiang Chen. Many people guessed that Jiang Chen was already dead. According to the scene witnessed by some people, the 2 combat emperors and the tycoon of the Xueqi temple had joined hands to strike Jiang Chen, who was already under the attack of the heavenly tribulation, causing him to fall from the sky. Therefore, many people guessed that Jiang Chen was most likely dead. There were also people who thought that Jiang Chen wasn't dead yet. They believed that a monster who could attract heavenly tribulation wouldn't die so easily. Regardless of whether Jiang Chen was dead or alive, he had become famous. This was probably the fastest way for a young man to become famous. First, he became famous in the chaotic ocean, then the entire Liang province, and finally the entire Xuanyu. While Jiang Chen's name was being discussed everywhere in Xuanyu, Jiang Chen was still sleeping in the faraway western region. In the main hall of Green Lotus Mountain, the dragon shadow around Jiang Chen's body had disappeared, and the dragon scales on his body had disappeared as well. The entire main hall had regained its tranquility. Jiang Chen was lying quietly in the main hall. On the surface, he looked like an ordinary man, and he was still in a coma. However, his life force was extremely vigorous. Chapter 534. Jiang Chen's condition had completely stabilized. Not only that, he had also gone through an incomparably important metamorphosis in his life. De Huang Dog's surroundings were still filled with the Sanskrit words of the Lotus Sutra. The backlash he had suffered was too strong, and it was extremely difficult for him to recover. After all, he wasn't Jiang Chen. Without the help of the dragon transformation skill, although the dragon horse bloodline was miraculous, it was still in a state of slumber. Master, Brother Jiang has already recovered, and his life force is vigorous. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Tyrant asked. He has obtained great benefits from this metamorphosis, and he should be digesting them now. I believe it won't be long before he completely wakes up. The old monk nodded with a smile. He was no longer worried about Jiang Chen. A monstrous genius like him wouldn't die so easily. A person with great luck like him would have limitless achievements in the future. The old monk's eyes were sharp, and he could see things very accurately. Although he didn't know what kind of heaven-defying cultivation method Jiang Chen was cultivating, he knew that Jiang Chen's current condition was extraordinarily good. Just like what the old monk said, Jiang Chen was currently digesting what he had obtained this time. The energy in his body was very chaotic. The energy accumulated in his body by the thunder tribulation, the new energy generated by the metamorphosis of the dragon transformation skill, and the energy transformed by the 9 suns Lesron pill all needed to be digested by Jiang Chen bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Up until now, Jiang Chen had disappeared from Liang province for 2 months. During this period, Jiang Chen's name was not only resounding in Liang province, but also in the entire Xuanyu. The super forces in Xuanyu had all heard about this monstrous genius who could trigger the heavenly tribulation. Some of them even wanted to extend an olive branch to Jiang Chen and recruit him. However, Jiang Chen had truly disappeared. Many people guessed that he might really be dead. Many people felt that it was a pity that such a monstrous genius had fallen. If he didn't die, he would definitely become a great figure in the future. At the same time, Jiang Chen, who was far away in the western domain, suddenly opened his eyes. His body swayed and he sat up from the ground. His pair of eyes that were as bright as the stars shot out 2 rays of cold light that were as sharp as a knife. It was just 2 rays of light, but it was enough to tear the void apart, causing people to feel terrified. Roared. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to his surroundings. He threw his head back and let out a loud roar. The roar was like a dragon's roar that could shake the world, shaking the souls of those who heard it. After that, an extremely powerful energy burst out from Jiang Chen's body like a tidal wave. What Jiang Chen needed to do now was to break through to the next realm. The transformation of the dragon transformation skill had almost given him a new life, and it had brought him endless benefits. At this moment, all the energy in his body burst out, rampaging inside Jiang Chen's body like ferocious beasts. Jiang Chen had to deal with these energies as soon as possible. The dragon transformation skill was circulating at its maximum speed, and its speed was at least twice as fast as before the transformation. Under the rapid circulation of the skill, the energy began to form new blood-red dragon marks. In just a few minutes, 1,900 dragon marks were formed. Including the previous 22,100 dragon marks, Jiang Chen now had a total of 24,000 dragon marks, which was exactly the number of dragon marks he needed to break through to the 3rd grade combat king. At the same time, the huge amount of human elixir and earth elixir stored in his Qi began to burn as if they were worthless, and were directly absorbed by Jiang Chen. The cultivation of the dragon transformation skill was a process of endless consumption, and no matter how many energy pills he had, it wouldn't be enough. The amount of Yuan Force pills Jiang Chen used to break through to the 3rd grade combat king was at least equal to the amount of Yuan Force pills an ordinary cultivator would use to break through to the 9th grade combat king, or even more. The difference between the 2 levels couldn't be compared. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had a strong foundation, and he had a lot of pills in his possession. Plus, he had plundered a lot of pills in the chaotic ocean, so he didn't have to worry about breaking through to the next realm. He has broken through to the 3rd grade combat king. Tyrant cried out in surprise. 2 months ago, when he met Jiang Chen for the first time, Jiang Chen had just broken through to the 1st grade combat king realm. However, in just 2 months, he had already broken through to the 3rd grade combat king realm. Furthermore, judging from Jiang Chen's aura, the 3rd grade combat king realm was far from the peak. Look, he is going to break through to the 4th grade combat king realm. The old monk's eyes lit up. Breaking through from the 3rd grade combat king realm to the 4th grade combat king realm is much more difficult than breaking through from the 2nd grade combat king realm to the 3rd grade combat king realm. I wonder if Brother Jiang can break through in one go. Tyrant stared at Jiang Chen without blinking his eyes. The combat king realm was divided into 9 grades, and every 3 grades was a threshold. The gap between the 3rd grade combat king realm and the 4th grade combat king realm was much bigger than the gap between the 2 grades. This also indicated that breaking through from the 3rd grade combat king realm to the 4th grade combat king realm would be much more difficult. However, to Jiang Chen, this wasn't a problem at all. The sharpness of the heavenly tribulation, the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, and the help from the 9 solar less rond pill were enough for Jiang Chen to break through to the 4th grade combat king realm. Buzz! The energy in his Qi was like a tidal wave, and blood-red dragon marks were constantly being formed. 10 minutes later, 2,000 dragon marks were completely formed. Jiang Chen let out a loud shout, and the remaining Yuan energy pills in his Qi began to burn crazily once again. In the path of cultivation, every breakthrough would require the support of a huge amount of energy pills. Just like what Tyrant had said, breaking through from the 3rd grade combat king realm to the 4th grade combat king realm was much more difficult than the previous breakthroughs. The amount of energy pills needed to support the breakthrough was much greater than the amount of energy pills needed to break through from the 2nd grade combat king realm to the 3rd grade combat king realm. After breaking through to the combat king realm, the human elixir was no longer enough. No matter how many human elixir he burned, it would still be of no use. For Jiang Chen, even the earth elixir was not enough. Only the true heaven elixir could be put to good use. However, the heaven elixir was extremely precious, and even ordinary combat kings didn't have many of them. Only 7th or 8th grade combat kings and combat emperors could truly use the heaven elixir as their foundation. Although Jiang Chen had robbed them by force, the amount of heaven elixir he had was limited. Therefore, most of the pills he was consuming were just elixir. Countless pills were being consumed. Jiang Chen was like a bottomless pit. The space in his chi sea was at least 10 times larger than those of the same grade. If Tyrant and the old monk knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. Jiang Chen was simply a king of consumption, a true bottomless pit. No ordinary cultivator could afford such a huge consumption. Boom! Soon, Jiang Chen's energy rose to a new height, reaching the 4th grade Combat King realm. He was many times stronger than before. 4th grade Combat King, so fast. Tyrant gasped. This was the fastest man he had ever seen breaking through to the next realm. This was simply too fast for anyone to prepare themselves for. The old monk's reaction was slightly better than Tyrant's, but the shock on his face was still obvious. What shocked them even more was that after Jiang Chen had broken through to the 4th grade Combat King realm, his energy didn't stop growing. The remaining energy was still being used to form more dragon marks. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had also absorbed the demon souls of the demon kings he obtained from the freezing hell jail. However, with his current strength, absorbing the demon souls of these low-grade demon kings wouldn't bring him much benefits. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen's energy finally stopped growing, stopping at the peak of the 4th grade Combat King realm. A total of 27,000 dragon marks had been formed in his body, and he needed another 500 dragon marks to break through to the 5th grade Combat King realm. Seeing that Jiang Chen had finally stopped growing, the old monk and Tyrant couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If Jiang Chen continued to break through to the 5th grade Combat King realm, they might have fainted on the spot. No matter how monstrous he was, he shouldn't have done it this way. Breaking through to the Combat King realm was not an easy task. For ordinary cultivators, even if they were geniuses with some talent, breaking through to the 4th grade Combat King realm in 1 or 2 years would be considered a very good result. However, Jiang Chen had broken through to the peak of the 4th grade Combat King realm in just 2 months, and it was a continuous breakthrough. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with his breakthrough to the peak of the 4th grade Combat King realm. However, there was another problem that he had to worry about. Yuan energy pills. He didn't have enough Yuan energy pills, and according to his estimation, he could only break through to the 5th grade Combat King realm at most. After that, he would become a penniless man. Cultivating the dragon transformation skill was a process that consumed a lot of energy, and it was impossible to do without Yuan energy. It looks like I have to find a way to prepare some heavenly elixir. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He had to prepare more Yuan energy pills, and he couldn't afford to be careless. What he needed next was the heavenly elixir. The human elixir was completely useless, and the earth elixir wasn't good enough. After everything returned to normal, Jiang Chen let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. What he saw were 2 bald men, one old and one young. He didn't know the old monk, but his eyes still fell on the old monk, because with his sharp senses, he discovered that the old monk was a 9th grade minor saint. "Brother Jiang, you're awake?" Tyrant said happily. It had been 2 months, and it wasn't easy for Jiang Chen to wake up. This is? Jiang Chen felt that he needed to know something. During this period of time, he had been in a deep sleep, so he had no idea what was happening in the outside world. "Brother Jiang, this is the Green Lotus Mountain of the Western region. This is my master, Great Master Ran Feng. My master used the Lotus scripture to awaken your soul, and that's why you were able to recover so quickly." Tyrant introduced his master to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was startled. He didn't expect that Tyrant would bring him back to the Western region. It seemed like Tyrant was the one who saved him and a Huang dog. The Western region was an important place for Buddhism, and it was out of Jiang Chen's expectation that Tyrant would have such a powerful master. However, Jiang Chen dared not show any neglect. Regardless of what happened, Tyrant had saved his life. He quickly stood up from the ground, put his palms together, and said to Great Master Ran Feng, "Thank you for saving me, Jiang Chen can't thank you enough." Chapter 535. Little friend, you don't have to be so courteous. You have saved my disciple's life, so I won't just stand by and watch. Besides, I didn't really do anything. It was your willpower and miraculous ability that allowed you to regain your consciousness. Congratulations. Great Master Ran Feng said with a smile. Jiang Chen's first impression of Great Master Ran Feng was very good. It wasn't because Great Master Ran Feng had saved his life, but because Great Master Ran Feng didn't show any arrogance despite being a 9th grade minor saint. One should know that a saint was a supreme existence in the divine continent, a true superior being. Even a first-grade minor saint would be respected wherever they went, let alone a ninth-grade minor saint. None of these people weren't arrogant. This was enough to show that Great Master Ran Feng was a true eminent monk of Buddha sect. His mental state of cultivation was far beyond that of ordinary people. Brother Zhang, you have recovered now, but De Huang won't be as lucky as you, Tyrant said. His eyes fell on De Huang, who was still lying on the ground. De Huang! Jiang Chen exclaimed. Only now did he remember De Huang's injuries. Back then, on the mountain range at the border of Liang province, De Huang had defended against the 3 great experts of the Shura temple. However, he had consumed too much of his energy and suffered a huge backlash. He could still remember clearly that De Huang dog fell from the sky before he closed his eyes. Jiang Chen suddenly turned around and saw Big Yellow lying quietly on the ground. Sanskrit was hovering around his body, but Big Yellow had truly fallen into a deep sleep. If it was before, Jiang Chen would be extremely happy to see Big Yellow sleeping, because to this dog, sleeping was equal to cultivating. Every time he slept, he would advance to the next level. But when he saw De Huang lying on the ground, De Huang dog couldn't bring himself to be happy. Jiang Chen quickly squatted beside De Huang and casted the Great Soul Derivation technique. An invisible soul force seeped into De Huang dog's body and examined De Huang dog's injuries. As a matter of fact, De Huang dog didn't suffer any serious injuries. His internal organs were intact, but his bloodline was completely dormant. It seemed that he had lost too much of his blood essence. The vitality in his body was too weak, as if it would disappear at any time and he would die completely. That was the most frightening thing. It was caused by the forceful casting of the forbidden technique and the forceful casting of the broken sword. This kind of backlash was the most frightening. It could make De Huang dog fall into a deep sleep. This kind of deep sleep also had another name. Fake death. That's right. It was fake death. On the surface, De Huang dog seemed to be dead and his vitality was very weak. But in fact, he wasn't dead. However, this kind of fake death was also very frightening. If he couldn't be awakened for a long time, his fake death would become real death, and he might never wake up again. This was the most frightening thing. This dog possesses the bloodline of a divine beast. Unfortunately, he has suffered a heavy backlash and has fallen into a deep sleep. Now, he is in a state of fake death. This kind of situation is the most difficult to deal with. I can only use the Lotus Sutra to help him. But now, it seems like it won't be of much help. He needs to awaken his bloodline, which is different from your soul. Great Master Ran Feng said. That's right. What we need to do now is to change his state of fake death. As long as we can awaken his bloodline of a divine beast, everything will be easy. Jiang Chen nodded. He knew more about De Huang dog's situation than Great Master Ran Feng. After that, Jiang Chen pointed his finger like a sword. A sharp golden light shot out from the tip of his finger, and he slashed at his own arm. With a chi-lob sound, a big cut appeared on his arm. Blood gushed out from the wound. Throughout the whole process, Jiang Chen didn't even frown. The blood that flowed out from Jiang Chen's wound was sent into De Huang dog's mouth. The blood flowed in a straight line like flowing water and was continuously sent into De Huang dog's mouth. Brother Jiang, what are you doing? Tyrant was astounded. Jiang Chen had just recovered, and now he was going to bleed himself. This wasn't a good thing for Jiang Chen. Little friend's blood is pure yang, and it has gone through the sharpness of the heavenly tribulation. It's a holy healing medicine. You want to use your blood to awaken his bloodline? Little friend, you are a true man. However, he is a demon. Although your blood will help him, I'm afraid the effect won't be as great. Great Master Ran Feng said. His eyes were filled with praise as he looked at Jiang Chen. In order to save a demon beast, Jiang Chen had released his blood without any hesitation. This proved that Jiang Chen was a man of true character, a man who valued friendship and righteousness. It was indeed a great thing for his disciple to befriend such a genius. As long as it can help him, it doesn't matter even if you drain my blood. The expression on Jiang Chen's face didn't change. He knew how to save De Huang dog better than Great Master Ran Feng. As the greatest saint under the heavens, his vision wasn't something a ninth-grade minor saint like Great Master Ran Feng could compare with. Jiang Chen was very clear about his blood. He could clearly feel that after the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, his blood had undergone a slight change. It would certainly help De Huang dog's dragon horse bloodline. After letting De Huang dog absorb some of his blood, Jiang Chen took out a pill and sent it into De Huang Dog's mouth. As soon as the pill entered De Huang Dog's body, it immediately turned into a clear stream that flowed into De Huang Dog's body. Even from the outside, one could feel the tyrannical energy. Little friend, what kind of pill is that? I have never seen it before. Great Master Ran Feng couldn't help but ask in surprise. Based on his experience, there were very few pills that he had never seen before in this world. However, the pill that Jiang Chen sent into De Huang Dog's mouth was something that he had never seen before. However, Great Master Ran Feng could clearly feel the preciousness and extraordinariness of the pill. It actually contained the scent of 9 solar holy water. It was the purest form of yang energy. This is the 9 solar less rond pill that I concocted during my heavenly tribulation. I'm sure Great Master Ran Feng has heard of this pill before. Now, I will use my blood and the 9 solar less rond pill to wake De Huang from his suspended animation state. Although he won't wake up in a short period of time, I can guarantee that nothing bad will happen to him. Jiang Chen said. In order to truly awaken De Huang Dog's bloodline, he needed the blood essence of a strange beast like the flaming stallion. Before he found the flaming stallion, Jiang Chen needed to stabilize De Huang Dog's condition. Relying on the Lotus Sutra alone was not enough. What? 9 solar less rond pill? Upon hearing the words 9 solar less rond pill, Great Master Ran Feng cried out in surprise. He could no longer keep his calm. He stared at Jiang Chen with his eyes wide open. He had completely lost the graceful bearing of an eminent monk, and his face was filled with astonishment. Tyrant was stunned as well. This was the first time he had seen such a big reaction from his master. He had almost lost his composure. He had never heard of the 9 solar less rond pill, but from the name of the pill, he knew that it must be an extraordinary pill. Otherwise, his master wouldn't have such a big reaction. That's right, it's the 9 solar less rond pill. Jiang Chen nodded. There was no need to lie to Great Master Ran Feng. Heavens! I can't believe someone can actually concoct such a pill that only exists in the legends. Moreover, it's concocted by a combat king. If this pill were to spread out, the entire divine continent would go crazy over it. Chapter 536. Ran Feng couldn't help but be excited. Anyone who knew about the 9 solar lightning dragon pill would be incomparably excited because the conditions to concoct this pill were too harsh. 9 solar holy water was already very hard to come by, and the most important thing was that the alchemist had to concoct the pill during the process of crossing the heavenly tribulation. In the entire divine continent, there was basically no alchemist who could do this. However, this young man in front of him had actually done it. This made Great Master Ran Feng's evaluation of Jiang Chen rise to a new height. This was a true monstrous genius. Little friend, you're really amazing. Great Master Ran Feng sighed. After feeding De Huang Dog the 9 solar less rond pill, Jiang Chen's mood had calmed down a lot. Only then did he start to look around the hall. He looked around and saw the huge statue at the front. When he saw the person in the statue, his expression changed immediately. Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen cried out in surprise. He rarely made friends in his previous life, but Ancestor Green Lotus was definitely one of them. Moreover, Ancestor Green Lotus had once saved his life. Although the number of times he met Ancestor Green Lotus was limited, their friendship was definitely not shallow. Jiang Chen's reaction stunned Great Master Ran Feng and Tyrant. Ancestor Green Lotus was a figure from more than 100 years ago, but Jiang Chen was actually able to recognize him. More importantly, Buddhism rarely interacted with outsiders, let alone someone like Ancestor Green Lotus. Little friend, you actually know my master? Great Master Ran Feng was very surprised. Only now did Jiang Chen realize that he had lost his composure just now. He had called out Ancestor Green Lotus' name. Now, he would have to spend a lot of time to explain himself. He couldn't tell them about his reincarnation, as that would be too shocking. His reincarnation and the dragon transformation skill were his biggest secrets, especially for an old monster like him who had lived 2 lives. Only he could know about this secret, and no one else could know about it. If not, it would cause a huge uproar. Not only that, after recognizing Ancestor Green Lotus, Jiang Chen also thought of the old monk in front of him. When Ancestor Green Lotus first met him, he brought a little monk with him and said that he was his disciple. However, at that time, Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention to it, nor did he ask for the little monk's Dharma name. Little did he expect that the little monk had grown into an old monk and appeared in front of him once again. The junior from back then had now become his senior. Finally, Jiang Chen understood why Tyrant was able to use the seal of Akalanatha. His judgment in the chaotic ocean was correct. Tyrant was indeed related to ancestor Green Lotus. However, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged as he said, "Ancestor Green Lotus is one of the best saint venerables in Buddhism. A long time ago, my ancestor received a life-saving grace from Ancestor Green Lotus. Therefore, Ancestor Green Lotus is the benefactor of my Jiang family. I have a portrait of Ancestor Green Lotus in my house. That's why I recognized him at first glance." Amitba, good indeed. I never thought that little friend's ancestor would have such a relationship with my master. It's really fate. Great Master Ranfeng didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words. He knew very well what kind of person Ancestor Green Lotus was. Ancestor Green Lotus had spent his entire life traveling the entire Saint Origin realm and had saved countless lives. A nobody like Jiang Chen's ancestor would naturally have a portrait of him hanging in his house. However, Great Master Ranfeng believed that the ancestor of the Jiang family wouldn't have thought that such a heaven-defying genius would appear among his descendants. Great Master Ranfeng was very happy to know a genius like Jiang Chen. Now that Ancestor Green Lotus had saved the life of Jiang Chen's ancestor, it was great news. More than 100 years ago, the greatest saint under the heavens split the vault of heaven with his sword and opened up the gateway to the realm of immortals. He opened up a new path for the great saints of the Saint Origin realm. With Ancestor Green Lotus's cultivation base, I'm afraid he has already ascended to the realm of immortals. Jiang Chen asked in a probing manner. That's for sure. Ancestor Green Lotus is a very powerful cultivator. After the greatest saint under the heavens fell on the Saint Cliff, he was the first one to rush over and ascend to the realm of immortals. Tyrant's words were filled with pride. As the descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus, Tyrant was naturally very proud of his Ancestor Green Lotus. Great Master Ranfeng placed his palms together and bowed toward Ancestor Green Lotus. However, Jiang Chen could clearly feel a trace of sadness from Great Master Ranfeng's expression, and there was even a trace of anger hidden within. This was really abnormal, as an eminent monk like Great Master Ranfeng would never show his emotions on his face, and he wouldn't easily lose his temper. Therefore, when Ancestor Green Lotus Ascension was mentioned, his expression became unnatural. What did this mean? Did it mean that there was something wrong with Ancestor Green Lotus's ascension? Could it be that Green Lotus didn't ascend to the realm of immortals? Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. Others might not know about Ancestor Green Lotus's cultivation base, but Jiang Chen was very clear about it. Back then, Ancestor Green Lotus was an existence that could be called the #1 expert of Buddhism. As the greatest saint under the heavens, Jiang Chen had never admired anyone except for Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen had always felt that if he fought with Ancestor Green Lotus in the past, he would only have a 60% chance of winning. To put it bluntly, he was the #1 expert under the heavens back then, and if there was a question of who was the second strongest expert under the heavens, it would definitely be Ancestor Green Lotus. Furthermore, there was one thing that made Jiang Chen even more puzzled. When he was circulating the Great Soul Derivation technique, he had already scouted the entire mountain. There were only Great Master Ranfeng and his disciple on the mountain. After Tyrant left, only Great Master Ranfeng was left. Without a doubt, this situation puzzled Jiang Chen. With Ancestor Green Lotus's status, his descendants would definitely enjoy a very honorable treatment in the Western region Buddhist sect. So, why would the Great Leiyin Temple allow them to stay on this broken mountain? Even without Ancestor Green Lotus, Great Master Ranfeng was still a 9th grade minor saint. With such strength, he would have a very high status in the Great Leiyin Temple. Jiang Chen concluded that Great Master Ranfeng must be hiding something from Tyrant. He didn't know what happened after he fell on the Saint Cliff. Now that more than 100 years had passed, the structure of the entire continent had undergone tremendous changes. Most of the supreme experts in the past had already ascended. Jiang Chen really wanted to ask about the whereabouts of Ancestor Green Lotus, but he also knew that Great Master Ranfeng must have something that he couldn't tell Jiang Chen since he was hiding it from Tyrant. Perhaps in Great Master Ranfeng's opinion, it wasn't the right time yet. He was waiting for Tyrant to grow stronger. As a matter of fact, with Jiang Chen and Tyrant's current cultivation, even if they knew, they wouldn't be able to do anything as their cultivation was too low. Great Master, Ancestor Green Lotus has saved my ancestor's life, and you have also saved me recently. In the future, if you need any help from Jiang Chen will definitely do it without hesitation. Jiang Chen didn't continue asking about Ancestor Green Lotus's situation. Instead, he stated his promise. In this world, there weren't many people who could receive such a promise from Jiang Chen. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, an excited expression was revealed on Great Master Ran Feng's face. With his eyesight, he could tell that this young man in front of him would definitely have an extraordinary achievement in the future. If he could get Jiang Chen's help, his wish would have a greater chance to come true. I'm very satisfied to get a promise from little friend, Great Master Ran Feng said with a smile. With his 9th grade minor saint cultivation, it was unusual for him to speak so politely to a 4th grade combat king. However, what Great Master Ran Feng cared about was Jiang Chen's future. Tyrant, thank you for saving us that day. Jiang Chen patted Tyrant's shoulder. Although he had fainted that day, he could guess what had happened. Although De Huang Dog had resisted the 3 great experts, if it wasn't for Tyrant, he and De Huang Dog might have already fallen into the hands of the Shura Temple. I didn't contribute much. It's mainly De Huang's contribution. That day, when he smelled the heavenly tribulation, he brought me to you, and he accurately located the location where you were going to face the heavenly tribulation. He also had a rare broken sword in his hand, which allowed him to block the 3 great experts of the Shura Temple for a short period of time. That was the reason why I had the chance to rescue you. Unfortunately, the broken sword was lost. I'm afraid it has already fallen into the hands of the Shura Temple. Tyrant said, then told Jiang Chen what had happened that day. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised that De Huang Dog was able to accurately locate the location where he was going to face the heavenly tribulation. De Huang Dog was a very mystical guy. No matter what he did, Jiang Chen wouldn't be surprised. Jiang Chen was very familiar with the broken sword. It was the one he and De Huang Dog found in Whirling Sun City. It was treated as a precious treasure by De Huang Dog, and he wouldn't even let Jiang Chen take a look at it. When Jiang Chen killed Lord Bloodmoon, De Huang Dog used the broken sword and tore the blood banner apart. Now, it was able to stop a combat emperor. It wasn't hard to imagine that the broken sword was no ordinary item. Humph! Shura Temple, sooner or later, we'll settle our scores. Things that belong to De Huang aren't something that you can eat. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He and the Shura Temple were destined to be irreconcilable enemies. De Huang Dog's death must be avenged. Furthermore, De Huang Dog's broken sword was in the hands of the Shura Temple. He had to get it back as it belonged to De Huang. Moreover, Jiang Chen felt that apart from De Huang, no one else would be able to use the broken sword. Even he, the greatest saint, couldn't tell what kind of treasure it was, let alone others. Alright, when I was escaping with you, we met the 6th tycoon of the Shura Temple, as well as the 2 geniuses of the Invincibility School and the Peerless Sword faction. I, your grandpa, have already hacked them to death to collect some interest for you. Hee. Tyrant chuckled. Well done. Jiang Chen reached out his hand and rubbed Tyrant's bald head. The 2 of them had gone through a life and death ordeal. In addition to their relationship with Ancestor Green Lotus, their relationship had become very close. Alright, when you went to the Shura Temple to save people, did you manage to save Tan Lang? Tyrant asked as he thought of Tan Lang. Fuck, I forgot about this guide. Chapter 537. Thinking of treading the waves, the first thing Jiang Chen did was to take out the Heavenly Saint's sword. He discovered that Tan Lang was sitting cross-legged inside the Heavenly Saint's sword space, completely immersed in cultivation. Faint lightning bolts were still flickering on his body, looking very mystical. It seemed like Tan Lang hadn't been resting or going crazy from the suffocation. He had been adjusting his injuries. Tan Lang, come out. Jiang Chen sent a divine sense to Tan Lang, and at the same time, he opened up the Heavenly Saint's sword space. Hearing Jiang Chen's call, Tan Lang suddenly opened his eyes and walked out from the space. The first thing he saw was Jiang Chen was still alive, and his aura was very strong. A look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. These days, when Jiang Chen was in a coma, the Heavenly Saint's sword space was completely sealed. Tan Lang had no idea what had happened outside. He only remembered that when he was undergoing his tribulation, Jiang Chen was besieged by the 3 great experts of the Shura Temple, and the odds were against him. But now, it seemed like Jiang Chen was completely fine. Jiang Chen, it's great that you're fine. Tan Lang said in a pleasantly surprised tone. Soon after, he sensed the situation in the hall, and noticed that there were two monks, an old man and a young man. Tan Lang was shocked. He didn't know the old monk, but he remembered this young monk very clearly. That day in the chaotic ocean, this guy stole the Sarira and slaughtered the geniuses of the four major powers. This monk was truly the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean. Let me introduce you, this is Tyrant. You've met him before, so you can just call him Monk from now on. This is Great Master Ran Feng, Tyrant's master. We're currently in the western regions. Jiang Chen introduced Tyrant and Great Master Ran Feng to Tan Lang, and then used his divine sense to transmit everything that had happened during this period of time to Tan Lang. In fact, there wasn't much content in the transmission, because Jiang Chen had been in a coma all this time. He mainly explained the relationship between him and Tyrant. We've actually come to the western regions. After listening to Jiang Chen, Tan Lang couldn't help but sigh. When he recalled what happened in the Liang province, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that he would become friends with the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean. As for Great Master Ran Feng, Jiang Chen didn't mention his cultivation, so Tan Lang naturally couldn't sense it. He only felt that this monk in front was an unfathomable and unfathomable. At least, he was much stronger than Tyrant. Otherwise, he wouldn't be his master. The faraway western regions, the kingdom of Buddhism. Tan Lang had never been to this place before. When he recalled what he had gone through in the Shura temple, Tan Lang couldn't help but feel upset, especially when he recalled the suffering he had to endure in the freezing hell jail. As a disciple of the Shura temple, it was even more unbearable for him. Tan Lang would never have imagined that he, a disciple of the Shura temple, would one day become the mortal enemy of his own sect. After listening to Jiang Chen's experience of escaping, coupled with Jiang Chen's temperament, Tan Lang was almost certain that Jiang Chen and the Shura temple would become mortal enemies in the future, and there would be no possibility of reconciliation. Greetings, Great Master Ran Feng. Tan Lang reacted and bowed deeply to Great Master Ran Feng. As a junior, he had the basic courtesy and respect for an eminent monk. This little friend's injuries aren't light either. Great Master Ran Feng sized up Tan Lang and said, "I'm seriously injured, and my life is hanging by a thread. If it wasn't for Brother Zhang's help in tempering my body with the lightning energy, I'm afraid I'd be a dead man by now. I've recovered quite a bit, at least I can move freely now. I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to fully restore my cultivation base." Tan Lang smiled bitterly. Truth be told, he was already very satisfied to be able to stand here and talk in one piece. Ever since he was thrown into the freezing hell jail, he never thought he would have a chance to live. Now, after 40 days of recuperation in the Heavenly Saint's sword, his broken legs had recovered. However, his internal injuries were very serious, and it was undoubtedly impossible for him to fully restore his cultivation base. "Your injuries are nothing compared to little friend Zhang's and De Huang's. It's very easy for you to recover, you just need to." Before Great Master Ran Feng could finish his words, he suddenly frowned. After that, with a sway of his body, he vanished from the main hall. Tan Lang was shocked. This old monk's cultivation base was unfathomable. He was standing right in front of him, but he didn't see how the monk disappeared. Not even the void of the main hall shook. Even the master of the Shura temple, Li Tianyang, couldn't achieve such a level of cultivation base. "Ran Feng, your old friend is here again." Just as Great Master Ran Feng disappeared, a deep and resounding voice was heard from outside the Green Lotus Mountain. It seemed like the reason why Great Master Ran Feng suddenly disappeared was because he sensed the arrival of someone. Jiang Chen could tell from the voice and the qi that this person's cultivation base wasn't any weaker than Great Master Ran Feng. Surprisingly, he was also a 9th-grade minor saint. "It's the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple," Tyrant said. "Do the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple come here often?" Jiang Chen asked. The voice said that he was here again, so it wasn't his first time here. "I heard that the Great Lightning Tune Temple of the Western Domain is the holy land of Buddha sect. Their strength is unfathomable. Even the big families of the Pure Land of the Divine Continent aren't willing to provoke them." Tan Lang was shocked. The Great Lightning Tune Temple was a major power that dominated a big domain. It was located at the peak of the Divine Continent. It wasn't something that a small power like the Shura Temple could compare with. For the past few years, the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple have been coming here often to invite Master to join them. They even promised a lot of benefits, but Master rejected all of them. He has no interest in the Great Lightning Tune Temple. He just wants to protect this place because this is the place left behind by the ancestors. Tyrant said. His eyes fell on Ancestor Green Lotus. Let's go out and have a look. Jiang Chen said. No. Every time Master meets the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, he will send me away. Even if we go out, as long as Master doesn't allow us to, we won't be able to hear anything even if we stand in front of them. Tyrant shook his head. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He felt that Great Master Ranfeng's behavior had become even weirder. The Great Layin Temple was a holy land of Buddhism, a supreme existence. How could they do something so shameful? Great Master Ranfeng treated Tyrant like a teacher and a father, and Jiang Chen could feel the extraordinary care and expectation he had for Tyrant from Great Master Ranfeng. However, he didn't tell Tyrant anything about Ancestor Green Lotus or the relationship between him and the Great Layin Temple. Jiang Chen guessed that there must be a reason why the Great Layin Temple kept coming to Green Lotus Mountain to invite Great Master Ranfeng. If not, with the existence of the Great Layin Temple, although a 9th-grade minor saint was very precious, the Great Layin Temple wouldn't care too much about it. What Tyrant said was right. With the cultivation of Great Master Ranfeng and the newcomer, as long as they didn't want to, Tyrant wouldn't be able to hear their conversation even if he was standing right next to them. However, it didn't mean that Jiang Chen couldn't. The miraculous power of the Great Soul Derivation technique was far beyond anyone's imagination. Jiang Chen secretly circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique. His soul force permeated out soundlessly and enveloped the entire Green Lotus Mountain. Under Jiang Chen's perception, 2 monks were standing opposite each other at the highest point of Green Lotus Mountain. One of them was Great Master Ranfeng, and the other was wearing a golden kasaya. He had a dignified appearance and an extraordinary bearing. His age seemed to be similar to Great Master Ranfeng, and his cultivation was on par with Great Master Ranfeng. One look and anyone could tell that he was an eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Old friend Ranfeng, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look well. The newcomer teased. Yuan Ji, if you are here to chat with me, I will welcome you. But if you are here to persuade me to join the Great Lightning Tune Temple, I suggest you leave as soon as possible. Great Master Ranfeng said straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Great Master Yuan Ji's facial expression didn't change. Instead, there was a smile on his face. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time he had been rejected. Ranfeng, you are too stubborn. In the entire western regions, I'm afraid you are the only one who dares to reject the Great Lightning Tune Temple's invitation time and time again. I have come with great sincerity. Yuan Ji said. You are just promising me a position in the Great Lightning Tune Temple. As a monk, I am not interested in such things. You and I don't have to beat around the bush and lose the nature of a Buddhist. The reason why the Great Lightning Tune Temple has invited me time and time again is because of the scripture left behind by my master. Great Master Ranfeng said, Ancestor Green Lotus is the supreme Buddha of the Buddhist sect. He is the pride of our Buddhist sect. That scripture is the strongest scripture in our Buddhist sect. There is also the cultivation method of the 3 Great Seals. These things should belong to the Great Lightning Tune Temple. If old friend Ranfeng is willing to contribute the scripture and the 3 Great Seals to us, we might be able to recreate the glory of the Buddhist sect. Yuan Ji said, My master is still alive. I don't have the right to decide on his things. Besides, I don't have the scripture with me. Ranfeng immediately refused. Ranfeng, I advise you to give up. Ancestor Green Lotus has become a thing of the past, just like the greatest saint in the past. No one can do anything about it. All these years, you have placed all your hopes on that little monk. However, even the Great Lightning Tune Temple couldn't do it. No matter how talented that little monk is, I'm afraid he won't be able to fulfill your wish. Yuan Ji's tone was getting impatient. All these years, he had experienced Great Master Ranfeng's stubbornness. The Great Lightning Tune Temple doesn't need to worry about the matters of Green Lotus Mountain. Great Master Ranfeng's tone had also become aggressive. All these years, he had been harassed by the Great Lightning Tune Temple. He had long been sick of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Ranfeng, I advise you to think about it carefully. It's better to rely on the Great Lightning Tune Temple to nurture that little monk. As long as you contribute the scripture to the Great Lightning Tune Temple, the Buddhist sect will definitely become stronger again. It's not impossible for a second Ancestor Green Lotus to appear. If Ancestor Green Lotus wants to see the light of day again, relying on the Great Lightning Tune Temple is much more reliable than relying on that little monk. Chapter 538. Looking at Yuanji's disappearing figure, Great Master Ran Feng sighed helplessly. He knew that relying on the Great Leiyin Temple was more reliable, but he also knew that the Great Leiyin Temple only wanted the scripture and the 3 seals. They wouldn't care about him. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Jiang Chen appeared next to Great Master Ran Feng and said in an indifferent tone, "The Great Leiyin Temple's goal is this Green Lotus Mountain and the scripture that was left behind by Ancestor Green Lotus. However, the Great Leiyin Temple is the supreme holy land of Buddhism, the existence that rules the Western domain. It won't do you any good if you reject them too many times. They are determined to get the scripture and the 3 seals. They are only inviting you because of the reputation of Ancestor Green Lotus, but this situation won't last long." Jiang Chen's words stunned Great Master Ran Feng. He looked at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression and said, You overheard our conversation?" Great Master Ran Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Every time he talked with Yuanji, he would seal off the surrounding area. Even an 8th-grade minor saint wouldn't be able to hear their conversation. However, a mere 4th-grade combat king like Jiang Chen was able to clearly hear their conversation. However, when he thought about how Jiang Chen was able to attract the heavenly tribulation, he knew that there must be something special about him. "I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Please don't take it to heart, Great Master." From their conversation, Jiang Chen knew that perhaps Ancestor Green Lotus hadn't ascended yet. The reason why Great Master Ran Feng nurtured Tyrant was because of Ancestor Green Lotus. However, since Great Master Ran Feng didn't want to talk about it, Jiang Chen wouldn't ask either. After all, he was still very weak right now. Once he became strong enough, he would definitely help Ancestor Green Lotus if he was in trouble. Ancestor Green Lotus has indeed left behind an ancient scripture and 3 seals. The Feudo seal has been passed to Tyrant. Once Tyrant reaches the Combat Emperor realm, I will pass the other 2 seals to him, and even the ancient scripture. However, the Great Leiyin Temple has been coveting the ancient scripture for a long time, which makes me worried. Great Master Ran Feng sighed. He wasn't angry at Jiang Chen for eavesdropping on their conversation. The more miraculous Jiang Chen's performance was, the happier he was. Right at this moment, Tyrant and Tan Lang walked out from the main hall and arrived in front of Great Master Ran Feng and Jiang Chen. However, both of them didn't say anything, because Tyrant knew his master very well. Unless his master took the initiative to speak, it would be useless for him to ask anything. Jiang Chen's gaze landed on Tyrant, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Master, I have a plan." "Little friend, please speak." Great Master Ran Feng looked at Jiang Chen. He dared not look down on this young man. "Let Tyrant join the Great Leiyin Temple. This way, Tyrant will be a disciple of the Great Leiyin Temple. With the status of the Great Leiyin Temple and the prestige of Ancestor Green Lotus, even if they want to do something, they won't dare to do it openly. Furthermore, letting Tyrant join the Great Leiyin Temple can show that you don't intend to go against the Great Leiyin Temple. Secondly, it will be beneficial to Tyrant. What do you think?" Jiang Chen said. Upon hearing this, Great Master Ran Feng and Tyrant's eyes lit up. Jiang Chen's plan was indeed a good one. With the ancient scripture and the 3 seals in his hands, as long as he didn't join the Great Leiyin Temple, the Great Leiyin Temple wouldn't be able to ask for the ancient scripture openly. On the other hand, letting Tyrant join the Great Leiyin Temple would show Great Master Ran Feng's attitude and indirectly shut the mouth of the Great Leiyin Temple. "Master, Brother Jiang is right. I'll join the Great Leiyin Temple and then leave the western regions to train. This way, I won't delay either of them, and it will also give you peace and quiet." Tyrant agreed with Jiang Chen's suggestion. "Good. If that's the case, I'll bring you to the Great Leiyin Temple tomorrow. With my disciple's talent, even if you join the Great Leiyin Temple, you won't lose to those geniuses." Great Master Ran Feng nodded. Soon after, Jiang Chen flipped his palm and 3 more pills appeared. As soon as these 3 pills appeared, the entire Green Lotus Mountain was filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. Great Master Ran Feng, Tyrant, and Tan Lang's gazes were instantly attracted by these pills. These pills were of the purest yang attribute, and there were shadows of dragons flickering within them. Thunderbolts were bursting out from them, as if they were alive. "What? 9 suns less Rond pill. 3 of them? Great Master Ran Feng was the first one to exclaim. He had already seen Jiang Chen take out a 9 suns less Rond pill, and he was already shocked. Now that Jiang Chen had taken out 3 of them, he felt as if 10,000 horses were running wildly in his heart. Motherfucker! When can the 9 suns less Rond pill be mass-produced? I have concocted some 9 suns less Rond pill during my heavenly tribulation, but there aren't many of them. Here are 3 pills, 1 for each of you. Jiang Chen said. Under his control, the 3 9 suns less Rond pill turned into 3 beams of light and shot towards the 3 of them. Without hesitation, the 3 of them caught the pills. They could feel the boiling heat of the pills in their hands. Traces of pure energy flowed into their bodies through their palms, making them feel refreshed and comfortable. Little friend, this treasure is too precious. I'm afraid that I can't take it. Great Master Ran Feng sounded excited. Being able to see the 9 suns less Rond pill, even a 9th grade minor saint wouldn't be able to conceal his excitement. Great Master, you don't have to refuse. I'm willing to give you these pills because I don't consider you as an outsider. Although the 9 suns less Rond pill is precious, it can only be used once in a cultivator's life. Every cultivator can only consume 1 pill in their lifetime. Consuming the second pill will no longer have any effect and will become a waste. I have already consumed 1 pill before, so these are naturally meant to be given to others. If Great Master can get the help of the 9 suns less Rond pill, I'm sure that breaking through to the Great Saint Realm won't be a problem. At that time, even the Great Lightning Tune Temple will have to think twice before doing anything to you. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Great Master Ran Feng found it hard to breathe. What Jiang Chen said was right. He had been stuck at the 9th grade minor saint for a very long time. Given his talent, he was afraid that he would never have the chance to break through to the Great Saint Realm in his lifetime. However, with the help of the 9 suns less Rond pill, his physique would be further improved. Breaking through to the Great Saint Realm would only be a matter of time. A peerless pill like the 9 suns less Rond pill had an immeasurable effect on any cultivator, including a great saint. There were 9 grades of minor saint, but there was no such thing as a great saint. The Great Saint Realm depended on the changes of the laws. If Great Master Ran Feng could break through to the Great Saint Realm, the Great Lightning Tune Temple would be wary of him. Even if they wanted to do something to him, they would have to think twice. Little friend, this old monk will always remember the kindness of giving me this pill. Great Master Ran Feng said sincerely. Although Jiang Chen said that the 9 suns less Rond pill could only be refined once and it was useless for him to keep it, even an idiot could tell that he was just being carefree. Who would give away a pill like the 9 suns less Rond pill so easily? Even if it was useless to one, it could be used to exchange for many things that one needed. Great Master Ran Feng could only remember Jiang Chen's kindness in his heart. As for Jiang Chen, he naturally had to help the descendant of ancestor Green Lotus. Moreover, he and Tyrant had similar interests and had become brothers. Little Chenzi, you are really a good boy. Since we have such a good relationship, why don't you shave your head and become a monk with me? Tyrant said with a smile. Get lost. Jiang Chen gave Tyrant's but a kick, sending him flying 3 meters away. It was really unfortunate for the Buddhist sect to have such a weirdo. Great Master, you guys go ahead and refine the pill. I need to treat De Huang's injuries. Once everything here is settled, I'll leave. Jiang Chen said. Little friend, are you leaving so soon? Great Master Ran Feng said. Some grudges have to be settled. I've been in seclusion for a long time. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated. Now that he had broken through to the 4th grade combat king realm, it was time for him to return to the world. The Liang province would tremble under his feet. When Jiang Chen returned, the Liang province would never have a peaceful day again. De Huang's death must be avenged, and De Huang's broken sword must be retrieved. After that, Great Master Ran Feng, Tyrant, and Tan Lang went into seclusion to refine the 9 solar less Rond pill. After Great Master Ran Feng refined the 9 solar less Rond pill, he believed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the Great Saint Realm. The Buddhist sect would have another great saint. As for Tyrant, he had already refined the Sarira and the 9 solar less Rond pill. His innate potential would be raised to its peak, and his cultivation base would break through to the 6th grade combat king realm, or even the peak of the 6th grade combat king realm. At that point of time, he would be able to kill a 7th grade combat king. As for Tan Lang, after being refined by the 9 solar less Rond pill, his physique would undergo a tremendous change. He was considered as a rare genius. At that point of time, not only would he be able to recover from his injuries, his cultivation base would also improve significantly. While the three of them were in seclusion, Jiang Chen didn't stay idle. He used his Yuan force to help De Huang adjust his injuries. Then he stored De Huang's body into his Qi Si. De Huang, I will definitely wake you up as soon as possible. At that point of time, I will sweep across the Liang province and fight against Xuanyu. Wouldn't it be a pity if you weren't there? Jiang Chen said with a smile. After that, Jiang Chen calmed himself down and focused all his attention on the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. According to the description in the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal, if Jiang Chen wanted to cultivate this combat skill, he would need to find the spirits of the 5 elements. However, the spirits of the 5 elements were too precious. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find all of them even if he searched the entire Saint Origin world. Of course, even if he couldn't find the spirits of the 5 elements, he could find other objects of the 5 elements to replace them. The cultivation of the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal was a gradual process of transformation. The first thing that Jiang Chen wanted to cultivate was the Fire Dragon Seal because he possessed the fire spirit of the 5 elements. The true Dragon Fire and the true Thunder Fire were the kings of fire. With the combination of these two flames, Jiang Chen's Fire Dragon Seal could be cultivated to the pinnacle. Chapter 539. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen arrived outside of Green Lotus Mountain. The Fire Dragon Seal in his hand had been completely condensed. It was extremely heavy, and inside the seal, there was a vivid and lifelike fiery dragon, as if it would come alive at any time. The entire sky above Green Lotus Mountain was shrouded by the high temperature. Ha! Jiang Chen let out a loud shout. The Fire Dragon Seal flew out from his hand and hit a desolate mountain in front of him. Rumble. The fiery dragon attacked. The 30-meter-long seal bombarded the mountain, instantly shattering the entire mountain. Green Lotus Mountain was shaking violently. The rocks that were flying everywhere were engulfed by the endless sea of fire, and were burned into nothingness, completely evaporating. Flames filled the sky. A mountain was smashed into powder, and a huge pit was formed on the ground. The raging fire was still raging. Half of the mountain was burnt by the flames, and the rest of the mountain was scattered everywhere. It was as if a great catastrophe had taken place. It was a horrible mess. Great Master Ran Feng, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. With a thought, he knew what had happened. The scene of Green Lotus Mountain appeared in his mind, and his face was filled with shock. What a powerful combat seal. It has completely flattened a mountain. The power of this attack can kill a 7th-grade combat king on the spot. It is enough to fight against an 8th-grade combat king. He is indeed a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. With a cultivation of the peak of the 4th-grade combat king, he was able to unleash the power of an 8th-grade combat king. What a genius! Great Master Ran Feng couldn't help but be shocked. If Tyrant was called a genius, then Jiang Chen was a monster that had surpassed the category of geniuses. Now that Green Lotus Mountain had a good relationship with Jiang Chen, Great Master Ran Feng could see the true future of Green Lotus Mountain. Perhaps, relying on Jiang Chen would be more reliable than relying on the Great Lei Yin Temple. As for the fact that Jiang Chen had destroyed one of the peaks of Green Lotus Mountain, Great Master Ran Feng didn't care about it at all. He knew that Jiang Chen was practicing his combat skills. Even if Jiang Chen destroyed all the barren hills of Green Lotus Mountain, Great Master Ran Feng wouldn't care about it. After all, these barren hills were just decorations that couldn't shake the foundation of Green Lotus Mountain. Jiang Chen floated in the sky and looked at the steaming flames below. He waved his hand and tore a hole in the void. All the flames were sucked into the space and the Green Lotus Mountain regained its tranquility. Jiang Chen revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He was quite satisfied with the might of the Fire Dragon Seal. The 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal is really frightening. The power of this Fire Dragon Seal is comparable to the last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Furthermore, as my true Dragon Flame and Heavenly Lightning Flame continue to grow stronger, it will become even stronger. Furthermore, the 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seals are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. With the help of the Fire Dragon Seal, it will be able to unleash an even greater power. It looks like I need to find something related to the 5 elemental spirits so that I can cultivate the other 4 combat dragon seals. Jiang Chen really liked the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. Such a frightening combat skill was the most suitable for him to cultivate the dragon transformation skill. Just the power of the fire dragon seal alone was comparable to the last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. After breaking through to the 4th grade combat king realm, Jiang Chen was able to perfectly unleash the last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. However, the fire dragon seal had more advantages than the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps was a purely offensive combat skill, while the fire dragon seal not only had a powerful offensive strength, it also had the ability to restrain other attributes. It was very simple. If there was an enemy who cultivated a water or ice attribute skill fighting against Jiang Chen, the fire dragon seal would definitely be able to restrain his opponent. Not only that, the fire dragon seal was also the nemesis of all demonic races. All demonic races had a dark attribute, and they were most afraid of someone like Jiang Chen, who had the purest yang attribute. This was also the reason why the Buddhist League had always been the nemesis of the demonic race. The Buddhist League skills had always been the purest yang attribute, and the purest Buddhist light was what the demonic race feared and hated the most. More importantly, the 5 elements combat dragon seal was not just a combat skill. Practicing this combat skill would also bring great benefits to Jiang Chen, because if he wanted to practice the 5 elements combat dragon seal to the advanced level, he must obtain the true spirits of the 5 elements, which were the most terrifying existences in the world. It was conceivable that if Jiang Chen absorbed all of them, to what extent would he transform? The so-called spirits of the 5 elements were the heaven and earth black gold, the tree of life, the heaven and earth pure water, and the heaven and earth pure land. As for the flames, Jiang Chen's true dragon fire and thunderbolt fire were the kings of the flames, which were enough to be called the spirits of the fire. The other 4 were the goals of Jiang Chen in the future, but it was destined to be an extremely long process. The spirits of the 5 elements were too rare, and he didn't know where they were, so he could only rely on his own luck. In the following days, Jiang Chen didn't continue his cultivation. Instead, he enjoyed the scenery of the western region, adjusted his mood, and prepared for his return to Xuanyup. On the 2nd day, with the help of the 9 Suns Les Ronde pill, Tyrant successfully broke through to the 6th grade combat king, and reached the peak of the 6th grade combat king. He was only 1 step away from the 7th grade combat king. With the help of the Sarira and the 9 Suns Les Ronde pill, he could break through to the 7th grade combat king at any time. Great Master Ran Feng brought Tyrant to the Great Leiyin Temple to report. Jiang Chen didn't follow them, as he wasn't interested in the temple. Tan Lang hadn't woken up yet, and his injuries were severe. Even with the help of the 9 Suns Les Ronde pill, it wouldn't be easy for him to fully recover. He would need at least 3 days to fully absorb the 9 Suns Les Ronde pill. In the afternoon, Great Master Ran Feng brought Tyrant back from the Great Leiyin Temple. Both of their faces were filled with joy. Great Master, how is it? Jiang Chen asked. Although Great Master Ran Feng didn't break through to the Great Saint Realm after absorbing the 9 Suns Les Ronde pill, the changes in his body were very obvious. His body was brimming with vitality. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the Great Saint Realm. Just like what little Chenzi said, the Great Leiyin Temple was very surprised when my master took the initiative to visit him. Even a great Saint Buddha came out to welcome him. I am now a disciple of the Great Leiyin Temple, but I have already made an agreement with them that I will only be a disciple in name. I won't be cultivating in the temple for the time being. Many disciples of the Great Leiyin Temple have gone out to gain experience, so this is a very normal thing. Tyrant said. That's good. When Tan Lang wakes up, we will return to Xuanyu. Jiang Chen said. Good. This time, when we go back, I will definitely turn the world upside down. Wakaka. Tyrant laughed heartily. It seemed like this guy was also a person who wanted to see the world in chaos. No matter where he went, he would never be able to have peace. This could be seen from the time when Tyrant was the #1 pirate in the chaotic ocean. Little friend Jiang Chen, this old monk can be at ease with my little disciple by your side. This talisman is for you. I hope it will be of help to you at a critical moment. Great Master Ran Feng took out a golden talisman covered with Sanskrit characters and handed it to Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, you are still the best. When I left, my master didn't even give me a single strand of hair, Tyrant said sourly. However, he also knew that his master was doing this to train him. In the process of training, he wouldn't give him the slightest bit of help. Thank you, Great Master. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Great Master Ran Feng to express his gratitude. Others might not recognize this talisman, but Jiang Chen could. This was the highest grade source of combat strength talisman. It was formed by a divine sense that was separated from Great Master Ran Feng. This divine sense wasn't an ordinary divine sense. It required a lot of the cultivator's essence, qi, and soul. Ordinary cultivators, even great saints, would rarely concoct such a talisman. The value of this talisman was unimaginable. Once this talisman was activated, it could unleash a powerful strike of a 9th grade minor saint. How terrifying was that? A strike of a 9th grade minor saint could destroy the entire Shura temple. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't refuse this gift. He had too many enemies, and with this life-saving trump card, he felt much more confident. Of course, this source of combat strength talisman wouldn't be used unless it was a critical moment. The so-called life-saving talisman would only be used during the most critical moment. In the following 2 days, Great Master Ran Feng used a Buddhist healing technique to help Tan Lang recover. On the 3rd day, Tan Lang had finally fully recovered. Not only had all his injuries healed, his physique had also undergone a tremendous change, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had broken through to the 4th grade combat king realm, and was now on par with Jiang Chen. This was a blessing in disguise. Tan Lang had consumed the 9 yang less rond pill, and with the help of Great Master Ran Feng, he was able to break through to the 4th grade combat king realm. As for Jiang Chen, he had only reached the peak of the 4th grade combat king realm after absorbing so many pills. It showed that Jiang Chen's foundation was far stronger than Tan Lang's. However, the current Tan Lang was already very terrifying. After the transformation of his physique, his talent was enough to be called the #1 genius of the Shura temple. Even the great tycoon, Shao Nanfeng, was far inferior to him. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Thank you, Great Master. Tan Lang bowed deeply toward Jiang Chen and Great Master Ran Feng. This time, he expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Without Jiang Chen and Great Master Ran Feng, his injuries wouldn't have recovered so quickly, and he wouldn't have been able to obtain a heaven-defying pill like the 9 yang less rond pill. Now that he had broken through to the 4th grade combat king realm, it could be said that they had given him a great fortune. In the evening, outside of Green Lotus Mountain, Jiang Chen, Tan Lang, and Tyrant were bidding farewell to Great Master Ran Feng. Master, we're leaving. If you have nothing to do, you shouldn't stay on this mountain all the time. You can go find the eminent monks of the Great Layin Temple and brag to them. Don't be bored to death. Tyrant said. The old monk glared at Tyrant. He was speechless when it came to this disciple of his. Great Master, please wait. We'll leave now. Chapter 540. Outside Green Lotus Mountain, the 3 of them were flying in the sky. Tan Lang couldn't help but sigh. It feels like a lifetime has passed. Of course, Tan Lang had to sigh. When he said that it felt like a lifetime had passed, it wasn't an exaggeration at all. From the day he entered the freezing hell jail, he knew that his life was over, and that there would be no future for him. Dying in the freezing hell jail was the only way out for him. Who would have thought that he would be able to appear in the western region, safe and sound? Liang Province. We'll go back. We'll take back what we've lost. The enemies of me, Jiang Chen, will never have a good ending. Jiang Chen's words were extremely arrogant, and it seemed like he didn't put the Liang Province in his eyes at all. No matter how small the Liang Province was, it was still a big province, and it was protected by a combat emperor. If it was an ordinary 4th grade combat king who said something like this, he would definitely be treated as a joke by others. However, when it came from Jiang Chen's mouth, Tyrant and Tan Lang firmly believed it. They both knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was, and in Jiang Chen's mind, the Liang Province was nothing. Sooner or later, Jiang Chen would become a famous man in the entire divine continent. It's a pity that De Huang hasn't woken up yet. If it wasn't for De Huang's help at the critical moment, I'm afraid we would have been dead by now. Tan Lang said. When he thought about De Huang, he couldn't help but feel grateful towards him. Little Chenzi, De Huang has absorbed your blood, and he has eaten the 9 solar less rond pill. He should have woken up by now, but he hasn't done anything yet. This is really worrying. Tyrant said worriedly. Big Yellow's injuries are different from mine. Most of his injuries are caused by his own body's backlash. Therefore, ordinary healing pills won't have the slightest effect on him. Right now, he needs to awaken his sleeping bloodline. Big Yellow has the bloodline of the divine beast, the dragon horse, so he needs to find a similar bloodline in order to awaken him. For example, if it's a strange beast like the flaming stallion, as long as Big Yellow consumes its blood essence and demon spirit, he will definitely be able to awaken. Furthermore, the awakened bloodline, after experiencing the tempering of life and death, will definitely transform again, bringing endless benefits to Big Yellow. Jiang Chen said. Back in the southern continent, Big Yellow had absorbed the demon soul and blood essence of a flaming stallion. But too bad, a demonic beast like the flaming stallion was just too rare, and it couldn't be found anywhere. What Big Yellow needed the most right now was this kind of bloodline. Only then would he be able to wake up. Flaming stallion? Tan Lang's eyes lit up. The sect master of the invincibility school has a mount, but it's not a flaming stallion, but a Fergana horse. I wonder if it'll be of any help to De Huang. Yes, of course it'll be of use. Fergana horses and flaming stallions are both unusual war horses, and are extremely rare beasts. Fergana horses are blood red in color, and their bloodlines are even purer. If De Huang can obtain the blood essence and demon soul of a Fergana horse, he will definitely be able to recover. A pleasantly surprised expression appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He had a method to save De Huang, but he couldn't find it. Now that he knew of the existence of a Fergana horse, it was equivalent to having a clear goal. To De Huang, a Fergana horse was even more effective than a flaming stallion, because De Huang had already refined a flaming stallion before, and his body already possessed the bloodline of a flaming stallion. If he were to refine a flaming stallion again, the effects wouldn't be as good as before. However, a Fergana horse was different. With its pure bloodline, it would definitely be able to help De Huang awaken his bloodline and reach the pinnacle. Then what are we waiting for? The invincibility school isn't any good either, and they've been chasing us everywhere. When we return this time, we'll treat them the same way we treated the Shura temple. We won't show any mercy. As the mount of the invincibility school's sect master, we naturally won't be polite, Tyrant hurriedly said. From the looks of it, there was no one or force in this world that he didn't dare to offend. However, that Fergana horse has never left the invincibility school's sect master, so it'll be very difficult for us to make a move. Furthermore, it said that the Fergana horse is already an 8th grade demon king, or even a 9th grade demon king. With our strength, it'll be very difficult for us to deal with it. Tan Lang said with a frown. Don't worry. As long as it's a prey that I fancy, I'll definitely get it. Anyway, De Huang's current situation is very stable. Jiang Chen said with a smile. To him, the stronger the enemy, the more fun it would be if there was a challenge. Putting aside the fact that he and the invincibility school were enemies, even if there was no connection between them, as long as it involved De Huang's life and death, he would not hesitate to make a move on that Fergana horse. For the sake of his brother, Jiang Chen wouldn't even bat an eyelid even if he had to go against the whole world. If that's the case, are we returning to Liang province now? Tan Lang asked. There's no need to rush. Before we return to Liang province, I need to prepare some things. I need a large amount of heaven elixir. Tyrant, do you know where I can find more heaven elixir? Jiang Chen looked at Tyrant. What he needed the most right now wasn't the 5 elemental spirits, but Yuan energy pills, the true heaven elixir. The continuous breakthroughs this time had nearly depleted all of his resources. With the pills he had left, it would be dangerous for him to break through to the 5th grade Combat King realm. Jiang Chen's current cultivation base had reached the peak of the 4th grade Combat King realm. Furthermore, he had gone through the heavenly tribulation and the 3rd transformation of the dragon transformation skill, which gave him a solid foundation. As long as he could find some powerful demon souls, he would be able to break through to the 5th grade Combat King realm at any time. At that time, without the support of heaven elixir, he would be in big trouble. Therefore he had to store a large amount of heaven elixir, not only for breaking through to the 5th grade Combat King realm, but also for the pills he needed to break through to the Combat Emperor realm. A large amount of heaven elixir? I know that there is a famous place in the western region called the Heavenly Tower. It is a huge trading company, and their main business is exchanging treasures. They also hold large-scale auctions. If you want a large amount of heaven elixir, you can't go wrong by going to the Heavenly Tower. However, the Heavenly Tower is also a major power in the western region, and they have at least a minor saint guarding it. No one dares to mess around in the heavenly tower. If you want a large amount of heaven elixir, you'll need to exchange for it with enough treasures. Tyrant said. All right, let's go to the heavenly tower now. We'll return to Xuanyu after we get some heaven elixir. Jiang Chen said. All right. Tyrant nodded his head, then picked a direction and flew towards it at top speed. Although the western region was much smaller than the other regions, it was still a large region, and it covered a vast area. Even with their cultivation bases, it would take them some time to reach the heavenly tower from their current location. Little Chenzi, how much heaven elixir do you need? I have some with me. Tyrant asked while on the way. 10 million. Jiang Chen made a rough estimation and gave a number. It was a conservative estimate. In order to break through from the 4th grade Combat King realm to the Combat Emperor realm, 10 million heaven elixir was the most basic consumption. Jiang Chen didn't want to worry about heaven elixir in the future. Therefore, he decided to get enough heaven elixir from the heavenly tower in one go. What? Tyrant and Tan Lang cried out in shock at the same time. Both of them staggered and nearly fell down from the sky. 10 million heaven elixir. Today, they had finally witnessed what it meant to be an exorbitant demand. 10 million heaven elixir, not the earth elixir, and not the human elixir. The value of a single heaven elixir was equal to 10,000 earth elixir. 10 million heaven elixir? Are you eating pills like rice? Even if you did, you wouldn't be able to finish them all. It's just 10 million heaven elixir. Is there a need to be so shocked? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly. 10 million? Just one? Both of them nearly fainted. Did this guy have any idea how much 10 million heaven elixir was worth? How could he use just one pill? Was this a joke? Damn it, I want to know, what are you going to use to exchange for 10 million heaven elixir? Don't tell me you still have another 9 sun less rond pill? Tyrant stared at Jiang Chen with a surprised expression. Are you kidding me? Taking out a treasure like the 9 sun less rond pill is no different from courting death. Let's go, I have other treasures to exchange for it. Jiang Chen smiled. He did have 2 9 sun less rond pill, but he couldn't show it to anyone, as it might bring him a fatal disaster. No matter how reputable the heavenly tower was, when faced with a treasure like the 9 sun less rond pill, who wouldn't be greedy? Oh right, monk. Is this heavenly tower owned by a monk as well? Tan Lang asked curiously. You're such a slut. Don't tell me you really think there are only monks in the western region? Although Buddhist sects are more prosperous in the western region, that doesn't mean there are only monks in this place. In such a huge region, if there were monks everywhere, it would be a disaster. Apart from the Great Layin Temple, there are also many ordinary powers here, and even empires and dynasties. The heavenly tower is just one of them. A merchant under the Tianyi Gate. Tyrant glared at Tan Lang and explained. I thought there were only monks in the western region. Tan Lang smiled. If Tyrant didn't explain, he would really think that there were only Buddhist sects in the western region. In fact, not only Tan Lang, many people thought that the western region was the territory of Buddhist sects, and apart from Buddhist sects, there were no other powers in the western region. But now, it seemed like they were gravely mistaken. The heavenly city was located in the center of the western region. It was a very prosperous and ancient city, and the reason why it was named as such was because of the heavenly tower. A powerful superpower could change everything. When Jiang Chen and the other two arrived at the heavenly tower, it was already midnight. For a bustling city like this, there was basically no difference between night and day. Even though it was late at night, the entire city was brightly lit, as if it was daytime. Let's land and enter the heavenly city on foot. Only combat emperors can fly here, so we better not get ourselves into unnecessary trouble. Tyrant reminded. Jiang Chen nodded his head and descended from the sky. His main purpose for coming here was to get pills, and he didn't want to get himself into unnecessary trouble. Besides, with his current cultivation base, it would be difficult for him to deal with the 4 major powers of the Liang province, let alone the heavenly tower. The 3 of them entered the city without a hitch, and found the location of the heavenly tower at an extremely fast speed. The heavenly tower was located in the center of the city, and was brightly lit. Even at this time of the day, there were still people coming and going. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.